takes a blast off the top. Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rough for him for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
He tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.
There it is, the Battlemaster off the top for Yala.
Welcome, welcome, welcome everybody to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. It is the sunset season of Hearthstone Grandmasters where we get to crown one more champion going through to the World Championship. My name is Gia, and joining me to bring you all the action for today is none other than Amy Chen, a renowned esports journalist and one of the few people who has covered more Hearthstone perhaps than the regular casters. How are you doing, Amy?
I'm doing great, Gia. Thank you. I have my morning coffee ready and I'm super excited to see all this APAC action.
Yeah, not just APAC though, because we do have, for the first time in Grandmasters history, one consolidated region of 16 of the best players battling it out for that one ticket through to Worlds later on. Amy, it is 16 players, 12 of which who came through as the top 4 of their respective seasons earlier on this year, and then 4 players who qualified through the Masters Tour system. And we do have a nice little overview here of how this last season will be working, largely similar to Season 1, where it is only 4 weeks, 3 weeks where our players can earn points, and then one final playoff.
Yes, to get to the playoffs, the players have to be one of the top 8 point earners. And what's really exciting here is that the match format rotates every week, starting with Conquest today.
Yeah, that's right. This weekend we do have Conquest to start us off nice and familiar, but we will be cycling through to Trio and then Last Hero Standing and then a best of 7 Conquest for our playoffs. So the stakes are higher than ever, but we are starting with the tried and true format where each player has to bring a deck from 4 unique classes, ban 1 from their opponent, and make sure they get a win with their 3 remaining classes. And Amy, I know during rehearsal you said there's some things that you like about Conquest.
I do, although there is potential for a 3-0 sweep, there's also the reverse sweep potential, which is always a fun uphill battle to watch in terms of like the player journey and how they switch up the decks to get there.
That's right, and it also means that there's room for targeting strategies, even though we don't necessarily see that too much from the lineups. We do have, of course, the Prince Renathal in the meta that's already been floating around since the Masters Tour. A lot of people experimenting with anywhere from 120 card lineups to 160, and we are going to see the full variety later on because we have a very nice distribution of decks and archetypes this weekend. We have a dual tournament format, which most of our viewers should already be pretty used to, which means that if you get 2 wins within your group, you are through to Sunday, and if you get 2 losses, you are out. But you can get through with a 2-1 score because there is the chance to get through from the losers bracket. Amy, I am so excited to see what our players are going to be playing for.
Yes, so the first prize for Last Call is 22.5k, second prize 15k, and so on and so on. Of course, if you place 13 to 16, you still get 6k for that participation.
Yeah, that's right. Just because it took a lot to qualify through to here in the first place. You had to be top 4 in your respective season in Grandmasters Season 1, or you had to be top 4 Masters Tour point earners in the first 3 Masters Tour of the year. So a lot of our players are no strangers to competition. And that first place prize of $22,500 is not where it ends, because that first place winner will also qualify themselves through to the World Championship later on. But I'm sure our viewers know that a lot of of our participants are actually already qualified through to Worlds. So there's plenty of chances here for that invite to get passed down. But the most important thing is to accumulate those points every single week. And because this is only a 4-week season, and one of those weeks is playoffs, there's only 3 weeks that you can earn points. And that means that none of our players can afford to slack off.
That's correct. Every match counts and every deck and play counts in this last call tournament. Of course, today we're starting with Group A's and A and B, and then following up tomorrow is C and D, and then Sunday will be our top 8 single elimination match. So there will be very intense games there. And as Gia, you said, these players only have 3 weeks in total to earn a spot in the playoffs. So every match has to count.
Absolutely, Amy. And we do have, of course, this one giant region spanning all of America's APAC and EU. Our 4 players that qualified through the Masters Tour system happen to all be from EU. So we actually have 8 EU players, 4 from Americas and 4 from APAC. And because it's only one region, we do get to play out every single game on stream here. There's nothing happening off stream. We have 10 series to play out today, 10 tomorrow, and then 7 on Sunday to see who our weekly champions will be. And we're starting off here with Group A, Possessi versus Superfake, followed up by Habu Gabu versus Mighty. Amy, these are some heavyweight names in the scene.
They are, especially with Possessi being last year's Hearthstone World Champion. And Superfake, we can feel that he's very hungry for the crown as well. Having played in the last season and getting so close. Habu Gabu, of course, is always he was a winner of the Summers Championship that happened just last month. So I'm wondering if he would continue with that victory streak.
Yeah, he's been on unstoppable tear recently, but we also have Mighty, who was the winner of APAC Season 1 and of course is already qualified through to Worlds. So actually here, given that Habu and Possessi qualified to Worlds through the Summer Championship and Mighty through Season 1 of Grandmasters, it's only Superfake in Group A that hasn't booked himself a ticket yet. So I'm sure he will be hungry to prove that he has what it takes to stand up to all of these amazing players. And we can take a look at the other groups a bit later on as they happen. If you're curious about any of the action, you can of course head over to the Play Hearthstone website to see the full schedule. But we are just going to start off with Group A for now, Group B to be played later on. And if you're curious as to how the groups proceeded, it was semi-random, taking into account the fact that our players are from all across the globe. So we're having a bit more emphasis on APAC players playing on early in the day, and then later on we're going to see more EU and Americas. Very exciting stuff, Amy. I am so happy to see that we're starting off the day with Possessi, the current world champion, up against Superfake, who is very well known for his on-camera presence on top of some very wacky lineups as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing his reactions and how it all plays out. We have a reigning champion here versus someone who is very consistent and is super hungry for the crown.
That is right, and we can see the classes here on both sides. There's only one class in common in the Hunter here, which is going to be that Renathal Quest Hunter, available for both players. Now, Prince Renathal was a card that when it was first released just a few days before the Masters Tour was already such a controversial card as to whether it's garbage or it's going to be meta-defining, and it feels like it has stood the test of time. Amy, where do you stand on this card right now?
I think it makes the meta quite interesting. I mean, you have decks that have 40 cards, and plus that 10 extra HP gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of what you want to do. And what's really interesting here is that Possessi and Superfake have the exact mirror, the same cards, I believe. So it'll be interesting to see what their mulligans are and how they strategize to face the mirror if that ever happens.
That's right. The Quest Hunter, you're right. 40 cards for 40, straight down the same here. But we can take a look, of course, at Possessi's very impressive track record here. It's his 5th season of Grandmasters. It's kind of hard to believe, honestly, that he wasn't here all the way from the beginning. He wasn't one of the original invites, but did qualify very early on through a very impressive run at Masters Tour Las Vegas all the way back in 2019. He hasn't had too many top Masters Tour performances since, but one of them is pretty recent in the Sunken City at with the top 8 there. But even though there's not too many top 8, top 16s there, that overall high win rate, breaking the line of 6 here, is very impressive indeed.
That's right. That win rate is nothing to laugh at or underestimate. 5 seasons of Grandmasters. That is really that's a very good track record. Now we have a look over Possessi's first deck, the Mind Rogue. Let's see. So Mind Rogue basically can do lots of damage in to the face early game, and it can be very consistent when it comes to these swift victories. If the cards land correctly, Gia, do you have any comments about the different combos, perhaps about the Naval Mines trigger, and how these games can be either very short or very unfortunate?
Oh yeah, for sure. There is, I think, a lot to be said for dependence on the quality of your card draw, more so than other decks. The Mind Rogue is at the mercy of whether you can get the Trickster to go with the Smokescreen. Otherwise, that Smokescreen 8 mana card is just stuck in your hand for a very long time, and whether that Smokescreen can even draw enough Death Rattles. But it is consistent enough that our players deem it worth bringing, and I do think it is a clever choice for the lineup of Possessi that seems to be very good against control decks, because he does also have that Boar Priest in there and the Quest Hunter, which can also put out huge amounts of damage, even against these XL decks that we've taken to calling them, because, well, they're running 40 cards, they're extra large, and XL is also the Roman numeral for 40, so pretty nice to see here. And it is going to be super fake with 160 card lineup here, because every last one of his decks are Renathal.
Amazing. I'm really excited to see what he comes up with. Listen, Curse Warlock, putting curse upon curse while managing your hand space is really important. He looks like he has a lot of great board clear, and of course Tasman Roam is there for the copying of shadow spells, plus extra value and extra curses with the Brand Bronzebeard.
Yeah, this is a deck that definitely has a lot of staying power. You have a decent amount of heal just from the Tamsin and Drain Soul and Touch, the Mistress in the early games, but also Branzakul later on, if you have stacked the curses to a certain point, can almost be a Reno effect. But as always, I think Curse Warlock is very dependent on getting a Dreadlich Tamsin sooner rather than later to make sure their resources can keep up. This is a deck where that 40 health is going to be super relevant against the Mind Rogue, because, like you said, the Naval Mine damage can stack up very quickly. But I think Possessi will be aware that there's a potential to set up a huge combo. He doesn't have to be pressured into playing the Mine super early. He can hold a lot of them in hand, wait for the Snowfall Graveyard, and get as much damage as possible. So I am very hyped to see how the matchup pans out here. Have you played a bit of either of these decks, Amy? Which one do you feel like is in the lead?
Oh, I've played a lot of Curse Warlock recently. Not quite sure how it fares with Mind Rogue, but seeing Possessi have controlling that behind the wheel, I think it'll be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Possessi can get into a sticky situation if he comes up just a little bit damage short of a combo. Let's say as a rogue you feel like you are forced to invest your big Shatter Shambler Naval Mine combos early on, get the Warlock to down to say 8 health, 10 health. If the Warlock can then respond with the Spice Bread Baker or Zakul, especially with a brand, sometimes the damage comes up a little bit short. So I expect to see a lot of patience from Possessi here. If he can try and get some board damage from the Burning Blade Acolyte Death Rattles as well, that could be pretty relevant. But he always has to keep in mind that once he puts the Burning Blade Acolyte into the Death Rattle pool, the Counterfeit Blade is no longer guaranteed to copy Naval Mine, which can sometimes be a bit of a detriment later on.
Ah, I see you've brought
Right, we see both Renatals activating.
Just one.
Oh,
Sorry, it was just a bit of that spectator thing where we saw super fake from both perspectives. So yeah.
right. Looks like Super Fake had a good one turn with the Mistress of Mixtures upon Mulligan. He's just tapping to get more cards.
Yeah, he does have a pretty decent opening here with the Syracuse Cultist, which is just a very good card to start the curse train rolling. It also is a decent body. You know, spider tanks all have flavor text these days, and there is something to be said for the rogue not having infinite time in this matchup, because in most situations they can try and hope to put together a big combo, but if the warlock is putting curse after curse into hand, they will not necessarily have the freedom to do so.
Yeah, correct. The mana is very important, especially for Possessi and the Rogue. And now that Super Fake has played Blade Master Okani, if it's a spell, then Possessi might be in a bit of trouble. But again, he also has the coin to check.
But we see Super Fake did choose the minion counter, which I absolutely agree with. That is, Okani is just so hard to deal with for a minion here. There's no minions that are worthless to Possessi. Every single one of them has a very specific role here. The Death Rattles to, of course, get the damage through. The Trickster to make sure you can get smokescreen early, but Possessi here says it's fine to give up the naval mine. It hurts, but he is more focused on the board game plan right now, with, of course, the graveyard double activating the Burning Blade Acolyte, and that damage from the 5/8s I think will more than make up for the damage he misses by having to sacrifice his naval mine. Or look from Super Fake, you already know he's in a lot of trouble because he doesn't have 6 mana to play one of the big board clears yet, and even if he did have Entitled Customer, it's not the full 8 damage.
Looks like he's doing some intense math here to figure out what the next move should be. He could life tap for an answer, but there's also a minion to help develop the board.
I wonder if...
Do you think it's too much damage if he plays Hellfire this turn to try and set up for the Abyssal Wave next turn? Does he take too much damage from leaving the board up like that?
He might. I mean, 10 to the face. Oh, against a rogue who is super aggressive might be a lot.
It really is. Like, he could try to mitigate it by using touch on the 1/1, but he is just gonna hold on here to Hellfire and then take the 2 preemptive trade. Okay, gonna touch on that minion instead, which makes a lot of sense. Just don't take that 5. Make sure that the Abyssal is set up for the other minion on the next turn. I think it's a very disciplined play. Possessi going to break his Cutlass right away just to get another 5/8. Doesn't mind that he loses out on 4 attack from the Blade. He just wants to make sure he gets maximum value from the Snowfall Graveyard, and he has set up a board that no individual card from Super Fake can clear. The Abyssal Wave, not enough damage. Entitled Customer would only deal 4 damage if he had it here, so just too much.
Bit much.
Ooh.
Oof. It's a very strong board on Possessi's side.
Yeah, I think he's very safe to just go for another counterfeit Blade play. Maybe use the Curse as well, because I think the graveyard has expired already. I guess Possessi's thinking about whether or not he should try to milk some damage from the Cutlass before equipping the counterfeit Blade. But I think he's right to identify that the game is not going to last that much longer. So just making sure that in the next immediate 2 turns, he can get the full damage from the counterfeit Blade makes a lot of sense.
And he's deciding whether or not to go face with that and be super aggro about it.
There's considerations as to whether he would want to play the Wicked Stab as early as now. For example, if he top decks Preparation next turn, he would have to spend all his mana on Prep Smokescreen and not be able to play the Wicked Stab. But Possessy says, not worth the risk on that, just going to get rid of the curse here. He most likely has mana to play Wicked Stab on the next turn.
And Super Fake tap for an answer, but it doesn't look like there is anything there.
Oh. And that is going to be a quick victory for Possessy in game 1. Very nicely navigated, even though that Akani looked like it was going to be a backbreaker. Possessy quickly identified that the Naval Mine was not his win condition in that position. He had the Burning Blade Acolytes, he had the Graveyard, and he knew that there were too many stats on those 5/8s for Super Fake to clear.
That's true, and he took full advantage of it by consistently peppering face with a damage, using those weapons to activate Death Rattle.
Yeah, it's a completely good point. This was a very good draw from Possessy, to be fair, but he did lend himself towards that with the nice keep on the Shatter Shambler at the beginning. But for Super Fake, that does not feel good whatsoever. Essentially just getting steamrolled there. And that could be a theme with this Warlock here, because Possessy's lineup, I think, in general, is very good at dealing with these slower, more control-oriented decks from Super Fake. Right. So given that the Rogue is out of the way for Possessy, do you have any guesses, Amy, as to what he's queuing up next between that Druid or Hunter?
I mean, I'm still excited to see that Hunter versus Hunter matchup.
Oh, true.
But Druid, with the addition of Prince Vernathal, he has cards like the Wild Heart Guff I see on the screen, plus like draws for that Lady Prester. So there's potential quickly transforming his minions into dragons, and because of like the Innervate and the other ramp, he has fuel and the mana to flood the board.
Yes, I have made no secret of the fact that I'm a big fan of Prester Druid ever since the Masters Tour. I am very happy to see Possessy bringing it over Alignment, even though I am honestly not sure if it was the better choice for his lineup, just given that the anti-control strategy kind of makes sense with Alignment. But Possessy says, you know, Prester's just kind of good in general, and there are a lot of situations where you can act as an anti-control deck playing Prester as well, right? If you're able to land Kazakusan as one of the transformed dragons, that can beat control decks very consistently. If you hit multiple Alexstrasza's or Hala, Matron Protectorate, you also get tons of burst damage. So I think Possessy's in a good spot either way, no matter which druid he chose for the lineup. But we do see Super Fake moving on to his Ping Mage now, which is a deck that I don't often see, let alone with the Renathal version. What do you think of this?
I mean, it's very, I don't see it quite often compared to decks like Big Spell Mage or Mech Mage, but it's really interesting that he plays it here, because we still have the combos of like the Reckless Apprentice for the hero power damage to all enemies, plus he also has that Dawn Grabs for the spell recasts.
That's right, the Magister Dawn Grasp, the hero card, is, I think, essential to the win condition to start stacking up that hero power and getting to the points where you can actually burn down the Prester Druid turn after turn. The ice barriers in there will be nice to help give that mage some time to survive. I don't think there's any danger of mage dying to just like the base deck of Prester, which kind of functions as aggro druid. It's more as to whether they can outlast the dragons later on, which is really tough to say because you don't know exactly what types of dragons are. Like the difference of whether or not a Kazakusan is generated is absolutely monumental. But beyond Magister Dawn Grasp, I also want to highlight the Varden Dawn Grasp, just the 4-mana minion that freezes board here. Because one thing that Prester Druid is actually very weak to is locking themselves on board. If they play 7 minions and get hit by a Varden Dawn Grasp, there is nothing in the deck and no dragons generated that can let you interact with that frozen board. If you have no space to play that Starfish, it essentially means that Super Fake could get another turn for free right after that. So I would like to see Possessy be careful around that Varden later on. Oh, and we see it right here.
Oh.
Well, that's the presser already ready and locked up. No need to look for the Jerry Rig Carpenter or Cold Tooth Mine. It's just a question as to whether Possessy wants to keep the Trog for turn 1 or look for something a bit better.
Yeah.
What do you think you could be looking for as something a bit nicer on the early turns?
Oh gosh. Not sure, but I know that a card in there is Brand Bronzebeard, and he has a lot of advantage for battle cries. So perhaps with there could be more spell action with multicaster, or again Magister Dawn Greps again.
Super Fake with the brand later on also has a lot of potential for healing with the Spice Bread Baker, or it could act as huge damage with the Reckless Apprentice once he has that Dawn Grasp already activated. So we will be keeping an eye out for brand later on. But for Possessy, oh my goodness, what an opening. Trog into Jerry Rig and already has the Guff in hand. So actually the draw your highest cost card is not particularly good anymore, but it's still a curve. If he goes lowest cost and finds the Innervate for earlier Guff, then he is absolutely in business. Not great options for Super
no.
Fake, are they? Do you think there's an argument for Shattering Blast if he picks up his Varden Dawn Grasp a bit later on?
Maybe, but I'm wondering what he would do for turn 3 as well. In terms of planning ahead, will he use the coin later on? Lots of potential there. It looks like he chose the freezing card.
Yeah, just the cheapest to make sure that he's as flexible as possible, I think, is super reasonable. Possessy also going to take a turn here to be a bit off curve, and he does hit the 50-50, finds Innervate instead of Aquatic Form, which means that the Presser is coming out a whole turn sooner. He can Vate out the Guff next turn and immediately follow that up with the Presser. Very, very nice stuff. But for Super Fake, none of the early win conditions are coming together here. Hasn't found Wildfire, doesn't have a whole lot of card draw. He could be a sitting duck here as Possessy starts the Army of Dragons soon. Okay.
Right.
So in terms of spell schools, we've only seen a Runed Orb so far for Arcane, I believe. Super Fake going to cycle once more with the Gifts of Ajara. A bit unfortunate that he hasn't found a Naga, but not going to get too greedy with that. Here we go.
Right. Dragons galore time.
The nice thing for Super Fake is that he loaded up that freeze hero power from the Snow Flurry, so he gets the Snap Freeze now to kill the Prestar. We're already seeing the plan for the Snap Freeze pick was to go with that Snow Flurry for an expected Prestar. I think a very wise decision here. Getting some cycle through. But we'll see if he can keep up. First Dragon pickup for Possessy is average. Like, the Battle Cry in that is not too bad. I do like the Moonlit pick here. We're looking for high-impact dragons, of which there are quite a few. Alex, Straza, Murazon, maybe not necessarily this turn, the Murazon, but later on. Of course, Kazakhstan later, even though it's not active yet. And Raid Boss Onyxia, never too bad either. Possessy deciding whether he plays the Moonlit as early as this turn. Now, one thing I like to do as Pressure Druid with Moonlit Guidance is if there's the potential to get Hala, Matron Protectorate from this card and play both of them in one turn, it's so much damage, right? So maybe he's holding on to that later on when he has more spells.
That's true. And also notice he picked the 4-mana dragon, which increases in HP depending on hand size, I recall. So there's potential there of continuing to steamroll with different dragons.
Yeah, That Twilight Rate being discovered means it has a relevant attack total rather than just being generated. So not too bad as Possessi continues to ramp up. But we see here that the hit from the far watch post is Magister Dawn Grasp, which is very unfortunate for Superfake. He has to wait until next turn to play that instead. And getting that online as soon as possible to start ramping up the hero power is one of the best ways Superfake can generally fight back. So let's see his plan here. If he wants to get through the watch post, he can use that first flame to get rid of the 2/2 dragon and then trade it off. But that 2/2 dragon is also his potential best target for a ping from Dawn Grasp later to get the honorable kill. Like he is going to end up on that first flame here. Play down the Renathal and just ping to end the turn. I feel like this coin is too valuable, right, to hold on for the hero card later.
Yep, just establishing a bit of board control while...
Ooh, Alex. Ooh. That's two Alexes. Coming straight from the Moonlit Guidance, that is huge. However, Possessi did whiff a little bit on the natural draw. The Nosdormu is not a great one to get here. We'll see if he wants to continue cycling with the hero power for draw, or if he can just ramp up with that and play the Twilight Drake. I think both are pretty reasonable.
He also has the option to discover another dragon. With that 2-mana minion.
Ah, I see. Using the Starfish to revert the stats to the original on the dragons, which is a very nice spot here. My bad for bad-mouthing the Nosdormu there. It's definitely putting in a lot of work.
All the different dragonflies play their part in this.
Right, Superfake going to Flurry first and then play the Magister Dawn Grasp, hoping to get Flurry again because he has played Snap Freeze as another Frost spell here, which, you know, is not terrible, but not as good as Flurry in this situation, I think. Ooh, hits his own minion.
What are the odds?
1 in 5. Gets that full board frozen, not too bad. And Possessi did just use a Starfish, so very unlikely that he has the other one to unfreeze everything and get lethal. So Superfake can be pretty safe to chain freezes with the Varden on the next turn as well. Ooh, there's Kazaka-san though. Alright. Remember when I mentioned the board locking situation being very bad into Varden Dawn Grasp here? What I want to see from Possessi is to play no more than 6 minions. Leave that space, potentially to play Kazaka-san the next turn. He's taking it to the next level, playing only 5 minions in case he needs space to play a treasure immediately from Kazaka-san. I really like the discipline.
Oops, planning a few steps ahead.
Well, Superfake pretty much forced to play Varden Dawn Grasp here, but the rest of the turn is a little bit up in the air. His hero power is still just doing 2, right?
I believe so. Okay. Oh.
Interesting.
Okay.
So the Varden I do agree with, but I was thinking Superfake would potentially just play Second Flame on the Starfish and ping it off to upgrade his hero power. That being said, after upgrading the hero power, he still doesn't have a strong enough apprentice to clear the whole board. So this play activates the Mordresh for the next turn so he can get the full clear. But we do have Possessi playing down his Kazaka-san, knowing that his board isn't going to be consequential from here, looking for some over-the-top damage instead. He has seen Varden now, so I don't mind the Anoya Horn pick. Yeah. Embers.
He picked the Embers for the Rag.
Yes. Looking for the lethal here is Possessi because he knows that there's a very likely Mordresh coming next turn based on the setup from Superfake. So I think he's just trying to get as much damage as possible. Here between Boombot and Krusty, it's kind of close because if there is Mordresh, you kind of want to answer it with a Krusty as Possessi on the next turn. Okay, I didn't see what he picked there, but we'll find out soon enough. And on this last one, I guess Pure Cold, but if he didn't pick Krusty, there's still the argument for Vampiric Fangs, right, to get rid of Mordresh.
That's true.
What are you favoring?
I'm favoring the Vampire Fangs.
Possessi agrees. Drawing the highest cost card will get him the Embers. Okay. Got it in at the last second. Alright, here we go now with the Mordresh, very cleanly set up by Super Fake. Big swing means Possessi needs to clear quite a bit, otherwise he's just done on board.
We have some fantastic reactions from Super Fake here.
Very well known for that indeed. Okay, the Gnomish Army Knife does let him clear 2 minions with, you know, playing down, I guess, the Twilight Drake.
I like how he drew some cards for the extra Twilight Drake HP.
Nice optimization there. He can end this with the Amalgam afterward. It's not super relevant on board, but potentially can get him, you know, Raid Boss Onyxia at this point. Some very relevant dragons. Malagos gets him more spells, but I don't even remember how many spells are left in the deck. The Annoy Horns, I guess, but picks the Azure Drake instead here.
Yes. If it stays on board, it'll be extra spell damage from those embers that he might or might not need.
Super Fake here can trade off his Ranathal and then ping the Twilight Drake to upgrade his hero power. It does give Possessi a bit more lifesteal, but that upgraded hero power can pay dividends over more time. It just depends whether Super Fake thinks he has that time, right? From his perspective, there could be Book of the Dead, there could be Embers of Ragnaros the next turn. So he wants to, I guess, go wider on board as well to be stronger against Embers.
This is not what we stood for.
Talon and Treasure Guard protecting a little bit against Embers. That Divine Shield is very nice to play around it. But if Possessi wants, he can Vampiric Fangs on the Talon and then let rip with one of the Embers, which deals a minimum of 8 to face here.
Looks like he is doing that.
Oh my god!
Oh,
What?
goodness.
Hello? Possessi.
One. Oh my god.
That's a World Championship Embers.
To face.
Are you kidding? That's disgusting.
Don't worry, he has Ice Barrier. Though against spells. But it looks like he's putting more minions on the board to kind of hopefully not be hit in the face again with spells.
Right. The Lady Najar for Frost does give him a little bit more survivability. I mean, he's alive to Vampiric Embers sometimes. Like, not if Possessi triple snipes face again. I'm trying to look for a way that Possessi can guarantee it still. Like, if he went minion, Gnomish Army Knife, kill 2, and then Embers, that would work, but he doesn't have the mana for that. And now there's a 4th minion on board. So Super Fake is being as safe as possible here, but Possessi, it's not like he needs to get the kill very next turn, right?
Right.
Beastly Beauty plus Gnomish Army Knife lets him get 16 lifesteal. It's pretty good. I don't see the draw, but I think it was an Oil Horn. I'm kind of liking the look of Beastly Beauty. Trade it in, and then you get the 8/8, and then use that with the Gnomish Army Knife, because there's a world where Possessy can also be scared for his own health total if there's, say, Bran Reckless Apprentice. Even then, I'm kind of stretching it because it's not that much damage with only a 4 damage hero power at the moment, but it's just nice to clear up more of these minions and give himself better chances to get the Embers. But he goes for the Andoyo Horn instead, which is also fair play given that he's seen the Varden already. No chance of getting board locked. Well. Do you happen to know how many spells the Ajara is at? Because I'm thinking maybe a try to find Gigafin from the Horn is super fakes out here. I don't know.
Oh gosh, I cannot see it, or haven't been keeping track of it, to be honest.
Sorry, me neither, but it needs to be only one spell left. Otherwise, he doesn't have the mana to play the Horn and the Colossal off of it. So if it's not playable, any other outs for super fake? Arcane Intellect into Rune Orb into Discover something?
Perhaps
Racking my brains.
freeze effect, but it has to be like double freeze. If that is even possible with the mana he has left now.
Right, okay, so the Ajara was more than one spell off being active, so doesn't even go for it. But finds Cone of Cold. There's the freeze-ish. And the 2/4s in the middle are all the highest attack after you ping off the 3/4. Fair enough, you can kill one more Annoyotron, but I don't think he had the time. This has to be lethal for Possessy, right? You just Army Knife, kill 2 minions, and then go for Embers. And there you have it!
There we go. 3 more Embers to the face.
This time guaranteed. No scamming here. Well, that is Possessy going up 2-0 here off the power of Kazakhstan, which is something that we specifically mentioned, right? Is something that Prester Druid needs to do to win the matchup. Either Kazakhstan or some, like, scams with Hala or Alexstrasza. Just getting there with dragons on board doesn't generally do the job, but I think Possessy very clearly recognized a lot of the tricks here using the Starfish to essentially buff his dragons to 8/8s, and most importantly, not leaving himself board locked into a Varden. I think that was very nicely recognized.
Yeah, and having Super Fake use his cards to clear the board, and of course that Embers to the face, which was very surprising, and that guaranteed one at the end was not. That one was not really surprising, but it makes for an explosive finish.
And because of that, Possessy's only left with his Hunter now. So Amy, in order to get your wish of a Hunter mirror, you have to talk to Super Fake now and tell him to queue it up, because that's the only chance left. If Possessy wins with that Hunter, then that is it. But, you know, if Super Fake's feeling lucky, maybe he could take a win versus that Hunter with his other 2 decks and end with the mirror. But I'm going to be honest and say I do not like his chances. The Mage can maybe get there against the Hunter if they get super early Dawn Grasp and lots of pings. But this Warlock, oh my goodness, is that an abysmal matchup into the Quest Hunter. Playing Curses procs the Hunter quest. You are helping the Hunter progress in that case. Rough one. All right, so this is the list that we took a look at a little bit earlier on. Like you said, Amy, it's completely identical to Super Fake's one. Have you had the chance to play much Quest Hunter here? Are you liking the new version with Ancient Krakenbane and Conscious Call?
I'm actually really enjoying watching, like, the, you know, Prince Renato in this one?
Yes, it is.
He is. Awesome. I see that he has like a bunch of secrets, and again, you can do a lot of spell damage with cards like Shell Shot, Marked Shot, and Piercing Shot. Of course, that Beast Stalker Tavish cards and the secrets can work really well against more control matchups. but as
Some-
we can
Go ahead, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, but as we can see, Super Fake's ping, he has Ping Mage, Quest Hunter, and Curse Warlock. Unfortunately, there's no Holy Paladin there for that mid-rangey matchup, but we will see. And it looks like he's opted. It looks like Super Fake's opted for Ping Mage.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me because I really don't like the Warlock's odds into the Hunter. I was gonna say, just a trick for remembering which are the damage spells from the Hunter. It's everything with the word shot in it. It's crazy. I just don't think they can print another card with the word shot, but I am wrong every single time. We can see here 2 of them already in hand for Possessi, neither of which I think is a keep. You would much rather get some early card draw going. The most important one I would say is Dunbaldar Bunker. It just represents so much cycle to get those secrets, which are generally just filler in the deck, and just make sure that he has the resources going forward for that quest completion. I don't think it's very often that the XL Quest Hunter can get their quest finished as early as the old version of only 30 cards, but what they have going for them is not really ever running out of stuff because there's so much card draw. There's Barracuda Bane, and there is card generation as well.
I see you've brought guests. I see you've brought guests.
Does end up keeping the shell shot, so I was wrong on that one, but it is for sure still decent to get rid of many early board states here. That 6 damage spread across multiple targets can often deal with 2 minions. Not a great start for Possessi, is it? Double secret in the opener. Not what you want to see. Okay, so starting off with the Ruined Orb here, now knows that it is not Ice Trap, because we can see from Possessi's list he's running 2 Explosive, 2 Freezing, 2 Ice here. What do you think Super Fake should pick?
Let's see.
How perplexing.
I mean, Counterspell would be solid. Just because of the nature of Hunter and the spells Possessi has in his hand.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Very few minions. The deck is mostly spells, so Super Fake potentially sniping off one of the damage spells and delaying that quest a bit more could come in clutch. But as it happens, Possessi hardly has targets to begin with. All of these spells only hit minions at the moment, so...
Don't worry, the steady shot, hero power damage to the face. Going alongside all those spell cards with the word shot in it, of course.
You're right. I didn't even realize even the hero power. Gosh, Hunter, do something different, would ya? Okay. So we can see here Super Fake has been holding off on playing minions so far. He could play Snow Flurry, but I absolutely agree with the idea of just holding onto it. You don't want to give the Hunter targets, is the thing. And Spring the Trap is an especially back-breaking one to get the honorable kill on something with 3 health. So I like Super Fake's approach here. He should know the deck very well because he's bringing it himself. And he already has Magister Dawn Grasp in hand. So there is a real plan unfolding here. If he finds a Wildfire, this could get out of control even more quickly because of that Commander Sivara as well. Possessi's just stuck. He can't play anything. That's crazy.
We see Super Fake's reaction here. He knows what's going on. Like you said, he brought this deck and he's fairly familiar with it. Oh, and now comes the Magister Dawn Grasp for all the spells. Counter is really good to continue to slow down Possessi's quest progression. And Possessi only responds with another hero power to the face.
It's so sad. I mean, Possessi knows, of course, that it's counter, and he thankfully had the freezing to proc it the first time, you know, not a very consequential spell in the matchup because Super Fake's not playing minions anyway. But this time, Possessi can't even proc the counter spell because the only playable spell for him right now is Quick Shot, and he wants to save that to actually progress his quest because it's one of the few precious spells that doesn't require a minion target. And Super Fake here, playing like the old Quest Mage mirrors, as soon as you play a minion, you kill it off yourself. Don't give your opponent the chance to progress anything.
I'm sure Super Fake agrees with you as he is. His reaction is very fantastic right now. Just laughing at the ridiculousness of this matchup. Although he has, how many cards is that? Almost 10, so he has to be considerate of emptying his hand and perhaps getting rid of his own minion if he doesn't want Possessi to further progress on his quest.
Right, he does have 2 4-health minions as targets for the Honorable Kill Ping, Ranathal, or the Starfish. I feel like the Starfish doesn't really do anything useful for him because Possessi's not playing minions anyway, so might as well just kill that off. And he can finish the turn with just drawing 1 off of Gifts of Ajara. Okay, he's gonna kill his Ranathal instead. Maybe there's some utility for Starfish that I'm not thinking of at the moment. Ooh, doesn't play gifts though, so not going to necessarily play Sivara right away next turn. Possessi has a playable minion, which draws him 2, right? Off of a freezing and fire. Sorry, frost and fire spell. Oh,
You're going to see some board.
Yeah, going to kill off his own, but he knows this is counter spell, so actually just leaves the Kraken Vein. Did Possessi know this? I don't think he knew this. His reaction, oh my god.
Oh, no.
Okay, Possessi. We did see a tweet from Possessi before going live today that he said, I actually already have the World Championship qualification, so I kind of want to take it easy. I didn't think he'd want to take it that easy, but okay.
Oh no.
It's fine though. I mean, he was admittedly in a terrible position, right? It was what, 5 turns back to back of doing nothing because he simply couldn't play his hand. He knew Super Fake was ramping up the hero power, and even if Super Fake were to do nothing but ping face from that point forward, like Possessi could hardly do anything to contest that. So saving us time here is Possessi and potentially getting us closer to the matchup you wanted to see, Amy. The mirror.
Maybe. Oh, and look. The text says Holy Paladin.
Oh, that's probably my bad. I probably interchanged something on the sheet. Sorry.
Hey, the mirror. Fantastic.
Yes, this is a very
Gosh.
fun one. Back in the day, when the Quest Hunters were only 30 cards, it was very much a race of who could either burn face immediately or get the Tavish played, because it wasn't even necessary to play the Tavish quest reward, I would say, to win that matchup back when both decks were at 30 health. Like, you could get there with hero powers and just normal damage spells if you drew well enough. Now that both decks are at 40 health, it is very important to actually complete the quest to get enough damage through. And there's also the X factor of playing the Tavish hero card instead, Beast Stalker Tavish, which allows you to go wider on board and not necessarily rely on pings. Many different ways you can approach this, but I think the most crucial of which is just making sure you have resources to play every single turn. Alrighty, I like that aim shot keep from Possessi. It's just one of the precious spells that can go face here, and you know, not too many minions on either side, so we could see those minion targeting spells get stranded once again. Alright, so Amy, whose opening hand are you liking the look of better?
Oh, let's see. Perhaps Possessi, just because he has the coin and he also has the Mark Shot, the cheaper spells to continue on with his quest progression. Let's see.
Yeah, Possessi does have more damage spells at the moment, but Super Fake did pick up that nice Dunbaldar Bunker, which represents 3 card draw, right? Very, very nice. Gets him discounted secrets and thins the deck. So I think he's actually also in a very good spot here.
Yes, and the mana discount on his Ice Trap would be useful as well. Oh, now Freezing Trap as well.
Possessi going to continue on with the aim shot here. That's actually his first damage spell played. I don't think he can expect his explosive to get procced anytime soon, so going to need quite a few more spells to support the quest completion game plan. We see here Super Fake picked up that Beastalker Tavish, which already gives him the potential to completely shift the game plan, right? Instead of going for a pure damage race, he can go for Animal Companions instead. And if you play that Tavish before second stage of quest progression is done, you can get the 0 cost Animal Companions for the rest of the game, and that can be very powerful indeed. Now, Super Fake can test for Ice Trap with his own Ice Trap, but he tests with Wound Prey instead. And because it's not Ice Trap, he can just nicely Piercing Shot this away, make sure Possessi has no target. And continue along with the game plan here. Tavish and then make that hero power cost 0 later on means he could win off the army of Animal Companions.
Right. It looks like Possessi has a similar strategy of targeting his own minions, denying Super Fake of the damage to his side of the board. Ooh, we have some cheap spells here that he can choose.
So the Arcane Shot is both damage and a different spell school for his multicaster, so I definitely like the look of that over the tracking. Right here, Tavish time for Super Fake.
Is it damage time?
I think it is. Like, this hand just does not support him getting there with just pure damage, right? It's almost all secrets, so trying to go for a board-based game plan instead makes sense to me. Emergency maneuvers is great because he'll start getting Animal Companions soon and potentially can put together a board that is actually too large for Possessi to kill off all in one turn. The caveat, I guess, is that Possessi has an explosive trap, so if Super Fake only hits Huffers, then the maneuvers might not be too good.
And he already has 2 Ice Traps in hand. Oh, and an option for a third one again. There's also Freezing Trap, so if a minion decides to attack something on Super Fake's side of the board, it gets sent back into his hand.
I am liking the Ice Trap more because you can, of course, stack the regular Ice Trap and improved. You can play both of those. And, you know, there's way more utility in blocking a spell even temporarily, I think, than there is in freezing a minion. But he actually goes for Explosive Trap instead. Maybe trying to bait Possessi into thinking something is Ice Trap. I don't really see him getting value from the Explosive, like, anytime soon, though. Ooh, Barak.
Okay.
Oh, man. They're kind of close. I don't remember what Possessi's quest counter is at, but if he's on his last spell, the aim shot does represent, you know, playing aim shot and then Tavish right away after. Okay. Not quite done yet. There's also the Rajnajan to think about. At what point can he actually get value from that because he's been using a lot of spells?
Taking advantage of that improved hero power for more arrows to the face.
That's the second best place you can put arrows after the knee. Alright, so just going to get one cycle from the Furious Howl. Unfortunately, Super Fake doesn't really have enough playables. Well, actually, he can play... Oh no, it's gonna draw one no matter what, right? Because he can't play both Ice Traps here.
Almost overloading with the amount of secrets
Yeah.
Needs Possessy to activate them so he can play the rest. But of
Possessy
course,
won't.
Possessy knows.
Yeah, I think the explosive was not what I would have gone for as super fake here. Okay, multicaster is amazing. He can get one more arcane or one more spell school in there and then continue cycling. Start getting some animal companions if he wants.
Yep, explosive might be useful maybe later down the line if Possessy creates a board.
It goes for Ice Trap over Multicaster, hoping to delay the Tavish Quest reward from Possessy for one more turn, which is a reasonable expectation, except that Possessy has a cheap spell, so you can just proc that with coin and then get Tavish with the Barb Nets. Start the big damage rolling. And actually, that coin returning to Possessy's hand now just acts as fuel, right? To keep
With the
Tavish
hero.
hero power.
Yep. I mean,
Did
two
Possessy-
players on the board that are doormats, so. But he already plays the Tavish legendary.
Did Possessy forget about maneuvers? That's my question. Because, like, you can argue that proccing it there is better than having to proc it on a Hoffer later on, and you do have freezing and explosives, so it's not the end of the world. But going face also seemed pretty reasonable. In any case, Super Fake now able to lay down more secrets. He has that regular freezing and improved explosive as well as regular explosive right now.
Yep, and he is using the card to draw for more fuel. Searching for answers, but it looks like he is using aim shot to the face as opposed to doing anything to Possessy's legendary there.
Now, Possessy, I think, should be certain about freezing trap at this point, so there's no chance that the Tavish actually gets to attack anywhere here. So I do think Possessy has to clear some of this board, right? It's getting too threatening. Wait, hero power first,
Oh no,
Possessy,
hero
that's
power!
a spell! Okay,
Okay,
thank
good.
you.
Yep, mitigate that extra damage.
Okay, now knows there's no fresh ice trap played.
Oh, okay, aiming for the ton, so perhaps his explosive trap can activate.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. And he can piercing maybe the 4 health Leok and then just hero power the multicaster instead. And that's a decent setup to make sure he doesn't take any damage from this board. Oh, face, okay. Doesn't care about multicaster going face potentially. I think that's reasonable. I think Super Fake can get his own Tavish quest reward now. He's first concerned though with clearing this board. Or at least enough of it to isolate that Tavish, make sure that the freezing will go off on that. Hero power, arcane shot, play Tavish. I think he's on one more spell, right?
I think so, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, there we go.
Well, yeah. Arcane shot face, play Tavish, play a lot of 1-cost spells and animal companions in between every single one, and you know, this could be plenty of Huffers. This could be game-ending damage. But highly unlikely.
Imagine just a board full of Huffers.
Oh yes. The dream. Did he get the ice trap off? Did he get the hero power through? It looks like everything is done. Okay. That ice trap is very important part of this turn to make sure that he locks out any chance of Possessy counter-lethaling him, because it's not impossible here, right? If Possessy had Furious Howl, lots of draw, okay. It's not lots of draw, sorry, but if he had like tracking, etc., maybe with the Rajnashan he could have dealt 22, but that's just not doable with this hand.
Alright, he has freezing, arcane, and another spell.
Yeah, that freezing's quite good. Yeah, I think Possessy's locked out of this one now because he can only clear one more minion from this point, and he only has one freezing. Oh no, he doesn't even have any secrets in play right now. And Superfake knows it. He's like, come on, what you doing? You can't do anything. You have 3 mana.
There can. Oh, there we. Weren't many options there. Was the freezing or an arcane shot?
And Superfake's pulling it back after going down 0-2. He's now on the brink of a reverse sweep. Amy, all your favorite things are happening. The Hunter Mirror and a possible reverse sweep. That, I think, was a really good showing of the difference that the hero card Tavish can make in the matchup. I think it's actually very, very powerful here. Since both players starting at 40 health means that it's really hard to actually get a lethal purely through spells at the moment. Having the support of continuous animal companions and a board that's too big to deal with made the difference here for Superfake.
No, for sure. And then the addition of that those freezing traps to prevent minions attack going to clear board or attack face is always really important.
However, it does mean that Superfake is left with a pretty abysmal matchup to try and win here. The Warlock into Quest Hunter now. I think that this is almost unwinnable for the Warlock, but you know, it's happened before. It's just really difficult because you're not allowed to play curse cards in the early. Okay, not allowed is an overstatement maybe. There's a huge drawback to playing curse cards in the early game because they do count as spells in the hunter's hand that deal damage on their turn, which means that it progresses the hunter quest, and it potentially means an earlier Tavish. However, you can make the executive decision as the Warlock to still play those curses and say that the damage is worth it. You're gonna try and race them by going curse, 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 Branzakul, and try to win that way. It's very difficult to get an outcome like that though, so I'm really curious to see if Superfake will find a different way of approaching this where he doesn't necessarily play curses in the early game.
It looks like he kept his whole hand, including the... Oh, I cannot see it, but... is it legendary? I wonder if they will be racing in this matchup with Possessy doing the quest hunter versus Superfake, hopeful, perhaps dealing some damage with the curse cards and hopefully hoping that the damage outweighs the quest progression.
Right. Sometimes you do have to hope against hope like that. Choose the lesser of two evils. For Possessy, I was going to say he had a kind of slow opening hand with all these 4-cost cards, but that is hugely mitigated now by the pickup of Arcane Shot, which not only gets his quest rolling and spends the mana nicely for this turn alongside tracking, it's a spell school, which means that he can potentially start playing the multicasters. Even if they only draw 1 or 2 cards apiece, I think you're absolutely fine with that as the hunter because you want to get that Tavish quest reward as soon as possible and burn down the Warlock. Possessy thinking about whether he has to use Arcane Shot here. He technically doesn't, right? Because next turn he probably wants to play Explosive Trap rather than coin out a multicaster, so he has more spell schools to draw. So he can actually hold Arcane Shot and play that with the Explosive next turn. The upside of playing Arcane Shot this turn is that if he draws a 1-cost card next turn, he can spend his mana on that instead.
Superfake in a... not a very good position here, but he's tapping for a card. There's mixtures of course, and the option of Tasmine. But again, the hunter with their spells at their arsenal, might not be a very good time to play that card since he can't get off his curse combos.
Yeah, I think Tamsin is very valuable later on to copy a drag below or something like that, because he will need as much reach as possible to raise Possessy here. The downside of playing Mistress, of course, is once again giving a target for a Quest Hunter to play their spells on. But I think I was gonna say I think he kind of has to play it because hand space will start to become an issue leading into the Dreadlich Tamsin turn, which is a card that he definitely wants to play as soon as possible. Possessy here probably just plays Explosive Trap, sets up for a 2-draw multicaster on the next turn.
Looks like it.
So Super Fake wants, he can weave in a tap and then play double 1-drop here. The Null and then the Mistress. But he could also just play Okani, which is relatively disruptive at this point. If you pick Minion, but I don't know. Maybe you are supposed to just pick Spell, but you know they have Coin. The thing is, if you pick Spell, and then they just go Coin to proc it, and then Piercing Shot, you're in a bad spot. But if you pick Minion and they Piercing Shot straight up, you're in a bad spot. Maybe it's not a good Okani.
Oh no.
If Super Fake takes the tap line, he is, of course, cycling through the deck. The question is, what does he want to cycle for? And my instinct would be to say curse spells to start the damage train rolling. But is he going to play those curse spells before Possessy has completed quest is the question.
Oh, it looks like he's opted for Blade Master Okani and countering a spell.
Okay.
Alright.
So now this does introduce a bit of a mind game, because if Possessy thinks that is a minion counter, then he doesn't... Oh.
Oh.
He doesn't play Coin to count? Huh?
The reaction.
Yeah.
Alright.
Like, I think Possessy was banking on that being minions, so he just played Spell and didn't want to call a bluff, but he deemed it not even worth testing with the Coin, which I don't know if I agree with. I feel like it's definitely a safer play to start with Coin no matter what, and if they did counter minion, then you feel sad that you wasted a mana, but at least it's not an entire turn down the drain.
Yeah, although the Coin could be later useful on if he wants to have that empowered hero power advantage.
It's true. Okay. So that's actually a huge deal for Possessy that Super Fake chose to proc the secret, because not only does it progress Possessy's quest, it means he's now allowed to play the other explosive trap.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
I think Super Fake only really took that attack so he could play down more minions and start to clear board, right? Because he's making hand space for the Dreadlich Tamsin. Okay, this is going to be 3 draws for Possessy from the multicaster.
I've heard of it.
Okay, using Okani to proc that secret. Might be useful later on if he could play it for 6 mana and decide to perhaps get rid of another spell by Possessy, or potentially another minion.
Yeah, if he can time that in such a way where it blocks a Tavish from Possessy, the quest reward, that could be very useful later on. I think Super Fake just looking at Demonic Assault plus Mortal Coil on the multicaster, but the question is, does he even want the draw from the Mortal Coil? Because he's still kind of struggling with hand space for the Dreadlich Tamsin. So I actually wouldn't mind seeing Coil and then Demonic Assault here. Disagrees though. It's a one drop. Perfect.
Oh, yay.
Works out very nicely for Super Fake there. Possessy still in a bit of trouble here. Super Fake did hit a hand which was completely curse-free, so he was never faced with the dilemma of whether he should progress Possessy's quest for him. But Possessy still has quite a bit of health to work with. He has fresh targets for Spring the Trap, which will definitely go off this time. And I think it's guaranteed to get him Freezing plus Ice Trap because both explosive have been drawn at this point. Ooh, Barb Nuts, very nice. Doesn't want to bother with the Spring, wants to get rid of the highest damage minion, which I think is also pretty respectable. Oh, Amy, as a Curse Warlock player, don't you hate seeing this board state with the Tamsin that only clears your own minions?
Not quite the best matchup against spell heavy decks.
Right.
Oh no.
So if Super Fake expects another explosive, his mistress is of course just dead upon immediately attacking. Does he have to proc the explosive, you think? Can he maybe get away with playing an Okani?
I was thinking some Okani plays just to get rid of another spell. If Possessy finishes his quest and plays his legendary, starting the whole animal companion train, then I think Super Fake's Hellfires and the Dreadwitch would be quite useful later in the game.
Yeah, it is just gonna be the damage hero power for now since he doesn't have the hero card, which is, you know, kind of hard to evaluate whether or not that's actually better than animal companions in the matchup, because it's not often that the hunter can deal like 40 damage in one turn, almost impossible even. 30 is already difficult to do. So if you ever deal damage as hunter and leave the option for the warlock to respond with a big healing turn, maybe you're in trouble. But I am getting a bit of ahead of myself. We still have, of course, just the Okani to deal with for Possessy here, and he can test spell with something cheap this time. Not necessarily Barb Nuts, because that's one of his precious damage spells. So do you think he could maybe even test with the Dunbaldar Bunker?
Maybe? Oh, it looks like he's going for the Barb Net.
So the bunker, of course, is still very useful to keep cycling secrets. I believe he still has 2 ice traps and 1 freezing in deck, so I find that Possessy doesn't save all of his damage spells. Gets the nice spot of the full clear as well. Oh, sorry, yeah, his quest is already done. With that knowledge in mind, it absolutely makes sense to just test with Barb Nets. It's just not as necessary at this point. Okay, so for Super Fake, good news and bad news, right? Good news, you're allowed to play curses with no downside now. Bad news, they have Tavish. And maybe the no downside is not even a fair thing to say, because you actually give them a spell that they can play and continue refreshing their hero power with by putting a curse in their hands. So you only have half the downsides, I guess, is the more accurate thing to say. And worse news, I don't even see a way to clear this Tavish.
No. And now that he possesses drawn the Raj.
Okay, there's the way, my bad. Double Abyssal.
Abyssal.
Yeah. It is very expensive to spend a whole turn just doing that, but at least he doesn't take more damage from the minion here. But for Possessy, that's 2 spells that he can use just handed to him on a platter to refresh the hero power 2 more times. And like you said, the Rajnajan can be used as well. I feel like it's pretty decent here to get, 7 extra damage through. If he wants to be greedy, he can wait till the Raj gets 8 extra damage through, but that means that this turn would be using a lot of his cheap spells to make room, and I don't think the breakpoints work as nicely, so I do like the Raj this turn a lot.
He's taking a bit of damage because of the curse cards, but of course, the hero power damage might outweigh that in the long game.
Yeah, for sure. With these first 2 curses, Possessy actually gets a better deal out of the curses being in his hand, right? Because they're essentially working as 4 damage each for him with the Rajnajan plus the hero power refresh.
So many Hunter hero powers today. Many shots were taken.
Shots. A pretty decent pickup for Superfig to test Ice Trap with at least. Bread Baker giving him some much needed healing.
Okay, Hellfire for that clear.
Yeah, I don't see a reason that Possessy wouldn't start with the multicaster this turn. Yeah, I like this a lot.
I've heard of it.
I don't think this is a game where you pivot to Beaststalker Tavish. I think the full damage game plan is looking very reasonable with Superfig already down to 26 and having used his one of his 2 bakers. Barracuda Bane for even more cycle. Oh, just takes Arcane. Is this lethal? Am I not? No.
Continuous damage to the face.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense actually. It's a very clean 2-turn setup. He has so much mana to spend already, even without the Barracuda Bane, and much refreshing to do. Another Arcane Shot or Barbed Wires. Yeah, it's just insane. Superfig can heal a little bit with his Zakul, but Possessy here I think is going to deliberately stay on 9 cards in hand, so there's no more than 1 curse that can enter his hand at the moment. Oh, okay, never mind. He's going down to 8. Eight cards, but plays an Ice Trap, so I think it's a nice middle ground, right? You're still kind of making it awkward for them to play curses if they don't come in the form of minions, but we do see Superfig does have the minion curse available. Although I feel like this is lethal for Possessy. I'm just not gonna count, but because the Wound Trap can generate him a 1 health minion, and then you have the Piercing Shot, it has to be lethal. I'm not counting here.
Okay.
Just trust.
Just trust. Oh, and it's a bit unfortunate because Superfig just played his Zakul that had potential for healing him with the curse cards, but then again, the hero power damage kind of negates that a bit.
Yeah, he didn't stack enough curses to make it so that the Zakul healed enough, right? It only healed 3 at that point. He had the potential to heal 7 instead by playing Syracuse instead of Zola, but that is probably not going to help his overall long-term game plan here. Just hoping to survive longer and get more value. Didn't work out though because the matchup is really tough for the Warlock there, and as Possessy kind of waves and floats and flies away with his hands, we have crowned the first victor of the day. However, that's not the end, right? Possessy still has to win 1 more series to qualify through to Sunday, and Superfig is not out just yet. He's just gonna go down to the elimination match.
Correct. There is still a chance for him to get some points and rise to the occasion.
So Amy, your first series cast on Grandmasters, and you got the full 5-game series, almost a reverse sweep. How are you feeling after that one?
I mean, it is fantastic to watch all the action and see what the mirrors gameplay is like. I especially enjoyed, although it was a bit short, the Hunter versus Ping Mage matchup. Yeah.
I think that one was really cool as well. I'd agree. That's my highlight of the series. But of course, we still have plenty more series to be played out today. 4 from Group A and all 5 from Group B. Once again, in Grandmasters Last Call, don't forget all the regions are melded into one. So plenty of Hearthstone action still to be had. We're just going to go to a quick break. Right after this, it is going to be Habu Gabu versus Mighty.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everybody, to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. It is day 1 of week 1, and we have just witnessed a win from reigning world champion Possessi over Superfake in a nail-biter 3-2 series. Amy, we are going to have yet another banger for the very next match here. It's just so nice to see the melding of the regions as we once again have an APAC versus EU showdown.
It is. We have Habu Gabu versus Mighty coming up, and both players are have a decorated list of achievements. We know that Mighty is won the Grandmasters playoffs, I believe, last season, and then we have, of course, Habu Gabu, who recently won the Masters Summer Championship.
Yeah, recently won Masters Summer and also had amazing runs throughout the two most recent Masters tours. Just unstoppable, this guy, it feels like. He and Mighty have already both qualified through to the World Championship later on. So playing mostly for pride and prize money, these two, alongside Possessi, but they're definitely still putting in the work. As I heard, that Mighty is, not necessarily feeling too good against potentially facing Super Fake's lineup here. And it makes sense, right? Because he has this more aggressively oriented lineup with the Boat Rogue, with the Fell Demon Hunter, and that doesn't line up so well against Super Fake's sort of control deck. So what's really important for Mighty here, I think, is to get the win against Habu Gabu so he can face Possessi later on. But Habu is not really so far from that as well. In a very similar boat here with a Shaman that could potentially struggle against the sort of control lineup from Super Fake later on. So really, between these two players, they're fighting for the right to face Possessi and avoid Super Fake more than anything.
Right. Oh, let's just go over a bit more about Habu Gabu. As we said, he's the Summer Champion of Masters Tour. But also have 3 consecutive Masters Tour win, making him a part of the top 8. Record is 26-8, which is like equivalent to 76.5. Nothing to underestimate. And as you said, go on.
Sorry, that 76.5 just blows my mind. That's the highest number I've seen in a Masters Tour win rate. Of course, it is narrowed down to just this year, but 2022 is definitely Habu Gabu's year. He hasn't had a bad tournament all year. That's just what it straight comes down to. And he is hoping to continue that streak here in Last Call. Gonna start off with this Beast Hunter, which is different to the 2 hunters we've seen a while ago, Amy. It is, however, going to be Beast Hunter for both our players. So is this a Hunter Mirror that you're looking forward to seeing again?
I am always looking forward to seeing the mirror and how those play out. We have 3 decks that are, of the same class, so it's quite interesting. I'm interested to see what they will ban from each other. But before we get into that, let's introduce and talk more a bit about Mighty. Again, he won the APAC Grandmasters. But he also has a very high percentage in terms of his Grandmasters record, 73.3%, which is quite amazing. Masters Tour 54.5.
Yeah, Mighty didn't really have too many seasons throughout Grandmasters. In fact, he only had 1 prior to this and qualified through to Worlds immediately from it. That's why that that win rate is definitely impressive here. Means he just needs 1 really to make a big splash, but we'll see if he can continue that amazing win streak. And it is going to be that Hunter mirror as we were talking about, and it's definitely a bit more of a fast one compared to the Quest Hunter here. We could see both players getting off to a nice start with a 1-drop into Doggy Biscuit, which can actually be a huge deciding factor in here, because while the big combos with the Harpoon Gun and early Mountain Bear is very important, I think a lot of people underestimate just how crucial it is to make sure you get down that early board and the incremental chip damage at the beginning of the game. We do have a different list on either side here, though, so it's a little bit like not exactly the same pan out as we saw, right? With the first Hunter Mirror with exactly the same 40 cards here, there is some room for variation.
There is. I'm trying to figure out what the different cards are. But I see that while Habu Gabu has the Click Clocker for a potential 1-drop, which gives him some mech energy, and plus that Divine Shield, of course, versus Mighty's Zero Devouring Swarm, which might be useful since it can attack enemy minions and then return any that die to his hand.
Yeah, that is a card that can definitely be good to get you extra Ajaran Sabers. I think is the most important one. Sunken Saber, I should say, to get beasts down sooner rather than later. But Habu Gabu, my goodness, that's an amazing opening hand, especially when you're on the play just going Slither Spear into Doggy Biscuit. There's nothing Mighty can do to stop that opener, and it means that Habu can get his pick of early trades in his favor. Question is whether he wants to keep the Okani, which is also a pretty good curve option, and given that he has a decent chance of drawing into a 3-drop to fill out the gap.
True. Mighty also has the option to mulligan or perhaps use tracking to dig for answers against the Fish's Slither Spear. And it looks like he just mulligans his entire hand and gets, well, the Harpoon Gun for a weapon, potentially for a clear.
Mighty with a shake of his head. I think because he saw the full keep from Habu, you already kind of know that you're in for a Doggy Biscuit opener, which is not a great thing to see. But Mighty does have the double K9atron start, which is in some instances good, but he doesn't actually hit a 1-drop minion here. So only going to dredge tracking? I don't know. These are not great.
Dredge into tracking continuously. Oh no.
Yeah. It's a bit problematic for Mighty also that he's drawn Mountain Bear, because that's a lower chance for him to actually cheat that out, either from Harpoon Gun or from Ajaran Saber later on. The Harpoon Gun at the moment, because Mighty's seen his dredge options 2 out of 3, knows there's no beast at the bottom either, and there's still no beast. He's gonna put Devouring Swarm at the top and hope that Harpoon Gun on turn 3, that the latest card at the bottom now is a beast that's actually useful to him, but if not, he can fall behind very quickly here. Ooh, Phelan for Habu? Because then he can play that and then dredge a Colossal, a lot of which are beasts.
Yeah, and continue taking advantage of the board. That Slither Spear in particular, getting a lot of value so far, taking down 2 of his Mighty's beasts.
Just pretty much the best opening you can hope for as Habu Gabu. I think he did end up choosing Selective Breeder, which means that he is not going for the early Colossal game plan, but instead the Ajaran Saber game plan, because he does have Saber in there, which he can immediately, if there's something to trade into, get that Death Rattle there. Then the Selective Breeder can get him that Saber, and just means that he can get the big beast in his deck even more consistently. And it's actually a good deal for Habu that he has the Hydralodon in hand, because he's now guaranteed to get from the big beasts either Mountain Bear or King Crush, which are all better outcomes than Hydralodon when pulled from the deck, in my opinion.
Mighty in a tough spot. Going for Harpoon Gun just to get some damage into that Slither Spear. Hoping to discover something, but oof. He can get a beast, he can draw a card, but that does not take care of the ultimate value minion on Gabu's side of the board.
It's just terrible. Revive Pet doesn't even pull anything at the moment. Habu gets to land the first Okani. And if you take minion counter, there's almost nothing Mighty can do to remove that, because how do you kill Okani when you don't have a board? Like, you don't! Yeah, I just took a look at Mighty's list again. He's not even running Quick Shot, so he doesn't have the option to maybe find that from tracking and then kill off the Okani that way. Just needs to sink a minion into that, which, to be fair, the Peasant isn't super relevant here. He can just sacrifice that to remove the Okani aura.
Oh no, okay. But taking 6 damage to the face. Oh dear.
He at least found Mountain Bear, so something strong to do next turn for Mighty. But man, he is just dying to hero powers at this point. He can hide behind the taunt all he wants, but Habu Gabu just needs to press the button a couple times and Mighty will be dead.
It's true. Oh, did he take the bear, was that?
It's going to be discounted, so playable alongside hero power next turn for Habu. Everything coming together to the point where he doesn't even want the selective breeder. He wants to just get the bear down, get the hero powers down and put Mighty on a clock.
Yeah. Well, the taunt from the Mighty Bear will stop the bleeding a little bit, and with the Death Rattle, the 2/2 Cubs would continue helping. But again, as you said, he's on a timer. The clock is ticking, especially with Habu Gabu's consistent hero power damage.
Habu not going for Mountain Bear, just goes for the Sunken Saber instead, which he can get a copy of with selected breeder.
I'm 7 moves.
Interesting that he didn't choose to swing with the harpoon gun to just get that to the top of the deck. So it means that Habu really wants to get a copy of it with selective breeder rather than drawing the card itself. Testing Okani's spell first. Revive Pet would be interesting if he had already played Mountain Bear, but you can still take that and hope to revive the Mountain Bear later on.
That's true.
The problem with selective breeder here is that if he does get the saber, it actually can't kill itself off. All the taunts have too little attack. Do that all in this turn. So just going to play selective breeder to remove the Okani aura and instead go for... Oh, I thought it would be Mountain Bear, but trying to get the saber immediately. All right. Well, Mighty is in huge trouble. Anyone can see that. But he does have this Mountain Bear that he can hide behind indefinitely.
That's true. If it survives or the taunt survives, you can perhaps put a doggy biscuit on it to continue to stop the bleeding. But then again, we have some minions like Habu Gabu's own Mountain Bear coming up, and we haven't seen the appearance of King Crush yet, so that's something to worry about if the game goes that long.
Yeah, Habu, I think, has a very good chance of getting the King Crush here. And because he has Hydralodon, which is playable from hand, he has a lot of capability to clear the Mountain Bear from hand as well. Mighty just doesn't have a choice, though. Now, whether or not he pops the saber is the question. If it's King Crush, it's kind of the same outcome, whether it's there at the end of his turn or at the start of Habu's turn. But if it's Mountain Bear, you are giving like Habu an additional attack. So Mighty just goes face here. Now we're going to see the Hydralodon and double sabers, which will guarantee King Crush, right?
Oh no, Mountain Bear.
Well, the second one now is going to get, yeah. Okay. And that is going to go face for the lethal. Yeah. Very nicely planned out from Habu in the late game there. Honestly, he did have a perfect start handed to him on a silver platter, but how to navigate the mid to end game was a bit trickier. I was wondering if he was ever supposed to play down a Mountain Bear, but he found lines that let him go for the back-to-back Ajaran Sabers with the selective breeder, even with an Okani slotted in there, which meant that he was able to get the King Crush for lethal a bit later on. It was a nice spot there, and for Mighty, just really rough, right? He just didn't have anything much he could do with his early hand.
Yeah, after the mulligan, like he, as you said before, he knows that Habugabu had a great start, and with that Slither Spear getting a lot of value, and then eventually making Mighty use his weapon to attack it, I believe twice. That continue to put damage to the face.
Just a little bit too much for Mighty to have to deal with, but that is, of course, just game one in the books so far. We did see that both players banned each other's shamans out, which makes a lot of sense. I think because both players are going for more of board-based decks, a slightly more tempo approach, Shaman is a deck that you really cannot afford to leave up because they can freeze your board, they can clear it pretty consistently with the Firemancer Flurgle, and so I think it's a clear option for banning away. But we are going to see one of the decks that both players have different come into action here. Habugabu has his Big Spell Mage, one of his signature decks in recent months, which Mighty does not have. He has a Fell Demon Hunter instead.
That's correct. We see with Big Spell Mage especially, we have that Reckless Apprentice, Magister Dawn Grabs, Rune of Archmage, and if he can get into the late game, it'll be very tough for Mighty to deal with depending on what he chooses. Of course, he has that the Silence card to, I believe it's 2 mana. In the case we go up against Hunter.
We do see Mighty going for the Hunter again, which is a pretty interesting matchup into Big Spell Mage because generally the Hunter can deal a lot of damage in the early game if they hit, one of those 1-drops and Doggy Biscuit or Ramming Mount, which is before the key turns from the Mage, which is generally 6 mana in order to get that Belinda or Barbaric Sorceress down. But whether the Hunter can close out the game is actually the question, because playing Big Beast doesn't necessarily get there against Mage that has the capability of getting armor from their Deepwater Evoker. They can freeze some Mountain Bears with Amplified Snow Flurry later on. But Mighty does have an amazing opening hand. So if anything can beat the Belinda start, it is this.
Oh, Mighty again, the Slither Spear. Perhaps pairing with the Doggy Biscuit, depending. A hand that perhaps he wished he had last game.
Choosing to go K9atron instead of Doggy Biscuit, which means that his Slither Spear potentially dies unless Mighty wants to coin and trade Doggy Biscuit so something gets rushed. But then it doesn't even work if it hits the Click Clocker. So he is just going to let the Slither Spear die off here, holding onto coin for an earlier Pet Collector, I'd have to imagine. So Habu can go Mailbox Dancer and Ram. Kill off the Slither Spear. Looks pretty clean. Get that coin in hand for turn 5 Belinda.
Good.
Interesting spot because Mighty can try to utilize the coin he gets from the Death Rattle of Mailbox Dancer here if he wants to play Pet Collector immediately. Not that it's particularly good, but you can get the Saber on board. It can value trade the 2-1. And as soon as that dies, you can use the Harpoon Gun to get that Sunken Saber. Maybe it is worth it, especially since you are on a clock to use the coins anyway as Mighty to play around the Barbaric Sorceress. Okay, he is going for the plate.
You are so cute! Yes, you are!
Abu has a pretty decent response of the Reckless Apprentice to clear off some of this pressure. But is that actually something that Mighty wants, right? Because if the Saber dies, he can go Harpoon Gun and get the Sunken Saber ready for the next turn.
Wait. Oh, Hero Power going off there, getting rid, popping that Divine Shield. Does not quite get rid of that minion.
If Mighty had one more mana, we could go. He could go Harpoon Gun, trade, and then play the Sunken Saber off the top, right? But because that's not doable, gonna go Tracking first. Doesn't hit. Trying to see if there's anything cool he can do with the Devouring Swarm later on with his Sunken Saber. That could be worth thinking about. Because the Mountain Bear is just too expensive at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Was ramming out this turn rather than Harpoon Gun. I think that makes sense, right? Because he's able to then instead use Harpoon Gun next turn, then trade his Doggy Biscuit, and then you get he would get the Sunken Saber still playable all on the same turn next turn.
Do you take me for an ordinary mage?
Belinda though. And 9.
How will Mighty deal with this?
I'd have to imagine with the Sunken Saber, he can go face with Harpoon Gun, dredge the Sunken Saber, trade Doggy Biscuit, and then play the 1-cost Saber. And then that plus the Pet Collector can kill Belinda.
I wonder.
Is there some other line? I'm not seeing much that I like better, so.
Face. Yeah.
I move quickly.
I mean, Sunken Saber might be useful just for that rush potential. Plus the Death Rattle will summon something from his deck. He opted for, was it King Crush?
Oh, he doesn't want to bother dealing with Belinda, just wants to get the King Crush as soon as possible. Okay, it's a bold approach, but I think it's very reasonable, right? Because if he were to clear the Belinda, he actually misses 6 damage face that turn. And then he leaves himself potentially vulnerable to just ruin dealing with the board, to the potential just comebacks from Habu, right? If he's able to freeze something. But Mighty, you can already see he is so pumped, right? Because Habu is not protecting his face. There's no ice barrier, there's no taunt, and nothing to stop King Crush at the moment from just ending the game, even though Habu has set up his own lethal.
Yeah, potentially forcing Habu Gabu to clear his minion. And he does.
Very nicely done from
there
Mighty.
it is.
Is he gonna BM as well? All right. That was a very clever spot from Mighty. I think I myself was tunnel visioning on the regular game plan of get your Ajaran Saber, pull the beast, and then do the regular game plan, right? Which would have been powerful on that one turn to clear Belinda. But was it immediately game winning? Not necessarily. If the Saber had pulled a Mountain Bear or Hydralodon instead of King Crush, Mighty was still looking at 2 or 3 turns to set up and being potentially vulnerable to a freeze or a ruin. But with the setup of the King Crush, given that he had the option from the dredge, Mighty stopped himself from going for the autopilot play, thought about the situation, found a better line, and got rewarded.
Yeah, definitely. As you said before, it is a very bold play. Fact they're not dealing with that 10 damage on board, and then later on having Habu Gabu instead face the might of Mighty.
Yeah. It does mean both our players have gotten a win now with their Beast Hunter, and that means there is less potential for mirrors. Now we're seeing the sort of differences in the lineup come out to play with that mage, but Habu's shifting over to his Boat Rogue now, which could face either Mighty's own Rogue or the Demon Hunter, which I think it makes a lot of sense for Habu to shift at this point because the mirror is of course 50-50, and then into Demon Hunter, the Rogue is a solid favorite in my opinion.
Yeah, we have all these pirate rogue cards, etc., and combining them in the early game with the Masquerade card, for example, and perhaps the Wild Paw Null package, it could really create a board and be very good with tempo early on. Of course, Mighty is, well, not of course, but Mighty is opting for the Boat Rogue deck as well, which is another mirror match from these two players.
That's right. Not only is it a mirror, it is identical lists, straight down the line, 30 cards the same, which is not a big shocker. I think Boat Rogue is one of the few decks in the meta where the player base has generally agreed upon this is the 30 cards that you play. There is no more room for techs. Ever since Vanessa Van Cleef kind of fell off in favor of Blade Master Akani, most people have been playing this exact list. And it means that we are going to potentially see a very swingy game where the amount of Wild Paw Nulls either player finds is very important, of course, but also how our players choose to go for their damage distribution, right? Because ever since Mr. Smite went up to 7 mana, I think the sort of burst-oriented game plan became a bit less achievable, and now it's become more of a fight for board.
Job done.
Okay. So Habugabu with the Priest Hero power from Maestra, which is not particularly good. I think Mighty got the slightly better end of the stick here because he has something to do on turn 2, if not just trade. And I do favor the hero power over Null here because I don't think this is a matchup where you should be playing out Nulls as soon as possible because they can easily be value traded by Null and Shadow Step on the other side, and it makes more sense, in my opinion, to wait for it to get even cheaper. Mighty disagrees, though.
Ooh.
Okay, interesting hand for Habu where he doesn't have a clean Null kill here. Like, if he wants to, he can Wild Paw Null, trade, prep Wicked Stab to kill, but that is extremely expensive.
A lot of resources.
Right.
One Null.
So I think he could wait, maybe play Reconnaissance here, see what he gets. He was hovering coin there, which is super interesting to me because I feel like the coin is very valuable to save for early Krakatoa here, but we'll see what he goes for. Okay, the Battle Ram is nuts, right? That gets the Krakatoa cheaper.
That's true.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, that's a turn 3 Krakatoa for Habu. Not good news for Mighty. Ay. These are all off curve. Probably just take the Kodo and hold on to it. Okay, Peddler to trade.
Pleasure doing business.
Mighty, I think, has to Shadow Step his Null here after attacking to give it more health. There's just no better Shadow Step target in the near future. I don't think he should be getting greedy, so I like the line a lot. Choosing to play it here. I actually don't know whether or not it's better to play or hold it if you expect Krakatoa, because the Null, of course, is dead to Krakatoa, but at least it takes down both of the claws in the meantime. Yeah.
It's true.
You hate to see it as Mighty. But he has a decent answer with Wicked Stab Tooth for the honorable kill. Oh, or he could prep Vessel now.
Right.
It's so close, Amy. I actually prefer the clear of Wicked Stab and Tooth. What do you think?
That's possible. Gosh.
It's a very passive play, but I think it's wise for Mighty to not allow himself to take an additional 10 damage face, rather just to get extra 3/3s on board here. He also gets honorable kill, where it might not be possible going from next turn forward.
When he chooses a quick shot, or potentially helping to clear any minions that Habu Gabu might play next.
Right.
See
I also
the
think that...
cutlass. Oh, go
Sorry.
on.
I think the quick shot also has a pretty decent chance of drawing Mighty a card here, because he can actually play 3 cards next turn, and if he continues to draw cheap cards, that could be pretty clutch for more resources later. But moving on to Habu's turn, like you said, the cutlass is an option if he wants to proc the like combo on the gun fishing, or just trade it and then proc combo instead with the wild pawn knoll.
More meat.
Oh yes, the Okani strikes again.
Whoa, that's such a nuts draw. Like, he can go vessel and gun fishing this turn. 12 damage worth of stealth minions that Habu can do nothing to stop. At the moment.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh,
They're just
That's a-
stealthing there. Looking at him.
sad Okani.
Mighty getting more potential for card draw.
Yep. So he can choose to just double trade the Okani to make sure that the spell goes off no matter what. Or he can just say, I don't care about the spell proc, and push 12 face. I think that's kind of reasonable, because he also just has, what is this, 7 burst from hand. But I don't think there's a huge downside for losing the 6 damage, because his 2 minions survive anyway. So I really like the option here.
Oh. You enjoy the Parnol draw with the mana Riction. Oh, and there we go. Quick shot comes into play with clearing a minion, and will he attack base with the 2 stealth ones?
Absolutely.
Yes.
This is huge. Just sets up lethal on the next turn, even well beyond that. And Habu, from this point, the only thing you can really do in Boat Rogue Mirror is generate something from Tooth or Reconnaissance, but because he hasn't drawn it, okay, there's Tooth, but these are not good enough. And Farsight gets something. I think so.
Serpent Wing not very synergized here. Uh-oh.
He gets Farsight and gets Reconnaissance and plays Reconnaissance. He cannot even afford to play Najak Hexen at this point. Yeah, I think that's just it.
Looks like it.
Best you can do is spring the trap to remove a minion and not be dead on board, which is a terrible feeling, but... Okay, I'm gonna see what's in the Farsight.
I believe.
Yeah. Alright. No, not dead on board, because he uses that Wicked Stab to get rid of a 3/3. Mighty is just a little bit damage short of lethal right now. And play Tempo Crab. I'm a fan.
Discounts? Who needs them?
Okay, goes Wicked Stab instead. Fair enough. Like, as long as Habu plays a minion next turn, the crab can represent burst damage anyway, and he couldn't even clear that board. So that's gonna be game 3, sorry, over to Mighty, which is very impressive, that comeback, given that Habu had such an early crab at Toa, but it just goes to show that Krakatoa is still somewhat situational, right? Mighty recognizing that even though there was that potential for Crab to come out on turn 3, was it? If he plays a 5 health minion and forces both the claws to kill that Knoll, then actually he has a very good answer for the main body of the Crab instead. And then following that up with the Vessel and the Sunken Vessel, of course, that's too much for Habu to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. And then when we saw Habu Gabu play his Playmaster Okani and with Mighty and his 3/3 stealth minions, instead of going 12 face, he opted to take down Okani and continue to do some chip damage for lethal later on.
Yeah, I think it goes to show that Okani is not really in the list for the mirror matchup because there are so many situations where the Okani is actually just dead to a couple 3/3s or a 3/3 and a Knoll and doesn't really get to disrupt anything. But Okani is just so useful in almost every other matchup in the meta it's important to have in the deck there. Okay, we do have Mighty now moving on to his final deck, which is the Fell Demon Hunter, which I'd imagine Habu's just gonna try again on the Rogue because that's a tough matchup for Demon Hunter to deal with.
Yeah, although Fell Demon Hunter has potential to do a ton of damage with spell cards like Multi-Strike, Fell Barrage, and Chaos Strike. Looks like Habu Gabu with the Rogue. It might be a difficult matchup just because of all that tempo and early game play.
Yeah, even though Demon Hunter is generally good at dealing with minions early on, they don't deal well with wide boards, which is what Rogue specializes in once they are able to get the vessels out, right? So for Mighty here, it's about trying to get a lot of damage in the early game before the boats can come out to play. And starting with Vicious Slither Spear is a great way of starting that off. Oh, the hand for Habu is insane though.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. So turn for Mighty, doesn't get the follow-up with minions, but his window might be closing soon because Habu here can trade his Cutlass, he can play Reconnaissance, and in most situations get that Knoll down for 0. Yep, he didn't trade into a neutral minion, so Recon Knoll. Spirit Guide, I think, can be a nice follow-up on the next turn. He could also take Cookie if he wants to play the other Recon with Prep next turn, potentially playing 2 minions. The upshot of Spirit Guide, though, is, of course, it can actually draw shadow spells for the Rogue, one shadow spell, either Shadow Step or Shot of Concealment. But Habu goes Cookie instead, going for maximum tempo, it looks like. That's a terrible draw for Mighty. Yikes!
Oh, not Jace. The only time we don't want to see him is on turn 3. Okay, Mighty opting to clear out the Knoll, so Habu Gabu doesn't get continuous value with it. But it looks like from Habu Gabu's reaction, he's kind of prepared for this.
Oh, I think he reacted to his top deck there. Yeah.
Oh yes,
Amazing.
Vessel.
Mighty getting hit with a taste of his own medicine, perhaps an even stronger dosage, because this is happening on turn 3 without the usage of a coin. That's crazy.
Amazing.
Yeah, okay. I think Mighty can pack this one up. It's so early, but this hand is just not doing it for him. I can tell you what's going through his head right now. It's the signs of hope, right? He has Kurtrus, which is amazing to stabilize on turn 6, and then he has Jace, which is the best card you can play on turn 8. But he has nothing to do turn 5 or turn 7, and I don't think that Habu is going to, let him survive 2 dead turns.
Oh no. It's the hero power. Predation doesn't even activate just because cannot do any damage to those stealth minions. Habu Gabu right now, they're perhaps not rodentness, but
I'm
what?
looking at the outfitter just for the immediate +1/+1. I think it's decent. Okay, but I was thinking I'd play outfitter before Cookie because this has now a 1 in 4 to buff Cookie, and if I were Habu, I would rather just guarantee immediate face damage.
True.
Yeah, disaster.
Oh no. I don't think he can do much with his dreadful blade either, except perhaps go face.
And he is just dead to Wicked Stab Dagger plus this board. In fact, Habu can get even one more damage by getting the Cookie Death Rattle from his Extortion if he wants. Or the Death Rattle from the Cabal Outfitter. There's so many ways to lethal here. Just counting it up to make sure that everything's right. He can even Shadow Step his Cabal Outfitter. Wow, I think this is like 19 damage somehow. Maximum. But
And the heals as well.
is this some very calculated BM? Oh, he really is trying to get the full 19, isn't he?
Your skill commends you. I must withdraw.
Okay.
Oh, and Mighty withdraws.
Yeah, there was not much he could do about that one. It is simply the nature of the matchup. If the rogue does just hit their vessel and on top of that, the gun fishing, there is almost nothing the Demon Hunter can do to interact with that favorably. On top of Mighty not really having a good follow-up after his Vicious Slither Spear. So just like that, Amy, it's so much faster than the first series you were casting. We're down to gain 5 already.
Yeah, amazing. Oh, as we can see right here in the recap, we have that minion buff plus going face again. Habu Gabu just kind of steamrolling on his I think it started on turn 3 with those 4 stealth minions giving Mighty again a taste of his own medicine and turning the tides in this rogue matchup. Rogue versus Demon Hunter matchup.
You know, what I would give to figure out what's going on through Habu's mind there, because I really feel like he was trying to set himself up an unnecessary lethal puzzle there. Like, how do you maximize this damage? Because I do believe he found the maximum, but he really only needed 17 to kill there and took an extra, 10, 20 seconds to beat Mighty there. Maybe it's some tilt games going on as well, because Mighty also did rope a little bit of a lethal with the King Crush a while ago. But it all comes down to this now, Amy, the Big Spell Mage versus the Fell Demon Hunter, which is a matchup that I have honestly gone back and forth on who I think is favored here, because the Demon Hunter can very easily just out-pressure the Mage in the early game. But if the Mage just hits like one Deep Water Evoker, that +9 or +10 armor often means that the Mage has the time to completely swing the matchup the other way.
That's true. Alright, Mighty has some early game in his hand. And Habu Gabu, of course, has the Amplify Snow Fury for that hero power if he wants to freeze anything.
Also has that Ram Commander to get the hand even more filled up and have a cheaper null. Very nice opening for Habu, especially since Mighty didn't actually play a minion, but no big deal for Mighty. He can just clear this with the Dread Prison Glaive and Hero Power if he wants. Chaos Strike and Metamorphin is also an option, or holding on to Coin altogether, because Coin plus Steno later on could represent a lot of damage.
Oh, Oh, yes, the coin into the metamorphin. Oh no, we have the silence coming down and just getting rid of that buff fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think Habu recognizes that this is not a matchup where he needs to wait for the Starfish for some particular minion later on. Just playing it for tempo right here saves him a lot more health than it would in the late game. So I like the play a lot. Mighty here just going to get that Battle Sworn Vanguard active and pray for no Reckless Apprentice, but we can see it's there. Habu's gonna get a full clear and Mighty's gonna be playing from behind.
I can take him. Wait, not all of them.
Mighty does have Bone Glaive and Kurtrus, so this is potentially an all-face game plan, but we'll see if Mighty finds that too early. Double Fell Barrage, probably take one of them to go with the Steno later on. Is he supposed to clear Apprentice or start pushing face? That's the question. I do like the minion clear. Like 10 damage face doesn't actually get him close enough to lethal, and if you leave minions, then the Steno has to go through them anyway. So I think what Mighty's doing here is setting up for turn 6 Kurtrus to try and get him back ahead on board.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense, especially with the Habu Gabu's potential deep water evoker in play later on, where he just gains back that massive, like a lot of armor. Oh, another Reckless Apprentice going down with.
Yeah. I think Habu is cleverly recognizing that he just needs to play for tempo in this situation where he hasn't hit Belinda, hasn't hit Barbara, hasn't hit even one of the big spells to eventually hope towards playing. So at this point, the best thing he can do is just pressure using board and prevent Mighty from running away with the mid game.
Okay. Maintaining some board control. I see he's hovering. I see Mighty is hovering over Lady Slitheno and Kurtrus.
Noel plus Snow Flurry here. Oh, okay. Mailbox Dancer. I was thinking Snow Flurry to freeze the Slither Spear, but Habu is still at 28. I didn't notice he was still healthy, so it's fine that he holds on to the freeze for now. Kurtrus. So this is interesting, right? Because Mighty does see Kurtrus as a very straightforward play, but the thing is, if he kills the Mailbox Dancer, you might think, oh, the coin is amazing here, save it for Steno. But Mighty hasn't ruled out the Barbaric Sorceress yet from his hand read, because it wasn't necessarily great for Habu on the previous turn. Oh, okay. We're gonna see Mighty hold off on Kurtrus and go for Steno now. Like, he can hero power, kill the Mailbox Dancer, and then Steno coin. You float the mana, but you kill the Noel with the Steno. Okay, maybe don't float the mana. You just play Fury even though he's already attacked to play around Sorceress and to also get one more charge with the Steno through. I like this a lot.
He's playing a very mana efficient as well, upgrading his hero power for no fixed damage effects.
So this is now a spammy clear for Habu. Just play a ram and then spammy clears everything. It is not a winning game plan though. It is just clearing the board. He has still not hit any of his big spells.
That is true. Although Mighty only has his Kurtrus in his hand, it summons the Demon's Worth Rush for some war control and potential clear.
It is just one card, but Kurtrus is a heck of a card to be left with because this represents so much damage in the long run, especially if Mighty can stick a minion, which Based on Habu's current hand, it looks like he'll stick one, but maybe it'll be frozen. Okay. Habu probably just tries to flood the board here. Treasure Guard, ram into the 6-1, Snow Flurry, ping the 6-4, play Mailbox Dancer. Hope it's enough to get there. I don't know.
Can't stop these snows.
Okay, he's gonna ping Face instead. Sure, yeah, because there's a taunt in the way, this probably prevents more anyway. Oh, huge top deck for Mighty. Oh, Habu hates to see it,
I
but,
see Habu reacting. Uh-oh.
but it was actually very clever for him to freeze Face here because, you know, of the potential of cards like Multi-Strike. Huge. Doesn't get to draw with Fossil Fanatic. Most that Mighty can do is, I guess, spend the mana on Predation now, either on the Face or on the Mailbox Dancer.
Some slim options. You could do some predation. But most of his cards, Mighty's cards, require him not being frozen.
Exactly. That's why it was so clever for Habu to freeze Face over minion here. But man, still not catching a break with these draws. No Rune, no Drakefire, no Barbaric, no Belinda. Not that Barbaric would be particularly good here, but yeah, still not even a Magister Dawngrasp. Okay, gonna be Face for the predation with from Mighty here. It makes sense. He is seeing the path to victory, and that is generally all towards the dome. But my goodness, Habu cannot catch a break. This is the worst big spell mage draw I've seen all year. My goodness. I mean, how much of a choice, right? Just has to like play the taunt, play a Ram Commander, maybe go Ram ping into the 6-3 and go face with the minions.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that he hasn't drawn his like mid to late game cards yet. I mean, we have the Grey Sage Parrot, but again, he needs a spell that isn't coin in his hand to
Yeah.
make it worth something.
And that means that Mighty is going to have multi-strike hero. Oh, clever! He pings his own guy to make sure that there's no good breakpoint for multi-strike from Mighty. This is actually super smart. The 4 health is really, really hard for Mighty to get honorable kill on in a nice manner once you are in Kurtrus form. Yeah, super smart here. And because it's a taunt minion, Mighty cannot like first attack something else and then get the honorable kill. He only even has 1 charge on the weapon anyway.
Just turning Mighty's hero power and weapon gameplay against him in a very smart way.
Not sure if it's going to be enough though, because Mighty is going to continue cycling. 2 more fell spells drawn. Finley for Habu is a reroll on this abysmal hand, so that's above average, I guess. Mighty can set up for just Jace next turn.
His prison.
Go face with this. Predation face.
Power.
Predation minion, okay.
Some Chaos Strike with thanks to that Fossil Fanatic.
Oh, the Barbara has nothing to cheapen. It's actually bad for him here. I think he's forced to Finley. And it's not like you can play coin at the start and then Finley and say you can, oh, I can play Drakefire. Nope, you cannot go above 10 mana unless you're in Guff form. So Habu has to go Finley here and pray for Rune of the Archmage almost exactly. Magister Dawngrasp could also be a decent hit here. He could still play that and ping. But I don't know if the 5 armor saves him from Jace at this point. Are you seeing anything else, Amy?
Not quite. I mean, if he swaps with the bottom, his cards with the bottom of his deck, there's potential to draw something great, like
Okani?
Rune of the Archmage, or like
and Evoker.
or endgame card.
Evoker and Okani, that's huge. He can prevent the Jace from happening if he has a read on it, but okay, that's no Jace unless Mighty gets a super cheap minion here. That's a super cheap minion here! Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh. Ah.
Okay, Vanguard. Jace, what does Jace replay? Fel Barrage, I think a rank 1 Fury, a rank 2 Fury, and that's where my memory ends. Just let her rip.
Oh dear. This coin to check for Okani.
Surely he Vanguards. Oh, he's not doing it! Okay. Okay, so I guess
Card
Mighty...
draw.
I guess Mighty then calculated that the Jace wouldn't have been lethal if he didn't fit in the Chaos Strike, so... Just not gonna play it this turn. Box the Okani with the Vanguard. Oh gosh.
My hunt goes on.
Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to proc the Okani this turn, right? Or you could just use the multi-strike to proc it. So now, Mighty's role is to not die to this rune. Is it a tall order? I don't know.
By the way,
Rush is
he's
not
reacting.
active. It's 2 left! He's 1 ping off! Ay, ay, ay.
Oh no.
Amy, it's rune time! Is it? Can you get away with
20
anything
mana
else?
worth of mage spells at enemies.
He just needs to deal, like assuming everything goes face, 8 to face, like 1 Pyroblast or like 1 Fireball and 1 Siphon. I don't even know if it's better odds to send 1 minion into a 2-1 first or just get everything face. I don't know. That's just...
Gosh, is he going for the rune?
He has to.
Oh.
Fireball!
To
Okay,
the
he won.
face.
He already popped off.
Oh.
He saw it before we did.
Oh, there we
That's
go.
the kill! Habu Gabu gets there with a very, very delayed Rune of the Archmage. And Amy, I think it's no exaggeration to say he bought himself an extra turn with the honorable kill, or the preventing of honorable kill by pinging his own treasure guard. I think that play, if he had not made that, Mighty probably had a guaranteed lethal with his Jace at that point. Mighty didn't go for Jace even though he could have removed the aura of Okani, I think because he didn't have guaranteed lethal from it yet.
That's right. It's not 1, but 2 awesome plays from Habu Gabu there. Again, we see right now the freezing of face and just the denial of Jace. And of course, the Rune of Archmage coming in clutch. And I love Habu Gabu's reaction here.
And you can see the full contrast from Mighty here. Mighty's in sync with us, right? He's seeing the things happen later. And you can see the despair when he loses that match off of the Fireball and Siphon mana. It was really close, straight down to the wire. I'm wondering if Mighty could have maybe found, or like if he had played the Jace on that turn, even if it wasn't lethal, could it have maybe prevented some damage from Habu by killing minions with Fel Barrage? Was that even a good enough line to take if the Jace wasn't lethal? I don't know. But that is certainly one of the most intricate outcomes of that matchup I've seen. Usually, when I see Fel Demon Hunter versus Big Spell Mage, it just runs away in favor of one of those players. But this time, we really saw a showcase of how the little technical plays make a huge difference.
That's right, a nail-biting match from these 2 great players.
And that does mean now that Habugabu is moving on to the winner's match to face Possessi for the right to make it through to Sunday and the chance at the full 5 points, whereas Mighty is going down to the elimination match. But don't go anywhere. Right after this, we'll be bringing you the winner's match. Just a short break. See you later.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back once again to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call, where every week it is a maximum of 5 points at stake, and at the end of it all, potentially a chance at the World Championship for one player only. Amy, we have just watched our 2 initial matches pan out, and we are entering now the winner match between Possessi and Habugabu. Any predictions?
Oh gosh, I mean, Habugabu just came off the match with Mighty, and we saw how intricate his gameplay is. It's those small mechanics that really matter in the end. But then we also have Possessi, who has a really good record in terms of like making sure his cards are all have value, the synergies are lined up right.
Yeah, definitely going to be a close one. I think it's fair to say, even if you ask Possessi himself, that Habugabu has been a little bit more focused and mentally in the game throughout the day, but we'll hope to see Possessi clean it up a little bit now as he faces Habu, because I don't think his lineup is really going to carry him quite so much anymore. Earlier on in the day, Possessi had quite a favorable into Super Fake, with Possessi's sort of anti-control decks running straight into Super Fakes for Renathal deck control lineup. On the flip side, though, later on, Mighty's going to be really sad that he lost against Habugabu, not only because he's going to elimination, but because he's facing now Super Fake, against whom he is supremely unfavored. For now, though, let's take a look at the Possessi and Habugabu matchup, where the only common classes are Rogue and Hunter, but even within those classes, it's different archetypes.
No more mirror matches today, in terms of deck archetypes at least. But I am excited to see it nonetheless if they choose. Interested in seeing what the Shaman is up to, since it was banned in the last couple of games.
Yeah, that's right. The sort of mid-range Shaman or Control Murloc, whatever you want to call it, is kind of a mainstay of the meta right now. It's a deck that checks many boxes, where it has a very strong tempo game plan of curving out. It has great potential to deal with boards because you can just freeze them indefinitely with Snowfall Guardian and chaining with Macaws. And you also sort of have a bit of an anti-control game plan if you can get into a position where you get Bran, Volner, and Mutinous all together with some Clownfish discounts banked. This is a deck that I feel would struggle a little bit against Super Fake's lineup a bit more, but against Possessi, I think has quite a bit of potential to get the job done. So from Possessi's lineup, what are you thinking that Habugabu might ban away, Amy?
Oh, well, I was gonna say Prester Drew, but maybe not. Let's see. Oh, gosh. I mean, the Mind Rogue is definitely something, again, to contend with, just with that swift victory and gameplay if Possessi draws the right cards at the right time, especially in the early game. With all those Naval Mines triggers, the game would be pretty short. Meanwhile... let's see. Habugabu does have that beast synergy with his Hunter, and again his smart plays with Big Spell Mage and Boat Rogue. I'm interested to see the class mirrors, if that's because we, as we said early on today, Conquest is 4 decks and 4 unique classes into the fray. So there is a deciding point in terms of what kind of archetype you want to go for. Even early on today, we saw Ping Mage as opposed to Big Spell Mage or Mech Mage. So it's those little differences that really matter.
Yeah, I would agree. Looking at the lineups as a whole, I do think, okay, glad to see that Possessi Hunter was banned away by Habugabu, because if we are going to look at this from a macro context, where if we're saying Habugabu is unfavored against Super Fake's lineup, the only thing that Possessi had in common with Super Fake is that Quest Hunter, which is able to function as both a control deck and anti-control, and it works quite well against Habu's decks that really focus on getting on board early. So it makes a lot of sense to me that Possessi has banned that one. That Habu has banned that one away. On the flip side, we saw Possessi get rid of the Shaman, which does have a lot of potential to disrupt some of his other decks here. So unfortunately, we're still not going to see Shaman Amy, but I'm sure this is still going to be a very fun series. Habu kicking it off with his Boat Rogue over here. So we do have the Boat Rogue versus Prester Druid. Any favorites here, Amy?
I mean, I know that you enjoy the Prester Druid. I also enjoy it too because it reminds. I love the dragons and the value of it. The different combos as well, like with the silence, 2 mana cost minion, getting down to giant dragons that might be difficult to take down. Then again, Boat Rogue, lots of potential with the early game too, and lots of tempo as well. So it depends on who can get the cards they need first, and if they plan for the long game, what that strategy is.
From my personal experience, I kind of prefer, as Prester Druid, to face Boat Rogue than I would Jackpot Rogue, because I feel that even the very strong starts from the Boat Rogue, say early Null and a Vessel, you are still able to contend with as the Prester Druid, because you do get ahead in the early game, like the first couple turns, just by playing a lot of 1-drops, and then the Prester can close out the game. With Jackpot Rogue, they can get some very ridiculous shenanigans back, like an early Miracle Growth, early generated spell discounted to 0 by the Swift Scale Trickster, which can be too much for the Prester Druid to deal with. But the Boat Rogue is somewhat more predictable. Possessi does have the potential now to find his Prester with the Capture Cold Tooth Mine, so that's already one of the boxes ticked. But he doesn't have to play it this turn. If he wants, he can just play a bit more wide on the board and make sure that he is as ahead as possible.
That is true. It looks like he's going for a dredge first and foremost.
This is interesting because the Far Watch post is obviously very disruptive playing it early here, but I was going to say the Skulker is amazing because Possessi is not on coin, which means that unless he draws Mailbox Dancer or Innervate, he'd have to wait until turn 6 to play out the Prester. With the Skulker, though, it means that on turn 4, he can go Skulker and capture Cold Tooth for expensive card, and then it goes down to 5 mana, and he can curve into Prester a bit earlier. So I do like this option. Okay, Habu has hit Null in the opening hand and a lot of tradables, but the rest of the hand is air, right? He really needs a boat, a vessel, to make this hand pop.
Meanwhile, Possessi just doing what Prester Druid does best, flooding the board with those minions early on. Oh. Okay.
It's the vessel, and he has the Null to get rid of the Trog before it multiplies. A bit sad that after taking that trade, the Null is then just dead to Pelican on the next turn, but you gotta make do with what you have as Habu. Maybe he even Shadow Steps the Null.
Okay. The Null value continues.
I know all this.
Kills off an Amalgam as well. If he holds the Null here, what's the value? I guess it lets him safely dagger the Pelican, and then maybe the Null can kill 2 small minions and still stay alive. But somehow I value just playing it here to not have to take the 4 damage. Habu disagrees though. Oh, okay. That's a bit unfortunate for Possessi because the Innervate isn't gonna be necessary, right? Because Skulker Cold Tooth Mine means the Prester is already playable next turn. I guess what the Innervate does is he can technically play Cold Tooth Mine for Prester and then play the Skulker, but I just don't know if that's even worth it because sometimes you might discount a 0-cost card off the top anyway, and just holding on to Innervate has its value.
Right? Gabu Gabu daggering up here. Playing the Mulligan for that trade into Mistress of Mixtures. Oh, and we have a 3-2 for some more board control. Could go nicely into the Amalgam and the Stealth Minion. But Habu does have later Prester next, so that might mean some interesting plays.
I do like the decision from Habu to not value trade the Amalgam because he knows almost certainly what the turn is next turn, right? So just knowing that he can get some extra face damage and force Possessy to trade that turn makes a lot of sense to me. As he's running on fumes though, he needs a big top deck. Amongst the dragons, the amazing ones in this spot is number 1, Malagos, number 2, I guess Straight Boss Onyxia, but you would also be very happy to see spells like Moonlit Guidance. Composting not terrible in this instance. I think Composting is the reason he also traded his 2-3 instead of the 2-2 stealth here. And then, of course, Guff would be huge. But all Possessy can really do at this point is pray. Thankfully, he's still very healthy here. Meanwhile, Habu is... What's he prepping? Oh, prepping Wicked Stab so he doesn't have to coin. Saving coin for Mr. Smite next turn. So if he preps Wicked Stab, he can just trade a 3-3 to kill Prestor. He can play Fillet Fighter and also weave in the Redagger. Okay.
Alright, that makes sense. Continues damage to the face and taking down Lady Prestor. Possessor really needs some card draw. Composting, as you said, would be really good. Giving his 2 minions Death Rattle.
Yeah, that's...
there he is. There it is.
He was so heavily rewarded for not trading the stealth.
Beautiful
minion.
top deck.
Yeah. But that's a terrible dragon to get.
Oh no. Up the fairy dragon.
That one's not great
hey.
either.
Oh.
Okay, these are whiffs to start off the dragon train, but Habu himself is also severely lacking card draw. Now, is he a tempo smite gamer? I am down for this.
Yes, he
It's
is.
going phase. Okay. I was actually thinking he would smite the 3-2 and then trade the 3-3 into Fairy Dragon because smite's still not dead to hero power then. I know I suggested smite trade, which is blasphemy, but felt like that might be better in the long run. Okay. Not bad.
Board flooding is happening next turn for Possessy if the Onyxia survives. Oh, no, never mind.
Okay, trade extortion, pray for something good. But the Shadow Stab is good, right? It means he guarantees another 6 damage from Smite next turn. Unfortunately, the Fairy Dragon is not targetable by Tooth, so he has to dagger the Onyxia to get the honorable kill.
He needs a really good spell here. Well, not equality.
Flash Heal's the only playable one, right? Because when is Possessy gonna play 3 cards in a turn? I guess if he top decks Moonlit Guidance. I feel like the Flash Heal's more valuable.
Probably the Flash Heal, yeah.
Crazy.
Face with the 6 damage on the face. And Shadow Step for Mr. Smite.
Yeah, he has to step this because he has no more damage if that gets traded off. Oh my god! That's a draw!
These top decks are amazing. First, the composting into dragons for flooding the board, and now this
puzzle box for his wealth. He just doesn't have space for boombox, and this board is not getting cleared unless he thinks there's a scabs coming up.
puzzle box. Do it.
I just don't know if it's necessary. What Possessy can reasonably expect is his board is just sticking. I don't think Habu's ever going to clear minions from this point. Embers. Wait, he doesn't have mana to play Embers yet.
But 2 more turns, Gia.
Yeah, maybe Holy Book just to have something that's playable in the next turn. Yeah, Pure Cold, very good. Okay.
8 damage.
How has the game gone on this long as a druid and Embers is not playable? No guff. Alright, so Habu actually gets to stall himself a full turn because of this flash heal, right? Unless Possessy draws something amazing. Okay, Crab is very good. Your 2 minions, push for face.
Never underestimate the crab.
You would get along very well with Subtle, Amy. He's a big Krabatoa fan. Alrighty, oh wait, he didn't pick Embers. Pure Cold would be decent. Looming Presence I think is the best to get here. Oh, he got 1. Okay.
Alright,
But-
I mean, it does destroy
Right.
the crab.
So Habu is on a Fillet Fighter top deck for lethal here, or Wicked Stab, I think. Nothing else does the trick.
Oh?
Welp. He's dead.
Oh no!
Oh wait, no, Rat King. Wait, he can survive at 1, right? If he kills something with Rat King.
One
Yes, too. Yeah,
full
yeah.
whelp with Rat King. Let's do it.
Who would win? 5 whelps or a giant rat? Okay, what's Possessy's top deck? 1 damage is all he needs. But there's a lot of whiffs in there. Looming is huge, right? Yeah. That has to be.
Oh.
Pure Cold, Pure Cold. Okay. Oh,
Oh. And that is PG.
Prester Druid, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good deck. It's a good deck. Yeah, that one was weird to watch the pan out because both our players were essentially top decking at the end there. Habu had a hand that was so many preparations, not enough card draw, not something we see often from the rogue. Usually you hit at least like, what, 1 Shroud of Concealment or gone fishing before that. Whereas for Possessy, it is common to see Prester Druid run out of cards if they get a lot of the ramp in the early game. You know, you play a super early Presser, but the downside is you don't necessarily have a lot of resources. But I think the real standout play from Possessy was just making sure to maintain his stealth minion just on the off chance he finds composting, and he did, got rewarded for that. If that Kazaka-san was even 1 turn later, I don't think he was getting out of that alive.
Yeah, what a turnaround. We had a kind of a desperate play there at the end with Rush going into a whelp. But again, as you referred to before, Possessy, having the foresight to have that 8 damage spell to face also helped him win the game. Now we have Possessy controlling Boar Priest.
Yes, controlling the boar as it happens here. The boar priest is in a pretty good spot against Habu's lineup overall, I would say. Has a good matchup against the rogue, decent matchup into the beast hunter. It could struggle against big spell mage. That's one of the matchups where the barbaric sorceress is most disruptive. But I'm sure that Possessy can get the job done here. This is a deck, however, that requires your brain to be on 100% effectivity. So I hope for Possessy's sake he is fully focused now and not going to have any of the fumbles that we saw from the first series.
Yeah, I know on Twitter he said you might be taking it a little easy, but you know, all the points count. Still, kind of, just for the brownie points and everything. Oh, Habu Gabu opts for his rogue deck.
Right, which is going to be a bit of a difficult one for Habu. Most of the time I've seen when Rogue is able to win this matchup, it's off the back of consecutive Okanis. Just Okani, force them to silence it, shadow step it. Sometimes they don't have the second silence, and then you're suddenly deleting a minion from the Boar Priest, which is, you know, sometimes fatal to them.
It puts us right off the bat. Oh, putting down a boar, hovering over a shard of Naru to silence all minions. But
very rough draw for Habu, right? Because he hit a neutral minion here in Mr. Smite, so it means the Wild Pummel is still not playable this turn.
Oh, no.
It's pretty likely to be playable for 0 next turn if he goes Shroud and hits 2 class minions. Not guaranteed though, because there's still the Okani in the deck, and every turn he has to wait to put pressure on board is just a bit more breathing room for Possessi. The Thrive for Possessi is not particularly good though, doesn't hit Switcheroo, so the card draw for now is running a bit dry. Oh, he did hit Okani, so the Null is still not playable. So just gonna be trade for Possessi.
Yeah.
Think you can hold the Illuminate here? Or maybe not. He doesn't really have a good guaranteed turn 4, right? So just hope it's Switcheroo. Oh, man. So from this, he knows that his other boar is all the way at the bottom of the deck, which means he will have to dredge it at some point to get his game plan to be more efficient. But for now, he's picked the Cleric of Anshe to give him the chance at discovering a Switcheroo, which he so sorely lacks at the moment. Habu, though, did just see the traded Shard of the Naru back into the deck, so I think it's a great timing to just play Okani and say you don't get to play minions as long as this is on the board.
Yeah, and it's also good for Temple as well, just having those stats on the board and just having to deal with it. But it looks like he's opting for the Wild Pawn Null. Well, oh, maybe not.
Really
Considered
close.
it.
Yeah. If we're talking tempo, the Null can be played alongside 2 other minions, which does represent a lot of pressure. So reasonable for Habu here.
Oh, looks like you're correct.
Crucially, Possessi doesn't have that much health to heal here, but the fact that he has 1 health to heal means he can at least activate his Cleric of Anshe, so something to do this turn. And then next turn, hoping to get that Cyrella clear once he has taken a significant amount of damage. But finally, there's the
Hey,
Switcheroo.
Switcheroo is here.
Okay. So now Habu goes for the Okani to protect this board, which actually still makes a lot of sense. In fact, this timing is probably just straight up better because he gets more damage over time. If you already expect the Okani to protect your board, might as well develop more damage early on. Now Possessi has to give up his Cleric if he wants to deal with this board. Is it worth it? I should change my question. Is it necessary? If he doesn't clear this, he takes another 11 from this board. It's starting to add up. Okay, Possessi is sticking it out though.
2 clerics. Plus. Oh, yep. What is that? The Handmaiden.
Yeah.
Alright. Card draw galore.
Oh, Najak Hexen. This is a gotcha card in the matchup. Like if Possessi ever leaves a board a boar unattended on the board, Habu Gabu can steal it and shadow step back his Najak and immediately win the game by disrupting Possessi's combo that way. So nice to have that in his back pocket. Off of this second pick, I am looking at the Ajaran Defector just so he could play it this turn, but Habu takes Mida instead, saying that this is already enough pressure on board and he wants best options for refill later on. On second glance, this is better. This just makes a lot of sense, right?
Is someone injured?
Predictable.
It was the Cleric, and now it's going to be a Zyrella clear. I hope... Oh yeah, sorry. Zyrella already does the trick even without the gift because Habu also had taken damage at that point.
Taking down the middle card for again, potentially the board. So we play again before for Habu Gabu. Oh, he played, of course, the Crab Toa is back.
Zessie having to take that much damage for the setup might come back to haunt him if he's not able to deal with this because currently we are just looking at Mr. Smite and Fillet Fighter for 10 damage from hand. No Pyro. And does Possessy have to silence this? Oh. It at least, you know, goes back towards his bank mana from Valish. It also pumps up the second Handmaiden, and this hand is just not getting there on its own. It looks like a weird silence, but I think it is a necessary one here. So Valish, Handmaiden, at the very least he can trade the amulet to end the turn, but definitely looking for something a bit better here.
Yeah, and he digs out Rella plus spells, Amulet of Undying to further progress his boar combo.
Ooh. And Abu doesn't have gun fishing to get a really nice setup with the Mr. Smite. And it's still a long ways off before you can smite Prep Vessel. That's 10 mana, so this turn probably ends up being like Vessel Dagger or maybe Mida Prep Vessel. Abu knows he's running out of time though.
How complicated.
And the other scary thing of going super wide on board against Boar Priest is sometimes giving them more targets with which to go for the Pyro Cleric gift of the Naru combo. There's still one gift left that Habu hasn't seen, but at this point I don't think he can afford to play super safe, right? He has to set up some sort of lethal. So it's going to be Vessel and Dagger here. Next turn he has Smite and Fillet Fighter for 10 burst from hand. Finally, a Pyro is found for Possessy. Oh, that's gift. That's so much card draw.
Another gift.
He can trade into it straight away with the shard or the amulet. If he's not trading amulet, I assume it's already on the full 3 resurrections.
Do you like to play with fire?
Now he has to contend with hand space a little bit. If you go Desperate Prayer and then play... Okay, wait, Handmaiden face for... Oh, man.
Is he doing some card draw with Northshire Cleric?
Yes, he will with the gift. It's just about the hand space that matters here because there's... Okay, this is gonna kill off 2 minions, so the hand is... The gift, sorry, is gonna draw 7 here, including the face proc. And he can still clear the rest of the board with Desperate Prayer and one more spell, probably the Flash Heal.
Amazing.
Oh no, out of cards. Wait.
Fatigue.
Wait.
We're ready.
The question is, are the amulets fully traded? Because if he has 0 cards left in deck and one of the amulets is just at 1 charge, then he still cannot do the combo because you cannot trade into an empty deck. But Possessi's not panicking, so I think he's okay. The Bora has also been killed, so no chance for Najak. Not that Habu even had a Shadow Step. Yeah, Possessi's in the clear because he still has second Pyro double amulet next turn. Assuming the amulets are fully charged. I couldn't keep track, I'm sorry. Okay, so for Habu's perspective here, right? If you are assuming you're gonna get hit by the Sword of 1,000 Truths next turn, you just have to pray that Possessi cannot clear the board simultaneously. And that would entail stealing his Pyro and building a board with, I was gonna say Vessel and Mida, but it's actually just the Smite straight away here, which means that Habu, even at 1 mana, can still play his Fillet Fighter next turn. I think it's very clever.
And with Possessi taking fatigue damage, the clock continues to tick down. Oh, but he is silencing the enemy minions.
Yeah, that means the Pyro's within range of dying now to Pyro, Amulet, Amulet, and it also means the Smite will not give charge to Fillet Fighter. Very big deal. And because of that, I don't think Habu can get lethal next turn, which means that Possessi should just take the win. Possessi's stance is making me doubt my assessment, but I think Possessi's done a good job here. Okay.
Alright, Possessi takes the win.
Right, it was a close one at the end there. I think Habu did his best to build a board state that Possessi couldn't deal with, but Possessi still having that silence at the end there was a very crucial piece of this puzzle, because even as Boar Priest, when you've set up the whole combo, it's not the same as other OTKs where you literally just kill them. It's an it's more like a 2-turn kill where you need 2 swings and you still give your opponent 1 turn to potentially answer with whatever board they have plus 1 mana worth of cards from hand. So nicely done there. I think Possessi had a very difficult game to navigate in the middle because his switcheroo was so late and the Pyro was so late, but just as soon as you find the Pyro Cleric gift combo, you can very reliably get to the end of your deck there.
Yep, he did that with more clear as well. Science on Mr. Smite is great to prevent any pirates charging to the face, and of course his Desperate Warrior heal. He could have hit in the face, but Habu Gabu knew when it was over.
That's right. None of our players are up for wasting time here. Possessi moving on straight away to his Mine Rogue, which is a deck that I think was very good against Super Fake a while ago, but could struggle a bit more against Habu Gabu, whose lineup is much more oriented to taking the board, right? The Mine Rogue, if they don't hit the early Burning Blade Acolyte procs, they actually struggle to deal with aggressive pushes on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. What is Habu Gabu choosing for this one? Will it be a reverse sweep, do you think, based on the decks right now? Or would it be a 3-0? Or how goes it?
Can I cop out and choose something in between, Amy? I'm feeling a 3-1 here, just to be a bit different. I don't know. Okay, so we do have Habu going for his Beast Hunter, which I think is a very reasonable choice against that Mine Rogue, because this is a deck where if you just stick a 1-drop and put a Doggy Biscuit on it, you are already outpacing most Mine Rogue draws. You won't outpace like the super early Smokescreen into 5/8 draw, but most of the other stuff, like just the regular mines on board and Forsaken Lieutenants, I think the Hunter can beat that. So as for the early curve from Habu Gabu here, Amy, do you feel like it's good enough for him to keep, for example, a Click Clocker? Or do you think he should be looking for something more aggressive like a Vicious Slither Spear?
good question. I mean, against Mind Rogue, it's gonna, if he opts for aggro play, he'll be kind of racing Mind Rogue, doing lots of damage in the early game phase. But if he's able to create a board, the Mind Rogue might be forced to use some spells or some minions to get rid of it. It depends on their mulligan. What do you think, Gia?
Well, we'll definitely see. Possessi has shown that he's very familiar of when it's supposed to be a more board-oriented win condition for him versus the Naval Mine a while ago against Super Fake. He went almost completely in the board direction with the Burning Blade Acolyte Death Rattles, getting him the victory even with no mines exploding. In this matchup, I think either win condition is viable, but he certainly needs the support cards, right? This is a smokescreen without a trickster. Is he going to be bold enough to keep it? Let's find out. Oh, yes.
Yes. Oh no, not the mountain bear.
Okay, so no trickster yet for Possessi, but the Shadow Shambler is a great way to start off the curve, and he hits Graveyard and Sketchy, so this could be just a mine sort of game plan here. The Hunter really doesn't have ways of healing. The most they can do is gain armor from Tavish, and then put some taunts in the way, so this could end a bit quickly here. The Graveyard here obviously means Possessi will not get activation off this first turn, so it's gonna only be active for turn 4 and turn 5. On turn 4, he can definitely get the Sketchy to get a Naval Mine for 8 damage, and on turn 5, he can play the Mine, which will blow up because of the Shatter Shambler aura, and so that's 16 total damage. Still has 13 to account for. It's a start, though. Every dagger swing could potentially matter as well. I like getting all the damage through before he sees any taunts. But for Habu Gabu, there is now the Blade Master Okani that can happen this turn and shut off Minion. I think you picked Minion here because you're scared of the Burning Blade after.
That's true.
I don't know.
Oh, I think he did pick Minion.
Acolyte's still not playable this turn. Possessi's going to test for Minion with Shatter Shambler. You could say test for spell with Backstab, but that Backstab's actually super valuable. In the case where Habu did block Minion, you're not able to blow up a second mine later on with Shatter Shambler, and so you would rather have the Backstab in hand. So I like the line from Possessi.
And of course, he's making the most out of those bombs to the face.
What is it?
Yeah, Habu Gabu going for as much pressure as he can, but it is too little too late, right? Possessi just has Bomb and Counterfeit Blade. Now the Blade will not trigger its Death Rattle on the same turn as the Graveyard being active, but he doesn't need to, right? It's fine. He just has enough damage next turn anyway.
Yep, that's...
It's a 3-0, my bad, Amy.
Oh, goodness, that Snowfall Graveyard in that early turn really helped Possessi get those Death Rattles triggered and just deal massive damage to the face. Gabu didn't have a chance to slow down the damage at all.
Yep, I mean, it's just too easy for Possessi apparently, as he just gets on his chair and wheels away like it's an amusement park. Possessi is just giving us so much meme material today. I cannot wrap my head around it, but he has qualified through to Sunday. He's already earned 2 points minimum. Again, a maximum of 5 is available to any of our players. The champion gets the full 5 points, and they put themselves in the best position to make it through to playoffs in week 4. So Possessi already taking a quick lead here, showing why he is the reigning world champion. But that is not all of Group A done yet, Amy. We still have our elimination and decider match to be played. We can take a look at the bracket right here.
Awesome.
Right.
Oh.
We do
Yeah.
have Super Fake and Mighty in the elimination, and we have already talked about how both Mighty and Habugabu wanted to dodge Super Fake, right? Because he has that lineup that's well oriented against decks like Shaman and Boat Rogue, which are available to both Mighty and Habugabu. So Mighty has such an uphill climb here. But if Super Fake wins, Habu's still not out of the woods just yet. So definitely some high stakes matches to be played here. Maybe the 160 card lineup from Super Fake can show what it's made of.
Cannot wait to see some potentially more curse overlock shenanigans from the Super Fake.
Right. We also haven't seen the Holy Paladin yet. We've also hardly seen any Shaman action, despite it being brought by both Mighty and Habugabu. So still lots to be played out here. But that is going to be you and me done for the day, Amy, because I'm so not used to this. Because Grandmasters has been amalgamated into one region with EU Americas and APAC all playing at the same time. We also have our casters taking on a different sort of role here, where we do have the chance now to throw over to Raven and Sottle for the next 3 matches of the day before we close out with the final 4 from our usual America's casters. So thanks so much for joining me on day 1, Amy. We'll be back tomorrow to bring everybody the opening couple matches. But for now, don't go anywhere. It's going to be the elimination and decider matches for Group A, followed by Group B very shortly.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone at Grandmasters Last Call. It's that time of day where myself and Sottle are going to jump in and we'll be bringing you the next 3 matches, continuing on from where Gia and Amy left off. Sottle, it's the start of a new season. It's that time again. Are you ready for this one? Because it's going to be a little bit of a different season, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the point. I think I'm ready, but I'm really not sure because this kind of rhythm that we've got into for the last few years has been very much disrupted, and I'm sure that is the same for the players, the same for the viewers as well, because this mixing of regions, the crossing over of casters, being in groups with players from different region and so on, and having just different angles to have to prepare for is certainly a big deal as far as the preparation for these tournaments go along, and certainly I think for the bragging rights between individual players, because not only is there the additional spot of the World Championships to play for, not only is there an inflated prize pool to play for, but all those bragging rights, all those shots back and forth as the seasons have gone on as to which is the dominant region, well, now is your chance to finally prove it.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty great as always, and I think historically we've always enjoyed it when we see sort of cross-region competition, and for the past few years we've definitely had that in the Masters Tour system. I think that's been one of the highlights of Masters Tours for me at least, and I'm glad we get this sort of smaller form factor version of it with Grandmasters. So as I said, we are just going to pick up where we just left off. Possessi taking the win out of Group A with victories over Superfake and Habu Gabu. Habu's going to be sat in that decider match, which we'll get to a little bit later on. But to kick it off, Sol, we're going to go in with the elimination match, starting on the low factor of the day for us. Superfake versus Mighty in this decider match. The winner will go on to face Habu. So I would say, honestly, Sol, all these players are great, but whoever wins this still has a lot of work to do to get out of the group, because even though Habu Gabu lost, like, he is no pushover.
And I think it makes sense, right? After the endless positivity of Gia and Amy, you bring me in for the downer portion of the broadcast. I mean, this is just good booking, you have to say. But yeah, Superfake going up against Mighty. If I am a bit bummed out at the point where I'm entering the broadcast, I have to deal with Captain 160 cards over here, which I'm not exactly thrilled about. Superfake running the full Renathal lineup. As Gia was pointing out, possibly one of the more feared lineups in this group, and the one that people will be looking to dodge a little bit, potentially, you know, if you are a Renathal believer. And that's kind of been the calling card of Superfake and regular practice partner Fled, is that they've consistently taken these high-risk, high-reward kind of strategies with the decks that they've built throughout Grandmasters and throughout Masters Tours as well, particularly on Superfake's part. And they've very much fallen on the reward side of that equation more often than not, seeming to find the meta breakers over and over again.
Yeah, and as we take a look at this XL Ping Mage, as Sol quite rightly pointed out, you're going to be seeing Renathal and 40 cards quite a lot in this first match of the day, for us at least. But I'm still on the fence about Renathal, and I think from our theory casting stream last night, I think we might see Renathal, you know, almost take over in at least in certain decks because of how board focused a lot of the game looks going forward. But for me, I do feel like you either see these decks look flawless and demolish competition, or get destroyed. I feel like there's no middle ground, at least from what I've witnessed. But it is going to be going up against the Boat Rogue. Very sort of standard go-to, nothing flashy, but generally solid rogue list. So we are really getting both sides of the spectrum here, right? Of just very standard, good, solid rogue list against 40 card Ping Mage.
Yeah, and of course, in recent memory at the Summer Championships, Rogue was a decent performer. In the Masters Tour, it was, I think, 2 Rogue decks ended up being number 1 and 2 in win rate in the tournament overall, despite some questions being asked going into it. This is a deck that really has stood the test of time, and it's had to do so against some backlash as well, because there's been multiple points where various lineup builders, players, casters have questioned whether this deck was kind of just holding on because it was just kind of a default deck that people were putting in there. Is there something better that you could find? But I think as time has gone on, as play has been refined, as the meta has settled, Boat Rogue has very much found a position. Well, whether it be Boat Rogue or Jackpot Rogue, really, this kind of rogue has found its position in the meta.
And here we go, kicking off game number 1. Again, just a reminder, the loser of this match is going to be done for the week with a pretty early exit, and I imagine for that player, a disappointing result to kick off the first of 4 weeks of Grandmasters. So let's have a look what the openings look like. Again, with this Renathal kind of deck here from Superfake, card draw is always going to be valuable, because most of the time, that's how you end up losing, right? Is you don't get to the cards you actually need to win games, which is why card draw and shooter effects are generally going to be quite powerful and needed. Whereas over on Mighty's side, things aren't looking bad with a null, the reduced down bow, and also more cycle with the second cutlass being picked up.
Anduin, get out of here. No one likes you. What are you doing here? Looking forward to the fireworks. Honestly, what a dweeb. Come on.
Always one who's not invited to the party and turns up anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And that one is Anduin every single time.
Really good start though for Mighty. It's one of those fears though I do think with this style of rogue is you can get on board quickly with the right opening hand, you know, like this from Mighty, but you do have a bit of a issue of when or if it's dealt with, you suddenly have to start really stretching to add up to 40 damage that Mighty has to do in this matchup. And I think that was one of the biggest issues with Boat Rogue before Renathal, was it felt like it just about got there every time when it did. Whereas with 40 health and, you know, more from the likes of Ice Barrier and such, like things I do feel have to go quite well for Mighty.
Coin prep boat, it looks like. So this was possible to do before the trade, just straight up on the vessel. Obviously, the trade could have hit the vessel, at which point the prep was still possible. And by doing the trade before using the prep, obviously Mighty stays unrevealed for an extra card draw, which then banks that additional mana into the knoll over the course of the turn. So I do think on average this way round was the best way of doing it, even though it kind of ended up costing him a coin to end up making the play.
Yeah, and even though I'm looking a little bit further into the future, one of the very good cards that's either to help keep the pressure on or a recovery card is that Edwin in hand there for Mighty. Like, again, not necessarily on curve, but a little bit later on. Even if you can get 1 or 2 card draws out of it, that's quite a lot for this Bow Rogue deck. So we'll see how that one pays out as Superfake is going to start getting to work.
It's also one of the good solutions to the problem you posed of, well, how do you do that extra damage when, you know, Boat Rogue seems to quite consistently do about 30 damage in a lot of positions, where if you can go, you know, turn 5, turn 6 or so, get like an Edwin Shadow Step, start buffing it up in your hand potentially, then that combo later on with Smite and Fillet Fighter or whatever else can eventually output end up outputting massive amounts of damage. So we'll see what Mighty comes up with here. But crucially, I think, more so than thinking about burst combos, Mighty just has board early, and that's a really, really big deal here, because that extra 10 health has now already been eroded and then some in the early game, which is a very big deal.
Yeah, and again, that's another struggle. Some of these rogue hands can be a little bit light in the early game, and that's just something that I think cannot happen against exactly this ping mage. But now you can see the sort of drawback you have with the Renathal decks, as Superfake has a lot of stuff, but it's not a lot of stuff that's really going to overly propel him into being competitive in this game. Does have Flurry to go along with, you know, maybe an Okani, maybe something else to try and land as well. But for now, it's just a lot of 4-drops that don't really do too much on their own.
All right, does end up just going for the tempo Edwin. 2 copies of Flurry in the opposing deck, by the way, which is, of course, another addition of a card that you have to think about in the Renathal version. So that is some justification here for Mighty playing a 3rd minion, because it means that minion into Flurry for the full board freeze is just not really a possibility.
And again, the tempo Van Cleef is fine in exactly this position, right? There's some card draw already in the hand. There is some burst damage as well from Mighty. So if he could get all this to face this turn, and obviously it wasn't frozen, he's really starting to just open up lethal in a turn or so. So even though it was a bit of a weaker Van Cleef in general, in this situation, I do like it.
Yeah, it's just a 4/4, right? It's just being played as a weak Yeti in this position, just representing extra pressure, trying to push some extra damage. Shroud pickup is decent here. The other Knoll is certainly available and playable here with the mana. It looks like Mighty is going to go for the honorable kill on the Tooth instead. Absolutely fine. We've seen some absolute dumpster fires of selections coming off from the Tooth here, but those aren't as bad.
Arcane shot, go! What's kind of interesting as well, while Mighty looks at these discovers, that I was looking at what Extortion plus Dagger and then Gun Fishing, or Extortion Gun Fishing does, to maybe open up more and save the damage for damage to face. Of course, the Gun Fishing will offer Sunken Vessel, and that's now into more pressure, and right now, Super Fake needs something big, because he's getting to that point where he will just die. And there's, look at the hand, right? He can get another flurry from the Savara, but that's more or less it.
That looks
I've
like
run out of ideas.
A Renathal player to me.
Yeah, and this is the sort of the game you choose to play, right? Is because those extra cards, your general draw isn't going to be as consistent to do what you want to do, and when you are pressured down early, it can be a problem. Another flurry, maybe?
Fire Sale? No. I imagine that was the dig, right? Cross of the fingers, shooting down the 4/4 to 2 health. I imagine Fire Sale was what was being looked for there. And then the finger cross comes out on the other side. And there is the good news. 2 copies of Fire Sale in the deck as well, remember, plus the additional copy that could have been found from the orb in that spot.
Am I going crazy here? There is a flurry in Savara, right?
I'm not sure if there were 3 spells played before that or not.
I want to say there wasn't, but I could be wrong. So I'm not going to go in, but I felt like if there is a flurry, Savara flurry, and then Flame Strike next turn, felt a little bit more
There's also hand space issues though, right? And I think if the flurry is in there, it was probably the 3rd spell that was played, which means you'd need max hand space to be able to get it out.
Absolutely reasonable. And you know what? Likely, I think, at this point, because I do feel like the flurry was in the Savara. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
The flurry was played before the hot streak, so I'm pretty certain it would be in there. But if it's in 2nd or 3rd position, then you've got some hand space problems for sure.
Now double Philip as well. Got the Wicked Stab too. Okay, this is just a lot of damage, and I fully respect the Arcane Shot pick.
Gotta bank the mana, right? Damage go face.
Yeah, so stab's gonna be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep, love this.
Use the stab now, yeah, 100%, yeah. Great, just sets up Smite alone as lethal, as long as there's no shenanigans, and staring at Super Fake's hand, I cannot see that many shenanigans that is actually gonna stop Smite.
Playing Mage for a start, which makes shenanigans a bit more difficult.
Yeah, which makes shenanigans exactly Ice Barrier. Well, imagine as well that, like, the Flame Strike comes down. Yeah, Mighty's happy. He's going to take the win with the Smite. Game 1 goes to Mighty. But imagine if the Fire Sale was there, Sottle, earlier. Because not only would the board have more or less been cleared, but there would have been a Fire Sale in the hero card as well, potentially, right? So, like, that could have done the job again and maybe would have helped Super Fake out. But very, very quickly, Mighty off to a great start. And again, we talked about all the discussion that's been surrounding Rogue for the past few weeks, maybe even a couple of months at this point, but getting Rogue, like, yes, it looked great here, but getting it done with a win has got to feel good here. So a really, really nice start for Mighty.
Yeah, particularly in the position you're in, right? Week 1, bad start, down in the lower bracket, sitting in the elimination match, come up against Super Fake with this lineup that I think, you know, whether you think this is a good lineup or not, this is probably one of the lineups that you don't want to face, and that kind of gives it merit in and of itself, and then it's difficult to prepare for. You do kind of have to do specialist preparation because it's not what you face against every day, day in, day out in your practice sessions and on ladder. So I'm sure that that is a big nerve settler for Mighty to be able to get that nice quick win under the belt. And I do mean quick, because that was about as rapid as it gets, chewing through 40 health like it was absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I do love that in Hearthstone, in competitive, there's these lineups that you don't want to run into because they could be counters to your lineup. It could contain like 2 decks you want to ban, and obviously you can't do, you can't ban 2. And then there are lineups that aren't particular counters, but you just don't want to play against them. And I think I think that's where this one falls in here for Mighty. We did see there Mighty's going to be jumping over to his Shaman, and Superfake sticking to the Mage and this Shaman Soul. I know you've heard this from me multiple times because we talk about Hearthstone a lot, but I love this deck. It's just ticks all the boxes for me. It's such a solid, reliable deck list, and I'm glad to see Mighty jump over to it now and have it in his lineup.
Raven, just as a point of order, obviously we're coming to the end of Grandmasters as a whole right now, so this could be one of your final opportunities to actually say Shaman during Grandmasters. Like, are you willing to jump on this opportunity at all, or?
I don't know if the viewers are ready, Saul, because we're going to go back to, what, 2016, 2015 or something?
It comes out and you just get like the broadcast feedback noise, black bars come over the screen, technical difficulties pop up. Like, the world is not prepared.
But I could if you want. Off to a good start with Wildfire. Already a much better start for Superfake than we saw in the previous game. Mainly because when you do get those slightly worse hands, you have hero power to fall back on. And the second you drop a Wildfire in, it just becomes so much better. But Mighty on the Shaman, playing Flurgle out nice and early, going to be start just piling on that pressure as well as pushing a bit of damage. And I like this against Mage because you're not trying to do like combo-y AoE board clear with this, right? You just want to start pushing the damage.
Yeah, I think it's also one of those kind of matchups where I do sometimes look out for like what a tempo Bolner does often. Oh, yeah. Because sometimes the first minion you play is just going to stick around for quite some time, particularly in a 40-card deck. In a 30-card deck, First Flame, for example, is a card that can pick apart your early board, but it's really just that does it efficiently. And obviously when you're playing 40 instead of 30, there's still only those 2 cards in the deck. It's more less likely that your opponent's going to have it. But I think in this position, just getting some early damage on board is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's just worth it. And we saw then just these soaking up removal and inefficient removal, as you just kind of mentioned, is huge, right? Because now, does Superfake really want to take 5? Or is he going to hero power? If he hero powers, yeah, he's actually scared enough to not play Treasure Guard into this board. Even though obviously it would be dead anyway. We know Treasure Guard would go down, but it would at least stall some damage. So Superfake, again, prioritizing the hero power. And now there's another Nemo in hand.
Is several options as to how to go about this. He's choosing to hold, potentially looking to use some of these cheap Murlocs with the Battle Cries with a Bolner combo somewhere down the line. Does have Command coming up on the following turn, which is just a bunch of stats that you can throw on the board.
Just a good card, there's no arguing. Command of Neptulon is ridiculous. But yeah, I do think that the second Clownfish, it's tough to play it with this hand from Mighty because you really want a Ravager, right? Like, you really want a cheap Ravager to then draw whatever other Murloc you want to be cheap as well. So I think just playing it out with, like, I know the ability holds, but maybe playing it now instead of something else and then hoping you get to Murloc soon might be a little bit worse than just getting a Wind Chill in hand. Okay, took deep breath. Again, look at how big the difference this Wildfire has made already to the game for Superfake, right? Imagine if you just didn't have it on 1. You'd just be way behind.
Great pick up on the deep breath. Yeah, you see Mighty with a little flick of the hand there. Not really a lot he could have done about that. Just a box that was opened in Superfake's favor there, but it was a smart pickup. I think that was very much taken in mind with what the on-curve play on the other side was going to be, right? It's very, very likely. It's a big fear when you're playing this kind of slower, plodding deck. 2 5/4s on-curve can just be the huge beatdown stick that your opponent needs. Superfake picked up the deep breath to deal with it and has relinquished a lot of the pressure now, or relieved a lot of the pressure, I should say.
Yeah, and if you think about it, it's one card that deletes the bonus from Renethil, right? If it gets to hit face. So you're like, yes, an answer to those is pretty big right now. Super Fate going to get hold of another Wildfire, which is going to be pretty huge. And 2 runes as well. So, okay, a lot of flexibility available for him right now.
Banking it now in terms of the Wildfire seems strong. Helps you just deal with the cookie here. Leaving the 3-2 up on board does not seem like a particularly big deal. And Super Fake is back. Oh, how we've missed.
I was just going to say, I miss seeing Super Fake on camera. It's so great. Ooh, I like this turn, though.
Yeah, this is really good. He could choose to wait. There is some possible greed.
Don't be ridiculous.
Okay.
Only because there's Parrot next turn, right, with the Macaw. And he also gets to clear the board with the weapon and the trade. So there's so much upside. It's just loads of pressure. A little bit disappointed, clearly, with the kills. But still, it's still putting a lot of stats on board and forcing Super Fake to have answers. I do like the trade, though, because if this doesn't happen, it opens him up to a lot of AoE.
Yeah, obviously Mighty is not to know this, but there weren't really game-breaking targets in the hand to be chomped on by the Mutinous. That was about as good as it was ever going to get, really.
Without
Still
some
a big
kind
board,
of,
though.
Exactly, and without some kind of transform effect, that Bolner's just chilling, right? Like, what? He could do 9 in a he could, but that's his whole turn, killing a 2/9 Bolner.
Yeah. But the alternative is you don't do that, you know? And that seems worse.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying from Mighty's standpoint, he probably gets to keep Mutinous, which is just 8 damage, which it feels like an upside either way.
Yeah, that Volcanomancy might just open up some interesting tricks, though. I don't think it's quite there this turn.
Oh?
Now need to spend the remainder of your mana this turn on just doing Volcanomancy plus the activator for Volcanomancy.
Gonna kill the Mutinous. Doesn't want to take the 8. Gonna roll the dice a little bit with the Bolner. At least he knows if there's a Parrot, there's just only 1 minion in hand anyway, so who cares? There's Glug. Mighty gets a lot of information from this though, right?
Yep.
Because he knows, okay, 0 minions in hand. No Dawngrasp to be able to freeze the whole board, and no card draw in the form of Multicaster, no Reckless Apprentice, which is a pretty big deal now that Super Fake's hero power deals 3. So that is solid information. I would like to see the schooling this turn, though, purely because it makes it a little bit cheaper to do Glug things next turn.
That's fair, yeah. Do you actually commit any or all of the fish in this position, though? Because it's a very AoE-heavy potential deck that your opponent has at this point, but maybe the high health that you have on these 2 minions is good enough to want to protect it?
Yeah, I think you could probably hold. You can play 2 of your fish next turn anyway. Maybe just play 1 because they'll have them regardless, but Mighty's going to commit a little bit more. Interesting.
That's my favorite Super Fakeism, by the way. Like, Super Fake starts every turn with a very clear idea of what his opponent is allowed to do. And then there's this gesture of, yep, that's okay, but now you have to stop. It is the law and I have decreed it. Yes, okay, perfect.
It's like, ref?
Yeah.
We didn't agree on this. Now, you spoke about AoE heavy. Well, the hand is definitely that.
Yeah, this is a 2015 12-win Mage Arena deck right now. Just all of the AoE.
I call it a day leaving the Macaw up.
Oh yeah, still retaining the Murloc discount as well.
I'm going to ask you a question, Sol. Generally speaking, what minion type do you like doing Amalgam on in this deck? Because you have a few options.
I think I've most often found myself going Murloc, either for Flurgle combos or, you know, more cheap Battlecry minion, like, because Murlocs have battle cries, right? So if you're looking for a Bolner chain, then that can quite often pay you off as well. And quite often you've gone like Clownfish and you have an Amalgam in your hand, and that's a consistent way to then cheat 2 things in a row off the Clownfish. So that's probably what I've found myself going for most often. But honestly, I think the answer to that question is just whichever situation you've ended up in most, because there are very specific situations which specifically demand specific answers, right?
Yeah, I do like myself some elementals, though. I think there are a lot of good options for elementals. So I do normally lean, if I have the choice, I normally lean towards that. But you are right, it's of course dependent. I do love the Kragwa pick, though.
Kragwa? Gotta put some stank on it, you know?
I'll leave that to you.
Or else Celestalon will show up and tell you how to pronounce it. I was quite mean to Celestalon yesterday on the subject of pronunciations.
Yeah, especially since he turned up to the TheoryCast stream and like, answered all of our questions about game mechanics, and then Sol was just mean to him.
Good old Questalon.
Okay, well, we are going to see the Murlocs pick here. Just 2 damage, doesn't really feel like a twin game.
No, it does not.
Well, if Mighty gets hold of a brand, these South Coast Chieftains are going to start popping off.
Can't possibly have another AoE this turn, right? Right?
He's playing a 40-card deck. He has loads of them.
There's no way they're all in the top 14 cards of his 40-card deck, right?
Wrong.
Oh, unlucky.
But this is one thing I like about this Shaman deck, is that you can play a late game as well, especially if Mighty can get hold of Brakan. You can still play. It's not like if the sort of tempo play doesn't work out, you just lose. There's still plenty of stuff to do. Although I will say, I do think a good chunk of his sort of discover and his generation abilities have kind of gone by now, so that could be a bit of a backstep for him.
Nothing? Yeah, nothing. Unfortunate. And I think that is probably going to be the underwhelming turn that Super Fake has been looking for this game. Pressure release valve fully hit here. And I think Super Fake can just establish dominance from this point now. Finds the Flame Strike with the clear. Obviously, Fire Sail was in the pool there as well to be able to deal with it. Plenty of health, massive hero power already. And I think Super Fake is just on the ping train to victory here.
I believe that is true as well. The early wildfires is such a big deal. And also, the fact that Super Fake's been so defensive this game, kind of naturally as well, because that's how his draw went, was really good because he's just deleted the abilities of these Snowfall Guardians, right? Like, well, if I don't play minions, these Snowfall Guardians kind of suck.
Well, it's hard to play minions when your opponent eats them all, you know?
True. Another one.
I have an idea.
Yeah, the big thing Super Fake's had this game is time, right? Like the complete opposite of the road game, basically, where Mighty on the road just didn't give him the opportunity to really get going, but give this deck some time, and of course that hero in itself can get the job done with a few wildfires added on. So Super Fake does fight back in, weirdly enough, Sol, another relatively quick mage game. I don't know what's going on, but I'll take it. Pretty interesting overall. It does mean both players are now 1-1, and we didn't talk about this too much, but we do see the bans as well with Super Fake's sort of like late game control paladin style going away. That's going to be banned out. And then Mighty's Hunter as well. You know, always a shame when Hunter gets banned, but I can understand it.
Yeah, I think makes a lot of sense overall with the style of deck that Superfake is going for. Obviously, we've seen the power of just, curving out into discounted King Crush, which Mighty set up very intelligently in his previous series. Just a level of sticky minion, recurring beast, death rattles, plus damage. It's kind of exactly the winning formula for being able to prey on some of the inconsistencies of these Renathal decks, so I think that makes a ton of sense as a ban, particularly then with some of the decks that you're left leaving up on the other side. For example, the Demon Hunter, which may just struggle to put together that level of damage you need because, in particular dealing with Mage, it's not just the 40 health that you have to go through, but Demon Hunter is very much a deck that's kind of forced to deal with ice barriers as well if they're going to come out, and they can come out multiple times over the course of the game through natural instances, discovers, and then of course the Dawn Grasp at the end of the game as well, which can potentially put it back up. So really, really big deal, I think, in terms of the matchups overall for Superfake. But now you were thirsty for some Hunter, Raven, and you are finally going to get your wish.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting list, isn't it? Superfake's going to be jumping on his Hunter. It is Renathal, of course, but it isn't the sort of big beast Hunter that a lot of players have been, you see way more commonly on ladder, for example. It is actually going to be the Quest Hunter. Before we go too deep into it, though, we can take a quick look at Mighty's Fell Demon Hunter. You were saying, again, it can be a bit tough to get to that 40 damage, but I've learned the lesson to never, ever count Demon Hunter out, and it just always gets there. So I'm going to stick with that opinion for now, because I do think, well, this is a deck I like anyway. I played a lot of this, especially a few weeks ago for the Masters Tour, and I think it's just good enough because it might generally struggle to drip feed 40 damage, but I think the speed in which it can go, very similar to how we saw game 1 with the Rogue, just outpaces it anyway, because that damage can happen with reoccurring damage when the opponents don't just get the AoE that's needed on curve, right?
Yeah, and I do think certainly against the Mage, for example, you might fear that the early minions land and the early minions push 10, 12, 14 damage because of the size of the deck and that first flame not being consistent, as we talked about. And then by the time you get to Fire Sail or Flame Strike or whatever else it is, that advantage that you have from the extra health has already been eroded away. But with Quest Hunter, the deck is just kind of jammed full of things that you target at minions, because that is kind of the point of the deck. So the ability to stick boards in the early game through all the arcane shots and nets and explosive trap and freezing trap and whatever else can come out in the early game just makes doing that little bit of extra damage with minions difficult in the early game. And I think when you play Demon Hunter up against a Renathal deck, that's one of the things that you look out for. It's like, okay, let's pretend against a 30 health deck I can win without ever attacking with a minion, because that's true, right? Like, that's not even an unfair assumption. You can absolutely do that with Demon Hunter. So then if you get 10 to 12 damage in with minions over the course of the game, you feel in really good shape. But I think being able to do that is a little bit trickier against this particular.
And I think with this Hunter deck, that's the big change from like normal Quest Hunter that we saw a while back in this matchup, is that you don't just play explosive, you play pretty much all of the main secrets. And those are a bit of a nightmare for Demon Hunter because they all affect Demon Hunter in a negative way. And they can't just really ignore any of them. And the problem there is it doesn't even really waste the Hunter's time, because they have all the time in the world. They have 40 health, 40 cards, and basically an inevitable amount of damage, right? Like, it will happen at some point that they can just kill you. So I do think the sort of addition to fill out a good chunk of these extra cards, being that secret package, is quite good actually in matchups like this.
So minion in play for Mighty. This obviously is always a question that you have to ask. I've been kind of evaluating it from the opposite position against Quest Hunter of actually trying to stick minions and attack with them. But the other angle you can always try to take is, well, I'm going to make my opponent's life as difficult as possible and just not play minions myself and just try and do as much damage with spells as possible, slow down that quest. But you quite clearly see there from Mighty trying to stick a minion wherever possible. Doesn't work out because of the quick shot, but still nothing lost. And I think you saw just the hint of a nod coming out from Mighty there as the Jace was picked up as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky one because the not playing minions is just so rarely actually pays off, right? I think you just have to make your opponent do stuff instead. Already down to 5 health for Super Fake. But you are right, with Jace, all things are possible, right? Because again, Mighty might get himself in the position where he has the time to build up. Like, it's not a desperation on curve Jace, right? It could easily become like, let's juice this and push like ridiculous levels of damage.
Yep, absolutely.
What a find! And fully intact.
Let's get the news about the secret being ice traps. That predation's going to go back to hand for 4 for now, but it does reduce back down.
Ancient power!
Also really nice that the Furious Howl is already in Super Fake's hands, so he can be pretty easy going with his card usage, actually. He doesn't really have to sort of pull every single ounce of value out of every single card. He can kind of just play a little bit loose and fast and just
absolutely.
see what happens. So especially if he goes into that Tavish as well, which is one of the things I'm always interested in, is what matchups do which players kind of decide that Tavish is correct on curve versus not.
Yeah, agreed. It's been really interesting to look at in the past as well. I think there's been a particular point of disagreement for me in some Warrior matchups where a couple of players in Masters tours I've seen like very deliberately pass up quest completion to try and get to that Tavish and play Infinite Animal Companions, where I have always felt that, damage against Warrior can still very much get there, but you are absolutely spot on. It is a big point of debate and a big point of diversion for a lot of players in these matchups. And you now see Super Fake going for this Tavish as early as humanly possible.
Yeah, and also early enough that he will get the full quest reward, basically, from the Tavish too, which is huge. It makes such a big difference getting it down that early. So I do agree that if you do think Tavish is correct, getting it down ASAP is a very big deal. Explosive Trap and Maneuvers as the choices, 2 of the best ones in this matchup as well, because again, will Mighty be in a position to just ignore minions this game? Well, not if they're Misha, more than likely, but also it's going to stack so fast that Maneuvers is going to be a big, big deal later on.
And Mighty this turn just approaching the point now where he's starting the game by getting his opponent below 30 health.
But you gotta say starting to believe. I was like, is he?
Oh.
This is looking rough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's out of this one by any means. He's drawn a bunch of Fell spells plus Jace, which, you're always at least somewhat a believer when you have that combination of cards in your hand. Boneglaive as well represents an enormous amount of damage. For Mighty's perspective, this is going to be about really Huffer and Misha numbers. I think Mighty's going to want to see as many Leox as humanly possible coming out of these hero powers, and just how quickly Super Fake is able to march through the rest of this quest.
Yeah, he does need to accelerate a little bit, but now he does have that hero power for 0, and very quickly he'll be able to get the Tavish active if he has time. There's also like a weird world, depending on how the next draw or so goes, where you kind of can't play Tavish because it's too expensive for what it does. Doesn't come up often, but depending on how aggressive Mighty can be in the next couple of turns, it can happen. A little bit frustrating, I imagine, for Mighty as well, that he's kind of locked out of these weapons to an extent. He equipped the glaive a little bit early. He equipped the glaive earlier, but it was a little bit late, which means he still has charges, instead of just equipping Boneglaive like last turn, right, and swinging and then swinging again this turn. More secrets there for Super Fake as well, which again, I think it's one of the few decks where I'm like, I can just see Renathal being actually, or maybe even non-disputably good in this deck, because there's just enough of a sort of support package to slot in there. You're not like searching for cards to fill out the 10. Look, double taunt soul. Oh. Mighty's gonna pay 4 health to summon 2 taunts for his opponent.
and hopefully rely on Benno Fel Barrage on the next turn, but I believe they picked Need for Greed off the top, right, for the following turn, which is not really going to help them in solving this problem in terms of mana expenditure.
Weirdly, a rough hand for Super Fake, but I think just Spring the Trap face, it's just fine. Bend the mana, deal the damage. I think trying to get Oh.
Right where I want you.
Oh, what am I talking about?
The trap face, Raven?
Yeah, minion.
Why don't we just mark shot face while we're at it, huh?
I wish Mark Shot could go face. So that would be like one of the best cards in the game, okay? But what I was getting at was, I think there's 0 point Mark Shotting your own minion, right? Because it kills every minion on board. So using Spring the Trap is way, way better. Because any kind of retaining minion is huge. Because Mighty very easily could just die next turn. He doesn't do something big. And this doesn't really look like something big. Fel Barrage and Metamorphin. Really, anything else that can happen here?
I mean, despite us memeing about the Spring the Trap play, it was actually net positive as well because of the card Fel Barrage, right? Which Super Fake knows has been hit by the Ice Trap. Because now a Fel Barrage does not have any chance of killing a Misha because it will always hit the Leok first with the first proc.
Right.
It really removes so many outs of the ability of being able to actually bust through the two Mishas that turn.
Oh, hang on a minute. Just lethal, right?
We mark shotting face.
Yes. There's piercing shot in hand, okay, Sol, don't be ridiculous.
There's an Okani on the board, Raven.
Yeah, but he has Ferocious Howl.
Yeah, we're fine.
It's fine. Stop trying to trip me up. I made one little mistake and I misspoke. I'll remember this, Sol. I'll remember this. Super Fake's like, that wasn't supposed to go off.
Yeah. Super Fake's like, I've made this turn a lot more difficult than it needed to be, but fine. We will kill our opponent and we will move on.
Yeah, Super Fake gonna win game number 3. Only now 1 game away from moving on. Face Habu Gabu, but you can see it from both players, right? It's I was gonna say it's weird, but it's not weird. It's just amusing that already both players, as you mentioned earlier, right? If they lose now, they're done for the week. They've not progressed. They've not really gained any relevant points or anything like that. So you could see both of them are like, I need to win. It's like a Masters Tour final. You know, like, oh, I need to win this. Everything on the line here. And both players are looking pretty stressed at different moments. Super Fake's the one who's got that one step ahead, and now only one more deck to take a win with, and it's going to be the Warlock Subtle.
Yes, indeed. I think one of the spicier decks in a lineup full of spicy decks overall. The 40-card Curse Warlock is certainly an interesting beast to look at here. I think once again, based on our little taster yesterday of the new upcoming expansion, Runed Mithril Rod combo Warlocks could be making an appearance in the next expansion as well. At least I certainly hope so, based on some of the tantalizing promises that we were given by a few player performances during that theory crafting event. But we will wait and see, and we'll have to make do, I suppose, with curses for now.
Yeah, for a tiny bit of extra backstory there, we were, watching people play the new set, seeing what was out there, and we happened to run into a Warlock deck that reminded us of D6 Warlock. And honestly, I've never heard Subtle be happier in my life. He was very excited, so we all know what Subtle's going to be queuing on ladder once the expansion does release. But for now, you are right. We are going to see Curse Warlock.
That's true. Raven has never seen me be happier, and he was at my wedding. He wasn't, but it...
I was like, did I go to that?
Narratively, for the purpose of the joke, you just have to lie, and just
Yes,
get away
I
with
was
it.
definitely there. I was the best man. Yep.
You would never be the best man at any location that I'm in, Raven.
Ah, God. At least in title. We are going to jump into game number 4, though. And again, this is another deck that's really Again, at least just in my experience, got so much better with the addition of Renethil, right? It was the one thing the deck was really struggling with, was just time and trying not to die. And Renethil's helped out with that quite a lot. And in some matchups, especially when we look at some of the rogue matchups, at least for me, the Warlock's been doing really well because it's got the removal, it's got the heal, and any board-based decks, the AoE feels like it's there.
All right, poke once into Fossil Fanatic and poke again. This is a nice setup from Mighty. It's very low cost for him as well, right? Because of the fact that he's attacking into specifically a Mistress of Mixtures on the other side. So this is a nice setup to be able to chew through the Fel spell. He's off to a decent start himself. Does have Steno and at least one Predation in hand. Doesn't find the additional one from the draw. However, what I will say on the other side here is we talked about this in terms of Curse Warlock, but I think the most important thing for Superfake in this matchup is going to be how effectively he's able to play Heal Warlock more than anything, right?
Yes.
That longevity and the ability to have big bursts of healing from Spice Bread Baker, from Tamsin and Drain Souls or Touches or whatever it ends up being, that's going to give him the time to come up with a win condition of his own. And his win condition doesn't necessarily need to be Curse OTKs. It might just be playing a few of the big minions that he has available in the deck. That can work out just as well in some spots. But Fake is going to need to heal on multiple occasions to be able to survive this game, I would predict.
Yeah, and I think it's just it's solid. We're of course looking at Lady Steno in hand for Mighty and a decent chunk of spells so far to maybe combo them with. But you are right, it's a big deal. But I just think now with 10 natural more health and the healing removal cards that Warlock has, it's so big. Like, they can just generate so much additional health whilst keeping the board empty. So I do think Mighty is doing a good job getting the damage through from minions he has now, but will have to rely on some kind of ending combo, right? I don't think he's going to get there through just playing minions and hitting face every other turn.
You say ending combo though, but this is the hand right now to make that happen.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like single-handedly discounting double predation with Fel Barrages, Chaos Strikes, Furies, everything weaved into this all together. This can be so much damage in a single turn, and then weaved in with a little bit of chip damage here and there in subsequent turns. This is all coming together very rapidly for Mighty, I would say, and I would advise that this Kurtrus gets down sooner rather than later, because then you have the ability to weave in those hero powers in between the Steno attacks as well as you have that combo in the late game.
Yeah, just looking at Superfake's hand, because I am half assuming that Kurtrus is going to come down from Mighty here. But look at Superfake's hand. This school teacher might actually have to do some work. Oh, going Chaos Strike.
No Kurtrus this turn, okay. Dread Prison Glaive is a good pickup, though. There are still a couple of key cards left in the deck. You're looking at Jace, and you are looking at Dread Prison Glaive multi-strike kind of stuff, which are both raise your damage output kind of exponentially in terms of how much you can output. It is phenomenal how much damage a Dread Prison Glaive can throw out in certain situations.
This is kind of huge though as well, because by not playing Kurtrus, Superfake doesn't have to clear the board necessarily, which means there's more freedom to actually say go for School Teacher to try and fish something up, play the Okani to make Mighty have to either deal with it or just run something into it to be able to do it. But Superfake is going for the AoE route. Okay. I guess he's drawn Legendary now, so those curses will heal him if he goes for it next turn. Does have Bran as well. That's some health recovery, Sol.
It sure is. No
Fake's
rod
just
discounts just yet, though.
Yeah, Superfake's just like, play some cards. Get them out of your hand. Wait. Not dead, right? Surely not. Yeah, Mighty just banking damage while he can. This will help him get to Jace as well. Yori? A good play though, because, excuse me, if the Bran combo comes out from Superfake, there's no mana to kill the Satheno. I guess, though, at this point, you could say, well, all the spells were played. Which might well be worth it. The brand
That is
feels
fair,
so
yeah.
huge, though. I think you have to do it, right? It's too good. What is it? 4 and 5? Plus 3 more for the curse that's already in hand? Surely. I don't see anything else that's better. And nothing that's even remotely safer health-wise, right? Yeah, I think other than the school teacher getting something, nothing else in hand even heals him at all.
Right, that's the biggest
I think
problem.
that's the big kicker, right? Let them have Slitheno, assume they've cast the majority of their spells, and just go.
Yeah, because you do still have these 2 bodies on board that are lower health targets after you've healed as well, right? Which is going to soak some damage potentially.
There's a 3 curse hit with this. Pretty big. And it's just a lot of damage, right? Oh, was it 2, 3, 4, not 3, 4, 5? Okay.
2, 3, 4, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Oh no! Multi-strike! Look at Mighty. He's like, right, maths time.
4, 8, 10. Can't get Kurtrus, Dread Prison, and Multi-Strike all in together. Even if you could, that'd be pretty pointless because you have no mana left remaining for hero powers.
I know there's a way.
I have given up everything.
Wait. What about Kurtrus, Hero Power, Dread Prison, trade the Slitheno? Does that ever do anything?
Where is your Dread Prison attack going? Just face?
Well, you could put Slitheno in, and then the Hero Power would do the 3
Oh,
damage
into the
to
6/5? Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, though, the problem is, with all these plays, all the curses aren't going anywhere.
That's true.
So it's going to be even more damage next turn, and then Super Fake, we can see, already has the Syracuse Cultist, sorry, I forgot the name for a second, in hand, so that's another curse.
Like,
yeah, either way.
You could also spend 2 mana this turn on dumping a curse. Not illegal.
You definitely could. I mean, it does damage to face, right?
Yep.
Oh, nice little pickup, actually, with the Drain Soul. 1 mana off doing anything incredible would be the Syracuse, Okani, and the Drain Soul.
Surely the Slitheno has to die this time. It just feels too risky on this occasion.
I think so, because there's no heal from the curses anymore, and if Super Fake wants to do something big this turn, it probably involves playing the curse.
Yeah.
But how?
I mean, you have Customer, you could choose to bank the Drain Soul first just for the healing beforehand if you wanted to. The problem with Demon Hunter, though, in the late game is there's so many different angles of attack from which they can do damage to you, right? Like there's Zalug, there's Jace, there's the Slitheno that's on the board, there's just straight up damage from hand with additional Furies and so on. Like, playing around all sources of damage just seems so difficult to do, but yeah, this is the play that jumped out to me, this is the play that makes the most sense.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess this is fine. I was actually looking at the opposite way round and Drain Soul in the 3-2. But again,
why?
like you said.
Why? What does that achieve?
Extra damage from multi-strike. Oh, we can't Dread Prison, right, for 1? Yeah, okay, never mind. That's
Yeah. I think having this body on board protects you more so against Fel Barrage and Zalag, right?
Yeah.
In this position, so I like it.
I like the Dread Prison hero power here, though, instead of the Fel Barrage. Oh, Sigil.
And Sigil instead. Sure.
Fake's heating up.
Oh?
Oh. Not enough, right?
It's 5/6. That's 11 damage. It's one off. Yep, there. Yep, yeah. We know it's all right. We're paying attention, Super Fake. It's okay.
If Mighty hadn't have used that curse from the Sathena,
yeah, true. Very, very
mega
true.
dead.
Yeah.
And I think it was very easy not to use that curse. Honestly, you know, that was definitely it wasn't just a guaranteed choice, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you listen to me that turn, it only really entered my mind in the last 10 seconds, right? It's like, what if we don't focus on damage and you just spend 2 mana on throwing away the curse instead, which is what Mighty absolutely ended up doing and what looks like might be, or Mighty, the game-winning play.
Just gonna go for the Giga Fin. And honestly, I think it's the best he's got. It's not going to be good enough, most likely, because he just gets this.
Spell Barrage gets him all his stuff back, right? So
yeah,
this works too. Glaive multi-strike, chilling.
Oh yeah,
absolutely chilling.
Pick your poison here. Oh, really, really, really close game there for our game number 4. And we are going all the way to game number 5, but I'm impressed that Mighty hung on there, because again, that choice of curse and throwing that one curse out was the only curse he actually played all game, and that was the one that saved his life, because otherwise the game ends, the series ends, Super Fate moves on and Mighty does not. So really close game there. A lot of pretty intense decision making.
Yep, indeed. That's how you know that Raven is hungry for pizza, by the way, when that mistake starts coming out. Yeah, it was a really, really close game. And I honestly, Mighty played a game very differently than the one that I was suggesting and laying out. And I think the game that I laid out might have just ended up losing. This being 1 damage away from getting there probably just shows you how narrow of a tightrope it was that Mighty had to walk throughout this game. I think he navigated it pretty well overall and had plenty of damage to spare at the end of the game. So really good performance, gets himself back into the series now, goes to 2-2, picks up a win with the Demon Hunter as well. But now questions about the Shaman. We talk a lot about this Shaman's ability to refill and keep going and keep finding plays. But we saw one example where Mighty drew all his Murlocs and then kind of ran out of gas to be able to do things at that point and ended up conceding in a game that probably still had 5 or 6 turns of slow trickling death to go into it. It was a fine concede, but Mighty just kind of got out of it for, you know, it's Hearthstone mental health reasons, right? It's like, I don't want to wait to lose this game. Like, I'm going to do it right now. Right, no, exactly. So this won't quite be that matchup, because the Curse Warlock on the other side, of course, has the inevitable win condition that they're working towards themselves. But again, it's a very similar factor in a very stacked AoE heavy deck with customers and other forms of AoE. 4 damage being a very nice breakpoint to be able to clear up most of the early Murloc boards and Bolner boards that Shaman is able to throw out. So can this Shaman keep on going for long enough to be able to, you know, resist the staying power that Super Fake has on the other side?
Yeah, that's the big deal, right? Warlock plus AoE equals potential problems for Mighty. So let's see how it's going to play out with the opening hands here. Okay, well, Wild Paw Cavern. That's a big box ticked for the Shaman here, Sol. That's, you're always happy to see that one. But again, look, just plenty of AoE, and I think, importantly, the entitled customer is what really is what's going to open up a lot of the options for Super Fake, because Shaman can, for example, play Wild Paw and suddenly all these minions are full health. So entitled customer and the Curse AoE as well are going to be pretty important here.
You know, coin fish into Gorlock, it looks like here. Have that out into Wild Paw Cavern. Very strong opener. Yeah, those Wild Paws coming out as and when they do is quite nice in this matchup, because 4 damage AoE, as mentioned, the AoE from the Curse does 4, Entitled Customer does 1,000,000, but by the time those can happen, you've probably already had 1 or 2 stags on the board for a couple of turns if you're playing it on curve. So that sort of staggered removal can help you just get through a little bit of early damage.
Already a ton of Murlocs available there for Mighty. with the Nemo opening. It's a tough one, isn't it? Like, does he really want to discover Murloc against this Warlock? I mean, maybe, I guess, yeah, especially if you get like a Mutinous, right? Like, it's quite good versus Warlock.
Yeah. Yeah, Mutinous is a good grab for sure. I think the biggest consideration here for Mighty is like whether he wants to play into Hellfire or whether he would, like, because playing an extra minion plays into Hellfire, so holding a minion back plays around Hellfire, but not playing another minion there and suddenly your opponent just has like, okay. Yeah, touch, drain soul, any of the above, right? And they're kind of fine with your board state at that point. So I think this is an undervalued facet of learning to play Hearthstone at a high level, is at a certain point you learn that playing around AoE is good, and then you do that too much. And then when you get really good, you start realizing that getting the AoE out of your opponent's hand and making them use their turn on that is actually to your benefit a lot of the time.
Yeah, because they can't progress the rest of their game plan, right? It's right. Weirdly, when you've realized it, it's pretty simple as is most as are most things. So yeah, pretty cool to see there the Hellfire come out. Superfates does have an Abyssal Wave in hand now, so he does have the ability for that 4 damage AoE this turn and to start stacking those curses. So definitely something to think about for Superfake here. And honestly, yet again, I think from Mighty, this is just a little bit too much damage to leave sitting on the board. Other option is just the entitled customer, and maybe that's the play, to just have something on board afterwards. Although entitled customers are arguably a little bit more valuable because it can deal way more damage than 4, but he does end the turn with a 3-2 as opposed to nothing.
Yeah, I think I have a specific fear in this matchup in particular that I want to use Entitled Customer for, and that is Glug specifically, right? Because otherwise that can be very tricky to deal with from behind a taunt with the AoE that you require. So I think Entitled Customer with a big hand is one of the best ways to be able to deal with that. I think this is smart as well from Superfate, because my initial counterpoint to the suggestion of AoE is, with Wildpaw Cavern still in play, I think if Superfake AoEs that turn, he also has to AoE the turn after that as well, most likely. He knows the hand is full of Murlocs. He knows there's another 3-4 coming out. There could be Command of Neptulon to follow that up as well, for example. So I think rationing the removal that Superfake has available to him, this was a good turn not to AoE and just do something a little more proactive instead.
That's fair. Command is going to be really clutch though for Mighty, because he does actually get to kill this turn too, which is huge. But yet again, another big board, and as you quite rightly pointed out, Sottle, looks like it's time to AoE again to me. Or are you going to tell me you want to be even greedier?
I am not. I would like to AoE this board.
Also sat here wondering if this is a Spinley hand.
Don't think so currently. I mean, you could always Rod and go for. I know. Well, I mean, the hand at the moment is quite good, and I think you want to get use out of that Entitled Customer before you do anything else. And since you have the Rod already, you can just kind of work towards that if you're given any time. But I don't necessarily think so as of right now with the Bran in there as well. Like, this hand is going places. With 25 cards still remaining in your deck, you can't necessarily guarantee that you're going to get to those places you're heading. But I think I like the current hand.
Okay. Yeah, it just feels like it's missing the secret sauce to make something good happen here. Obviously, Rod is just always good, gets to life tap as well. This is fine.
Yeah.
But in terms of actually the payoff, like, yeah, there's a small AoE, there's a big AoE, there's a brand, but nothing really to brand right now.
Right.
There's the Gigafin, which again can be awkward actually for Shaman to actually deal with easily. But still, we'll see what happens here. Maybe the Gigafin comes out soon. Although saying that, with the Rod, it's likely to come out with the Silence combo, right?
Once again, Mighty putting up the you can't possibly have another clear for this in the top 16 cards of your 40-card deck, right?
I think if I was Mighty, I'd just assume he does. At this point, it's happened too many times already this series.
And honestly, I think it's fine to do so. The hand is still really stacked, right? This hand with this amount of value and 2 of the cards being amalgams that are going to give you more juice anyway, you can afford to chomp through 2 or 3 more AoEs here for sure.
And that's the benefit
Call it a day there, though.
Yeah, of what Caverns is like, right? Because you just kind of get to do this, not for free, obviously it costs mana, but still, it's just like, just keeps adding those minions, being that extra little bit level of annoying. I think we'll really want to keep drawing cards here, right? Probably wants a natural proc next turn.
Yeah, can't currently do that without burning a card though, which is somewhat irritating.
Yeah, might have to wait. I actually do like the Zola on the customer though.
This kind of does the same thing, right? So instead of tapping, costing yourself 2 health and losing a turn, losing a card, you do this and you gain a turn because you've gained an entitled customer, so you know you can pretty much AoE any board that comes down the next turn. And then based on that turn plus potentially the next turn or a life tap on that turn, you then get the discount that you were looking for to be able to set up, you know, Brand Baker or whatever on earth you're trying to do with the rest of this hand to stabilize the game.
Right.
Ah, yes, that card.
Paul's favorite card ever is Bloodlust, actually. A little known fact. Loves it. Can't stop talking.
I mean, that part's true.
Ooh, customer's gone bye-bye.
That's a big deal.
Ooh. And he's gone bye-bye.
Wait, what was that, sorry? What got eaten?
Canny.
Second time? I was Canny, okay, gotcha.
Oh, this is unfortunate, isn't it?
1 mana off from the silence.
Yeah, from the dream. Oh yeah, it's a bit painful. I was really staring at any ways possible that Super Fate could hold the Gigafin this turn. But I just couldn't see it. It felt potentially way too risky to do so. So I understand the play, but it does hurt to see the silence. But again, Shaman doesn't always have a good way to kill this. It can be pretty difficult, actually. So maybe it does just live.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mighty's been very sensible here with the Flurgle.
So big.
He's able to clear this up very, very nicely. And the rush is going to be so huge, clearing this up perfectly in the end.
Yeah, only got 2 of the minions back, right? You had 3?
Yes.
And of course, not going to keep hold of the stats, so... Still manageable for Super Fake, but it is painful that his customer got dealt with earlier on by the Mutinous, which means that this big AoE isn't quite as guaranteed.
Yeah, that Cold Light Seer ends up being massive here as well, because the Hellfire in hand is really the only tool that Super Fake has to deal with this. It would have just been the Mutinous that was out of range if it were not for the Cold Light Seer coming down, being able to mess this up.
There is just Silence, Hellfire, right?
Yep.
Maybe just play the Spy Spread too. Because if Super Fake knows Bloodlust's a card, Mighty will only have 8 cards left in the deck on his next turn. I think you have to respect it.
You absolutely do, yeah.
Oh.
Going digging here.
Yeah, what's he going for?
Still has a second Abyssal Curse, still has a second, Abyssal Wave. Still has the second Natural Customer, there it is, because the first one was Zolid, and still had the Tamsin as well. So yeah, that's a pretty good play, I think, from Superfake. Had good odds, even with the amount of cards remaining in the deck. Going fishing on the bottom there was pretty smart.
Yeah, gets the proc on the weapon. This is taking a lot of boxes. Now there's double Demonic Assault as well in hand, which is very good at this stage for Superfake to just do anything he can possibly do to just block attacks going phase.
Yep.
Yep, looks like a Glug turn to me. As you said, Sol, entitled customer, ready and waiting.
Yeah, this interaction is always really huge when you play this matchup. Because 5 health minion hidden behind Taunt is very irritating. You generally have to have a small spell to throw at it before you then proc your AoE, but Entitled Customer is just the one-stop shop, being able to clean it up, even now with it pumped up to 7.
Yeah, love this card, but it's about to go bye-bye. Crazy, right, as well, because Superfake doesn't even have to play the Spice Bread this turn by any means. Board's gonna go away. Could easily tap, play Demonic Assault.
I don't hate getting the healing in though, just because this turn you know that you can afford to spend 4 mana on healing, right? You know that for a fact because you're staring at it. Obviously, I think you would predict with 7 cards, 8 cards at the time left remaining in Mighty's deck that their ability to actually throw out a huge board that you'd have to spend your whole turn dealing with is quite slim. But I think by the same merit, if you just go back up to 22 here in a situation where you know all the variables, how are you losing this game?
Bloodlust. What I've come up with.
Doing the right thing, counting cards, understanding what is left to deal with. Mighty choosing not to take the trades here to get full juice on his own Snowfall Guardian. Make that as difficult as possible to deal with on the other side.
And they get unlocked for Bloodlust next turn anyway, because they did miss an attack, which is the rush attack. So really nice, just you know, those small little things that people might think, well, that's obvious. Well, maybe not all the time. Superfake can now quadruple Demonic Assault. It is Shadow, right?
What is going on in Superfake's brain right now? Genuinely, what is happening?
I don't know if I want to know.
I'm not sure what those hand gestures meant. Demonic Assault is a Fel spell, by the way, I believe.
Oh, my bad, my bad. It does have Drain Souls, at least from the Tamsin, which is nice. Going to use the Drag below to clean up the Elemental. And start finally stacking some curses. It's been too long.
We chucking in these Drain Souls this turn? Tap middle.
Why
Love
not?
to see it.
Two Drain Souls for the price of half a Drain Soul.
Not the catchiest slogan I've ever heard.
No, but it's true.
Yeah.
Right, can we get there with Bloodlust on this fish?
Oh, like, I don't want to spend the rest of this game dunking on Bloodlust, but it's really hard not to.
But when it's right there, asking me to.
Yeah.
Okay, fish pushes the 1. 24 to go. Oh, Brand School Teacher. It's only going to go downhill from here for Mighty, I believe.
Yeah, of course, deck being shuffled.
Below.
I believe Tamsin shuffles the imps into your deck, right? So that Brand changing the position from where it was on the bottom of the deck since the Finley and coming out in the middle.
I really hope Superfake picked Drag below on that second Nargaling with the Bran already on board.
Pick me! Pick me!
Yeah, honestly, like, Renethil for this Warlock is so huge. This has been kind of my experience on ladder. Maybe it's the decks I've been playing, but I feel like I'm almost winning, and then the Warlock heals. I'm like, no, I'm going to lose now. And it just slowly drags away.
This is the Superfake thing I was talking about. Superfake has a very clear idea of what Mighty is allowed to do this turn, and there it is.
There we go.
That's what he was allowed to do.
Yeah, really good win there for Superfake, and he's hyped to be staying in the tournament for this week. Unfortunate there for Mighty. I do think this series was on a knife's edge, though. We saw what each game was coming down to, right? It looked pretty tough at spots for both players. But Superfake is the one who made it work with this Renathal lineup. So he's going to be taking that to try and beat up Habu Gabu in the next match. But what are the key highlights for you in this series, Sol?
I mean, obviously, Superfake's lineup as a whole, it's always a talking point. He always brings something spicy, and just seeing how it performs against just a general selection of, you know, the expected meta decks, I imagine. Demon Hunter, sort of middling performance. I think Demon Hunter is something that we have to keep an eye on as the tournament goes on in terms of its performance. And of course, just watching Superfake on camera is always a highlight of any given series. But at the end, a much needed W for Superfake. And I think as someone who is, I believe, a pretty big Cristiano Ronaldo fan, someone that could do with a much needed W in recent memory.
References that I do not understand. We're definitely back to Grandmasters casting. But congratulations, of course, to Superfake. And like I said, if you're just wondering, if you're just joining us and wondering, wait, what's going on? Like, this is a weird matchup. We've not seen the players play before. It's because this season of Grandmasters we have is basically a single season of a single set of 16 players. We've not split in the regions for this last season. It is all one group of players. So it's been pretty cool already just to see Superfake get to play here. And look at this group in itself: Possessi, Superfake, Habu Gabu, and Mighty. So far we do have Possessi already through Group A, of course, winning earlier on, and then Habu Gabu is going to be coming up next to play against Superfake. And again, as I said, Superfake was stressing, obviously, because he really needed to win this elimination match, but his day is by no means done because he has to take down a player who's recently been on an absolute tear in the scene.
Yeah, the player of 2022 so far, for sure. Habu is an absolute pleasure to watch right now. Gets the big things right and gets the small things right, as evidenced by some of his plays in the previous series. The self-ping to play around multi-shot, the lineup construction, the composure. Habu just kind of has everything right now, and this is going to be a tough challenge.
Yep, we are going to go to a short break, of course. We need to give Superfake a few minutes just to get ready for some more very expressive motions on camera in the next match. But as we said, we do have Habu Gabu versus Superfake coming up to see who's going to make it out of Group A. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everyone, to Grandmasters Last Call. We've got our next match coming up, and it is going to be Habu Gabu going up against Superfake. Just coming off the back of a win against Mighty in the elimination match means he does have that final chance to make it out of the group. But he is going up against Habu Gabu Sottle, which is quite the scary foe at the moment.
Yes, but quite the tantalizing prospect for us, Raven, because I think it would be fair to say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but these have been two of our favorite players to watch in recent memory for different reasons. Superfake for the unconventional lineup, for kind of the memes that he brings to the tournament, for the reactions in the player cam, and Habu has just been putting on an absolute Hearthstone clinic for the last 6 or 7 months at this point. Big tournament win after big tournament win, top 8 after top 8, monstrous 70% plus win rate in the Masters Tour system, and I think right now he is a real pleasure to watch, and the kind of player that, you know, those floating pros, those players around the Masters Tour qualifier level that are not quite making it through, Habu Gabu is your model right now. This is the player that you really should be looking up to and trying to model yourself on.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, though. We do see Habu Gabu's mage banned away from him there, because I do feel like, although Habu is just great in general, I think some of the biggest moments are when he has been playing mage, so it's a shame we don't get to see that, but he does have a very solid lineup, and yet again, he's of course going up against Superfake's a bit more of an out there lineup, which is what we expect, as you mentioned, from Superfake, is going to be starting on this Warlock, and I think we are going to see maybe even a very similar outcome that we've only just seen from the previous match of Superfake beating the Shaman with this exact Warlock list. And again, I think it's going to be a tough one for the Shaman if Habu doesn't get ahead quickly enough, if Superfake has access to those key AoEs that we saw in the previous game, then it is going to be an uphill battle, because Shaman doesn't really run any of that burst from hand anymore. There's a couple of cards that can help with that, but generally it's about board control and just outvaluing your opponent.
It is. I do think overall this is a better matchup for Habu than it was previously for Mighty. I think dropping Demon Hunter and replacing it with regular Hunter is an improvement overall against the 160 card lineup that Superfake has on the other side. I think the big mage as well, drawing the ban and leaving that Hunter available to play is another big deal. I think generally Habu has more possible good matchups to queue into, but I just don't potentially think that this is top of the charts in terms of win rate for Habu in the potential matchups.
Yeah, I think in this one you do just have to hope as the Shaman that your opponent just gets the bad hand right. Maybe no Rod, maybe no just early on curve AoE, and that's the thing you have to go for and try and just push as much damage as possible. Habu does start with that schooling in hand. Superfake gonna keep Demonic Assault. What do you make of that? Is that something you like in this matchup?
I don't mind it for sure. I mean, there's a lot of 3 health targets that come down that have a significant amount of mana being spent on them. So I think the potential to get a decent swing turn there is very reasonable with Demonic Assault. I would say it is not a keep I was expecting, but I can understand the logic behind it after it's been made.
And we already see a big difference from the previous game where Habu actually has Brukan available, right? A little bit too early, of course, to the party, but having Brukan and not having Brukan in the slower matchups is such a big difference here and could maybe make enough of a difference to steal the game away.
Bit of a wince from Habu as he sees the Mortal Coil come out. Obviously, those Piranhas being able to push massive amounts of damage in the early game is one way to make up that deficit that you do start with. But the Mortal Coil, of course, being the perfect answer to deal with the situation.
And we might see that Demonic Assault pay off, right? Just get to kill off this Amalgam on curve and put something pretty beefy in the way of the Piranha as well.
Well, there's 1 boar. How do we get 6 more? Okay.
Yeah. Really good option here, actually, with this Assault, right? Because it just saves the Hellfire. Like, Hellfire doesn't even need to be looked at this turn, right?
Yep, for sure.
Okay. That's a card.
That is the draw.
Just have
It's going to go coin overload instead. Okay, I respect it. Damage being pushed, boards being made. The double trade here is a little bit scary, though. 2 4 health minions going into 1 attack minions, leaving the perfect Hellfire on the other side. Yep, and I think you saw the look of trepidation that entire time on Habu's face. Worst case scenario as well, followed up by the Mistress of Mixtures for perfect mana utilization. That was a big, big turn for Superfake, but I think that's a situation where Habu's just looking at the game state and saying, I don't love my position, I don't love my matchup. Let's just take a low percentage play and see if it works, because if the Hellfire isn't there, I'm in business.
Yeah, because then there's potentially the turn gap where even the Abyssal Wave or the customer would just leave that one turn for the minions to actually hit face, and then you can say, well, okay, AoE me now, way more likely with the 6 drops in play, but then, you know, Habu would have actually pushed a relevant amount of damage, whereas right now, Superfake sitting on 35 is extremely comfortable. There's the Dreadlich in hand as well for another sort of half AoE along with armor gain and card draw. Still looking good for Superfake right now. Didn't see what was picked up from the Nagaling. Sorry if you know, but I have zero idea. I was looking at Habu's hand.
No, I would imagine it was one of the 2 rightmost choices. There was the opportunity to draw the other. Oh no, it's only a single Command of Neptulon in the deck, actually.
Yes.
So probably would not have gone for the investment.
It's just Glug, right? I think with this shaped board, Glug on curve, reasonable chance it goes off. Yep, I'm with you, Abu. We're thinking exactly the same. Like, yep, this could happen. Which slaps to the side, like, I cannot believe he has more.
And unlike Mighty, there is not enough Murloc power to be able to use this Flurgle for the nice clear on this turn.
I don't hate Brakan, though. Can't, like, deal 2, deal 6?
Yeah, I could see it.
And then if a Murloc's drawn, and if, you know, the taunt doesn't die for it, if Superfake doesn't choose to kill the taunt, if he can or can't, I don't know. But, you know, either way, there's then a chance that Habu gets to kill the Gigafin and get Glug back.
Pick me!
Oh, okay, it's Tidal Surge.
Oh.
In which case,
Never mind.
sure.
Yeah,
Sounds
never
good.
mind. Even better. Perfect.
Just enough space to find the Glug. 1 minion missing, of course, but still good enough for now.
And most importantly, unlike the previous series that Superfake was in, there's no customers here. The shop is closed.
Indeed.
What a difference a health makes, Sottle. Superfake could go for the tap and then reassess. Again, much more difficult to go for these kind of draws when you're running a Renethel deck, because it's just less likely you're going to hit the card you want.
Just counting how big the Glug will be if he just chooses to go with the AoE in this situation. Yeah, I respect this. Let's get the discount on Demonic Assault, which is nice, but of course the Frostbite aura is still in place, making this a problem. Oh no, disaster!
Oh.
Not like this! What do you mean? This is Europe versus Europe! This is when things were supposed to get good!
Look at Superfake.
What do you mean?
Oh no. That is so much damage being left up. And Habu bank on this. He could go Brakan pawn and deal 2, right? To push through and put more things in the way of glow.
Everything I've got.
I'm going to use the rush to clear
Yes,
up
the
instead
bird.
and take
Yeah,
the 6 damage.
okay.
Yeah, it seems fine.
Yep, this also seems fine. I'm with it. Oh, it's huge. Oh. And when I talked about this, Shaman doesn't really have access to much burst from hand. There is still those 2 Murlocs, Flurgle, of course, being one of them, and a Frostbite. And now there's a 2 out of 4 chance you get to deal some amount of damage to face. Each turn with Brakan, of course.
I'm not getting any younger.
What does Super Fake even do now? Like that one turn.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
There's 2 AoE.
AoE has a full-blown evil in the original Nargaling, does have Zola as well. This was the play, some sort of combination of this was the plan for the previous turn. Of course, like 0 mana full-blown evil, 0 mana Null, and then the Zola as well. But I think the Zola left him with 0 mana after it was played, even after the discounts, which I think is what caused the pause, and then the turn just didn't complete.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's left himself in a world of trouble here, and it does not look like this is going to be good enough. And yeah, I think Super Fake just giving the gesture like, yeah, like next game. I'm done with this game. Let's play an entirely different game of Hearthstone.
Weirdly enough, not actually dead yet. Unless I'm missing something. Habu can Sleep Breaker and draw to try and hit another Murloc or something? Like, would that help? Not really.
No, right. 3 mana spent on the Sleepbreaker stuff, and then you'd have to spend 5 more on the 2 Murlocs that you already have, and you still need 3 AoE, and you're only picking up 2 off 1 more Murloc, so you wouldn't really have the ability to do anything else. If you got Amalgam into the Rush Murloc again, that's lethal.
Super Fake saying, oh wait, I'm not instantly dead? Okay. Is actually ever a...
That was one off as well, right? No, you wouldn't have any way to proc the death rattle, get the weapon. Yeah, weird.
Not without using the Frostbite, right?
Exactly right, which you need to use on the other taunt in that situation, yeah.
Okay, well, it's not over quite yet, but Habu has just dramatically reduced down the board pressure from Super Fake. Now it's Super Fake's go, and there's still a lot of work to be done.
Oh!
Okay. Wants to trade off the Mistress first, though. Yes, okay. Recovery time.
And now Bran Queen is available as well for more stabilization in the near future.
Wondering whether it's just Bran Curses.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking that was the Curse Legendary and not Queen Ashara. That's my fault.
It's fine. I'll let you off this once. Is he gonna just AoE? I guess 12. Oh, he's getting dealt 6 next turn though.
Haven't heard of me?
Interesting. So next turn there's Bran, Zola with the Legendary, and a free Abyssal Wave to go first, I guess. To get like maximum curses, maximum healing.
Yeah. Forces opponent off board this turn, so even with the 6 hero power damage showing, very unlikely to die in this spot. I think juicing up the curse by that 1 extra tick.
Does Habu maybe have to go the the Brand Murloc route with the Amalgam here. Like,
Yeah,
Brand,
don't
Clownfish,
mind it.
Amalgam, discover 2 Murlocs that'll be heavily reduced. Hero power, and then try and Flurgle to finish it the turn after.
Yeah.
Is that maybe where we are?
Problem is your 1 mana off of being able to play a Mutinous after this as well, which I think would be the absolute nuts, right?
You'd get another Clownfish, though.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Another Flurgle as well. Oh, wait a minute.
Drop the curse, presumably. Yeah.
There's got to be so much healing. And the AoE just obliterates this board as it is.
Never seen someone that's more entertaining to watch count than Super.
I'm not getting any younger.
Yep. Brand.
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
Cool. Yup. Yup. Ring? Yep. Yep.
Yeah, makes sense,
Yep.
right, with the Abyssal. Go away! Hey. Oh, just because Super Fate didn't pick you doesn't mean you can hang around. Get out of here.
Red alert.
Yeah, maybe we can get this fixed in just a minute, but at least we can see what's going on, because I believe the game is still happening. We just have the card slapped across it. Never mind, game over,
right.
Perfect. We were saved from the bug. Super Fake recovers, and what a roller coaster of emotions, Sol, because at first, this whole opening there for Habu Gabu was given to him by Super Fake, right? Super Fake kind of whiffed the turn, didn't end, and didn't really seal the deal on that turn. So then, we're okay. And then Habu looked like, well, okay, well, there's the game. The massive glug's there. He just needs a little bit of help to finish out the game. And then suddenly, it just all changes round with the draw of the Starfish. Like, that's just game 1, Sol. We've got a long way to go.
It is indeed. Of course, there are 2 Starfish in the deck, right? Which, you know, I will give Renathal decks their fair share of stick, but generally in a 30-card deck, you are only going to play 1 copy of Starfish under most reasonable circumstances. The 40-card deck can afford to play 2, which means 1 in every 20 of your cards is a Starfish instead of 1 in every 30 of your cards being a Starfish. So Super Fake entitled to find it, and I think you saw that in Habu's reactions during the game as well, right? When it was Hellfire on curve, he was annoyed because it was specifically that card in a 40-card deck that punished him. When there was another AoE to follow that up, he was annoyed. When his stuff didn't get Starfished on the turn he was expecting to get Starfish, he was like, wait, what? My thing's still massive? Like, what is happening here? So certainly Super Fake had to fight through that situation the hard way. He certainly made his own life more difficult than he needed to. I'm certainly not going to gloss over that fact, but in the end was able to tidy it up. The Starfish appeared at just the right moment and was able to get there. And it looks like we're going to move on to the Hunter now for Super Fake. As mentioned, we do have Habu Gabu, who has read the Big Beast Manifesto, but unfortunately Super Fake has not read the Big Beast Manifesto. Are you familiar with the Big Beast Manifesto, Raven?
I feel like I should be, but I'm worried that I'm not now.
The Big Beast Manifesto goes, big beasts are the best, roll high all the time. It's very important, okay? You need to bear this in mind.
Oh, I didn't know that was the title. I have heard these words before. I did know someone put a title on it. Yes, we are going to see, again, this sort of quest version of Hunter from Super Fake. I am interested in seeing more play because it's a deck I have played, but I've not put tons of time into. So I'm excited to see it, especially on this level, right, where it's not just jamming it on ladder. Right? You're against the likes of Habu Gabu, so you're really going to be put to the test here, and especially against the Shaman, because yet again, Shaman, very board-focused deck right now, and Super Fake has, especially with a Dumbledore Bunker in the hand, he can just access all of those secrets pretty quickly and pretty much make a mess of Habu's game plans, at least for the first X amount of turns.
Yeah, something Super Fake was missing for his first game with this deck on stream, for us at least. Did just draw the secrets, play them naturally. In this case, is going to have a little bit of extra tempo from that Dumbledore Bunker at the start, being able to play secrets for a little bit cheaper.
Bunker.
Dumbledore Bunker, yeah, that's what it's called, isn't it?
Yep, exactly correct. Yeah, I think our graphics are getting a little bit confused as well. The ice trap graphic is actually the bunker, and the secret is actually the ice trap.
Close enough. Good effort.
Again, though, Super Fake will have his work cut out for him here because of that Wild Paw Cavern on 4. Obviously, he will know it won't come. It's going to be a problem because a lot of the damage is going to be just a little bit short. We can see Mark shot in hand, of course, which is great, but generally Hunter's doing 3s. So yeah, those are a huge, huge problem. But Habu actually going to go for the Gorlock here and not trying to test that secret. It's probably smart when you want to just guarantee board control as opposed to hope for board control.
Yeah, and this is such a huge tempo opening here for Habu with double Clown, double Gorlock. Absolutely just smashing through these Murlocs as rapidly as possible. Now has the choice. Flurgle and Seer are two of the absolute best options, I would say. Seer in particular, just because of so much of the removal from Hunter is just numbers-based. It does genuinely interact with the amount of health that your stuff has. So I think it's a really smart pickup here.
Yeah, I like this a lot, especially because that sounds a little bit stupid, but for me, the damage isn't as important from, say, the Flurgle than just making a hard board to deal with, right? Because then the damage will come naturally, and with already a decent chunk of Murlocs still in hand, the options are definitely there. Mark Shot going to be used for Super Fake, does progress the quest. Maybe this is a Devouring Swarm?
Job done.
But now just the opportunity to go again for Habu.
If he has a feeling about this ice trap as well, he can just test it now, which is a big deal because you do not really want to test it with Command of Neptulon or Wild Paw Caverns. So now having that one drop as an option is massive for him.
So I think the cadence here is you do your big Murloc pop-off this turn. Then the next turn you go Sleep Breaker, Wind Shield to deal with the ice trap, and then you start dealing the high impact spells after that. What a board.
Oh, what a draw though. Explosive this turn, do some other stuff, and then get Tavish explosive again.
Enough though, it's so much damage that goes through.
You've got 40 health. It's fine. What's the point in having 40 health if you don't take more damage?
Yeah, I suppose. Sounds like the attitude of a Renathal player to me. Just don't worry about anything. Let's just be lazy. We've got 40 health. Nothing matters.
Would like to see the explosive come down now, though, because obviously there's not enough mana available to use it on the next turn. With the Tavish, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Actually, using the Krakenbane, which I hadn't really considered in the turn, it does relieve a lot of the pressure. You're able to straight up kill one minion and then, of course, make the other one dead to the initial explosive trap. So now, over the course of 2 turns, that plan with the Beaststalker Tavish does prevent an enormous amount of damage coming through from Habu Gabu. Very, very nicely navigated by Superfake.
I think this is one of those moments from Habu, or just against Hunter in general, with multiple secrets, where you just make an attack and see what happens. unless I'm missing something, there isn't really anything further he can do to actually play around an explosive trap in any real way. And no way to fish for another cold light, right? So just, and again, I think against the quest hunter, I don't think retaining the board and waiting to proc explosive is really going to help you out.
No, I think Habu's just considering maybe attack order this turn, because this is a brand new secret on this turn. It could be an explosive bluff and it's actually freezing, for example. And then you're thinking, well, do I want the Cold Light Seer back? Do I want the Clownfish back? Do I just want to attack with the smallest minion so that I push the maximum amount of damage through? I think there's a lot of the consideration going into this turn.
More Murlocs. Bring the trap. Can only go minion.
Yep. So. Yeah, good to know. Thanks, Raven.
Oh, nice. Explosive and maneuvers. My two favorite secrets. Habu. On the best card in the deck. At the same point again now where obviously I'm staring at explosive, but he will know explosive is just a massively key trap for Super Fake. I would have already attacked. Maybe he just doesn't want to give Super Fake as many minions to proc spells on, but can't really avoid that based on the deck he's playing in general, right?
All right, well, at least now, finally, turn 7, Habu has had the freedom without an ice trap to be able to get the Wild Paw Cavern down.
What have we here? Ooh, that'll hurt.
Again, just as we said in the previous series, the early Tavish starting to be like Huffer.
Big beasts are the best. Roll high all the time.
Easy.
What are you waiting for?
Explosive trap. Natural one being drawn there at the end there for Super Fake. So again, more options for kind of a AoE. And this is a slight issue now that because exactly Huffer was rolled, again, there's a reason I really like explosive and maneuvers, and it's because they're two of the best, which means Habu will kind of be expecting explosive and maneuvers. So trading with this Huffer may not be the best idea in the world.
It's the worst feeling in Hearthstone, I swear. Like, you know it's coming back twice, but you have no choice. Like, what are you going to do? Leave it there, let it hit you for 4, and then it comes back twice the next turn? You know, like, it's so miserable.
There is little time.
Hello, we're back.
Press the button again. Get another Huffer. Super Fake now definitely at the point where he wants to get the Tavish down to complete quest. Does have to quickly work out this Okani though. Luckily for him, he does have some throwaway minions and some spells that I could easily say were throwaway spells with the secrets.
For sure.
Or at least with the Ice Trap, exactly right. You can just throw that out 1 mana. If it gets blocked, great.
Predictable.
Choose to go spring the trap. Did you forget?
Oh no.
Surely Ice Trap's better. Are we agreed on this?
Yes.
Okay. So just gonna go Ice Explosive, I guess?
I think so, yeah.
10 to face. 10 to face. There we go. At least we've got that bit right. The correct Hunter mindset. Whether you play the slower list or not, deal the damage to the face. I think Super Fake's upset with himself.
I think he is, yeah. I mean, he's gone full Mysterious Challenger, right? He has the full Christmas tree in play, and like every Mysterious Challenger Paladin player, his brain has turned to mush, so we're fine.
Just why have I not won yet question?
Yeah.
Why do I have to use my brain to make decisions? Now, Habu's been caught in that, I guess, literal trap of the longer you don't attack, the worse it feels a lot of the time. And now these explosives have stacked up to the point where I think he's simply just going to die. The damage has been done. And again, this was kind of the issue with making this play against Quest Hunter feels very spicy if you're playing a deck that doesn't heal a lot. And Shaman does not heal a lot, so it's going to be a rough one for him. Let's see what he is offered. Chain Lightning, Rockbite, or Frostbite. Frostbite, definitely not a bad pickup.
Windchill springs the Ice Trap. Now gets Cookie down. Cookie was going to die to this combination of traps, but at least then the weapon will appear when the choice to attack is made, which is something at the very least.
Ooh, not Hoofer. Fail.
The tracks lead this way.
I think I like just re-roll tracking, honestly.
Yeah, I'm fine with it too. Could be Conch's call, but I think tracking makes the most sense. Does go Conch's call, okay, fine.
Expensive. There is face.
Oh, that's the one. That is the face Naga you're looking for.
It just felt like a lot of mana to spend when there's also Furious Howl in hand, right? I was looking at whether you gets rid of track. Is Super Fake okay?
I'm not sure. I'm going to go with no, just on a limb.
Right, so, yeah, okay.
And this goes face, right? There is the argument that, like, Conscious Call specifically drawing face Naga is to your benefit, right? When you're just looking for straight-up damage to end the game, you have that 5 damage in hand just to be able to go face. I think it does make sense when you really look at it.
He just can't see. He just doesn't want to see Brakan, right? That's the biggie right now. The weapon is insignificant.
Currently, yes. You would need a small attack minion to be able to attack into to actually get any value out of this.
Hey, cool. I'll attack face. Wait a minute.
Yep.
Habu really in dire need of Brakan at some point in the extreme near future to get the heals. I believe it's very likely to just be it, if not it itself. This should just bounce, right? Yeah, that does the majority of it. And then
I think with the current state of Super Fake's mental game, anything could happen this time.
Yeah,
if he
that
just
is
plays some cards in the right order, going to be okay.
Yeah, and I think we've seen this from kind of both Super Fake series that we've cast up until this point, of course, that Super Fake Doesn't really look like he's on form right now. He's doing enough, obviously, to win games, but the little mistakes are starting to stack up a little bit, and you can tell even he's getting annoyed at himself because he knows their mistakes. It's not like he's playing badly and has no knowledge of it, and he just can't even see the mistakes himself. But starting to get a little bit flustered. The positive is if he can just get one more win, can forget about it for the rest of the day because he's done, right? He's done till tomorrow, so or till the day after, actually. So as long as he can get through and he keeps winning the games regardless of the small mistakes, then great. But I am worried that they are going to stack up, and Habu is the type of player that won't make those mistakes and will cash in on that.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you know, I've been in this position. I've played games on stream and played badly, and anything. Like, particularly if you then win that game, it just becomes embarrassing more than anything, right? Like, you just want to bury your head in the sand. Like, I remember a game specifically. I was playing on stream against Modern Leper, and I just missed Grom in a rage my opponent at 12. Like, I had 8 mana, I had like 4 cards in my hand, and 2 of them were Grom in a rage. I just didn't do it for some reason. I have no idea why to this day, but you can see is the fact that is still a brain worm in the back of my brain that I remember precisely, that stuff bothers you, and it's really, really hard to get over and readjust and get yourself back into good positions.
Yeah, good thing here, though, Superfake, as we just saw, only has his mage left. So like I said, if he just wins this one game or wins one game of mage out of 3, he can just forget about it for the rest of the day. And spend tomorrow, you know, prepping, of course, but just relaxing, I think, is an important thing there. But I will say as well, Superfake, at least for us, does lean towards mage as maybe a slightly favored class as well. Just his own personal preference. He does like to play the weird mage decks, so maybe that's going to be enough to help him out, the being so familiar with the deck in itself. So let's see how it goes. Habu going to be back on the shame and going to queue it till it wins, taking that approach, whereas Superfake got this mage left and double fire sale. Is it too much to keep both of those, Sottle?
Probably, yes. I like keeping one. But yeah, Habu doing God's work. You say continuing to queue up Shaman until he gets a win with it. I choose to view it as giving Raven maximum opportunities to say Shaman before the end of Grandmasters.
Now I'm confused. You want me to say Shaman or Shaman?
Which did I say just then?
You said Shaman, but you said gives Raven the maximum opportunities to say Shaman during Grandmasters. I'm like,
oh, yeah. No,
I don't know
I feel
what
like at least once before Grandmasters ends, I think you should just call it Shaman, you know? Just so we have the experience of what that feels like.
You mean seriously in a game?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll bring it out when you least.
Okay, yeah. This is the game now. I have to notice you do it. Yeah. Okay, fine.
Regardless, getting back to more important things than the way I say words, which is quite important since it's literally my job, I suppose. But anyway, moving on. There are the runners on the board right now. One just being cleared off.
Yep.
What I'm more surprised with, Sol, is we haven't named the different coloured piranhas.
That's true. That does seem like a thing we would have done, but we haven't. It's a good point. Meanwhile,
pepper on the board.
Can't name anything of food stuff. We'll move into an entirely different debate as soon as we do that.
I'm going to think of the other 2 names soon.
Okay, fine. We can see Superfake obviously now under the effects of the Frost Bete, making his turns a little bit more difficult.
Whereas I'm sat thinking how I can say bioluminescence wrong because it's such a weird word that because I know how it's said, I feel like it's harder to make up a wrong way to say that.
Bioluminescence.
That's too close. Although Superfake, weirdly enough, might be staring at that coin as a way to get rid of this frostbite, because all the other spells, I don't think he wants to spend that much mana on them, right? Where the coin is kind of negating the effect.
Yeah, the debate is whether you particularly need to worry about it right now. You do have minions to play on curve for at least a couple of turns from here.
Yeah, definitely not for now. It's just looking at what we've seen from previous games and how important the AoE is.
Yeah.
Does he want an AoE to be that expensive and maybe block him out of a strong turn? Probably.
Yeah, but I
not.
think what you would hope in Super Fake's position is, so like you go Akani this turn, maybe Talon next turn, and then maybe on 6 you can coin Fire Sale, and then that clears the board and you get away with it, you know? Like that, hopefully, in the dream scenario is what's going to line up, but I think Habu, knowing that the coin is in hand for the opponent, will be playing around that exact scenario on the other side as well, so really tricky spot to navigate, I would say. Bye, Nemo. Guess we're not finding you after all.
I'll be very quickly getting to that Glug again in a couple of turns' time. A little bit difficult again. Yeah, it's the kind of the same discussion we had about Warlock, except Mage doesn't really have the big AoE, right? It's like 5. Unless you count a really buffed Reckless Apprentice.
Certainly could get to at some point this game. Obviously a lot trickier to specifically find your Dawngrasp hero with 40 cards in your deck, which is what really starts to juice that Reckless Apprentice. Ah, good, another 5-mana Ice Barrier, just what I always wanted.
Okay, you could coin it out, kind of.
Alright, dumb meta plays. When you're trading a Fire Sale there, do you ever trade the one that you kept in your opening hand? Because that's the one that your opponent might have a read on, because it's a kept card. And then you might convince them that you don't have a Fire Sale, because you've just traded a card that they read as Fire Sale away from your opening hand.
Or do you take it a level more and you just want them to know?
No,
You're like, yeah, I've got it. Deal with it.
Fair. Yeah, it's the turn, right? It's the turn I was talking about where it was possible for an AoE to happen based on Super Fake's hand with the coin and the Fire Sale, and I think Habu has represented that very nicely, trickling out the stags turn by turn and only a single Piranha. What's this one's name, Raven? I've forgotten.
Blue was...
Percy? Or was that Pepper?
I think blue was Pepper.
Okay.
Is the story about Peppers makes me feel sad. We're going to come down here from Habu. And again, that's the real issue here, that we would need exactly a Flame Strike to deal with this, right? I mean, the Najar is on Frost, I believe, so that's just going to be an 8 armor gain. Yep, there we go. Perfect hover
from the Ice Barrier.
Super Fake, I think.
Yep.
By my calculations, you need to chill out.
Habu's just like, oh no. Just let me hit you for 20 damage, Glug.
What's the plan here long term in terms of dealing with this Glug situation?
Draw a cheap fire spell.
Sure.
Because then Lady Najar just deals 5 to the Glug and kills it.
Sure.
Habu's just like, hard pass.
Yeah, not a lot else you can really do in that spot. Yeah, I was wondering whether after the Varden there might have been a ping thrown into the Glug.
Is it I guess they can gift first, but I'm really staring at, oddly enough, trading this okay. Never mind. Trading the Fire Sale away.
Starfish to the rescue once again. Very nice. Oh, is Superfake saying he can get enough trades through here to use the Flurry on this turn?
Okay.
Seems ambitious.
Can he though?
Well, he does also have 36 health and an ice barrier, right? It's not a huge panic if he gets hit by a medium-sized Glug once this turn.
Oh, I guess he could just double, right? If he misses, he can just cast it again.
Sure.
Oh, he hits. Oh, Habu.
Just don't miss, idiot.
Yeah. Like the beast thing, right? Just win. Hey, does Habu go from here? Like, again, Murloc's in hand, does have the Clownfish and the Gorlock, but it's a weird deck, this Mage deck, isn't it? Because although there are a lot of good targets to hit with the Mutinous, as an example, there's nothing that you game-winning that you hit with Mutinous, or at least nothing I feel anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe Mordresh is the closest thing to that, right? But even then, I think quite often the game-ending burst damage comes more so from like giant Reckless Apprentice doubling up a ping, both
yeah,
going face.
Or Bran or something, right? You know, stuff like that. I completely agree. Like, Mordresh is nice to hit because it's a lot of stats, but not really like winning you the game.
I mean, if anything, I think hitting the Reckless Apprentices themselves is probably one of the best options that you can find.
Yeah, true. Well, Habu might have to say hello to an old friend. This Starfish.
I thought you meant the Mordresh. I was going to say, no.
No.
Habu was a purist.
How perplexing.
Now the
Fire Sale to mop the rest of this up. Yep, all good.
Even has the ping. Now a one-mana Fire Sale. And of course, like, Lady Najjar now actually is a very strong card against exactly this Shaman. It clears so many minions, right? Like, it's just insane. As well, taking a very quick glance here. Yeah, it is going to be one of the 4 drops that a Talon would draw now for Superfake.
Who can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
We ever look at bioluminescence, Sol? Is that something that's ever considered at this point? Like, does schooling really help Habu? I want to say no.
Possible, right? You do have the Bran.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like,
you have the Bran, you have a Frostbite. Like, there's at least the semblance of a plan coming together in that position, whereas I don't really think the other cards are going to get there.
Yeah, like that plus Brakan and a couple of deal 6s, right? Like, maybe? Like,
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Bioluminescence is in the other Nargling as well, no?
I am not sure. I know it was offered, but I'm not sure if he picked it. So I don't want to commit to that and make myself look sillier than I already do sometimes.
Fine. Valid.
Not that I think Superfake's had a bad or an unlucky game here, but the lack of wildfires is the only thing that's actually making him not just obliterate Habu Gabu right now, right? We see the Dawn Grasp and the Reckless Apprentice now in hand.
Yeah, and having retained that coin for all this time, actually, kind of just juicing right now, depending on how this sequence of spells goes. Does hit the Fire Sale, though. Okay, clears the board up.
Second Reckless, though. We're just a Bran away from a good time. Very close to just dealing 20 with Mordresh as well. Certainly. Okay, is this enough to play Bran, Paul? Or do you think...
It really depends. If there's another bioluminescence in that other Nargling, then no, probably not. Like, that is just your win condition at some point, surely.
Grand Mutinous, it's a lot of stuff though, and again, this mage deck
is.
does have a lot of key minions. We've just been talking about them, right?
That's true. Maybe you're right.
I know it's less fun, Sol. I completely agree. A big bioluminescence would be hilarious, but
There's the 2 Murloc discounts. Finds Clownfish though. There's offered Tidehunter as well, which is
bio.
it is bioluminescence.
Wait a minute. Can't be 40. He's not 40, is he?
So there's 2 spell damage on 4 minions. Oh, there's the Macaw as well.
Is this 40? I can't even count this.
Calm down, calm down. Everyone be calm. Everyone be calm.
Super fake.
Everyone be calm. This is fine. This is fine. Everything's fine.
It's only approximately.
They're all fine. 33 is fine.
Oh my god. 30, just a smooth 33 damage with a frostbite. Wow. And this is the stuff we expect from Habu. Our expectations are high, but that's because he keeps delivering.
Yep.
Fake's like, wait a minute. Where did my health go? I only played a frostbite. I am fairly sure Super Fake was like, am I being lethal right now?
Calculations are correct.
Luckily, especially with that 1-mana fire sale, Super Fake has a very easy clear. He does need to put his foot down on the gas a little bit here because suddenly he doesn't feel so safe anymore.
Right. You would really like to try and juice the Reckless Apprentice sometime soon as well, I would imagine. Yeah, there you go. Gonna ping, gonna Reckless Apprentice. The first one will juice it to 4. Yeah. And then 4s will clear up the rest. But now this is the question, right? Is that it? Was that Habu's entire game in that 33 damage burst? Can he actually re-establish from this point?
Yeah, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Burkhan.
Yeah.
Because that's a guaranteed 6 and then maybe 6 for the rest of the game, right? Which is a big deal. We've seen people, you know, sort of rotate from other hero power and then deal 6, then other hero power, then deal 6. It can get very silly.
Right.
But it is still very possible for Habu. He's still sitting on 26 health, 28 with the weapon swing. Very, very doable indeed.
Those are not Murlocs.
Command of Neptulon, though.
Yeah, pretty good. Or is the answer none of them and draw a card?
Yeah, I'm with you on that as well. Yep, can't argue. Because again, the one thing you are expecting still from Super Fake, if you Habu Gabu, is AoE, you know, minions dying, so maybe it really is just get to Burkhan. Looking at the remaining cards here for Habu Gabu, see what he has available. There's the key Bloodlust still in the deck. That's come into play. Bolnut, a couple of other things, but really we're looking at that bottom card, right? Just exactly Burkhan.
Yeah.
Super Fake does have the has options actually. Modresh coin Zola. But I think the Zola, even if you coin Zola, you'd still probably put it on the Reckless Apprentice. If you want to.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing.
Keep juicing the hero power, right?
You can also just Mordresh and just weave in the ping this turn, Face Hunter style, because you then do still have Reckless Apprentice and Zola to be able to follow up on that later, so it's not like you lose out on that much damage. But it looks like it is going to be the Zola play this turn, and it is going to be on the Mordresh. This does still set up lethal for the following turn. There does have to be an answer. Leap Breaker will serve. Now, of course, we know, even though, as you said, that bottom card, Brukan, we do know that Brukan is not on the bottom of the deck, having just looked at it.
Yeah.
So it is somewhere within the next 8 cards.
Gonna block minion, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Make him hero power the Okadi, so if he does play Modresh, then the minion trade and the hero power has to come in, which means it's not lethal. Good play for Habu, still hanging on. Again, it's still looking quite grim, but regardless.
No, it's not quite lethal, because the Reckless Apprentice hero powers face first, right? Because you can first flame the 2/6, and then, no, you actually still wouldn't have enough mana to break the Okani and then get Reckless Apprentice and hero power.
What's the hero power
anyway.
at, actually?
It's at 4 currently. If you were able to first flame the Okani, play the Reckless Apprentice, juice it to 6, and then get the 6 damage to face plus the hero power to 6, and the 3 from the existing Reckless Apprentice on board, that's 15, but that doesn't work for 2 entirely different reasons.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the potential of just multicaster ping Reckless, if that was enough, but it just falls short.
Yeah.
I have an idea.
Of course, Superfake has to plan this turn without the knowledge that it is minion as well. He does have to play around spell at the same time, which is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, I mean, luckily the first flame is one of the best cards to do so, and that's going to be a concede there from Habu. He knows there's just no recovery from that point, especially with the extra damage pushed. Going to be dead to the second Modresh, and it was a tricky one. It was weirdly close at points, even though the score doesn't really reflect that. Yeah. And it was definitely a crazy series overall, but the series does go to Superfake with a 3-0 sweep. Again, a lot harder than it looks on paper, but still a good win for Superfake. That's back-to-back victories in the last 2 series there, and he is going to move on to Sunday, the final day of the first week.
Yeah, can't say that it was the performance he was looking for. You could see that in his own gestures, his own facial expressions, his own demeanor during the series. But either way, it's the result he was looking for. And the lineup itself does seem to be functioning pretty well. It does seem to have a slant towards this Shaman that so many people are bringing. And the Shaman is really struggling to get wins against it, despite some of these insane situations that are coming out with, 20/20 Glugs and 33 damage Frostbites that are coming out on the other side. I think at the very least, Superfake had a good time with taking 33 damage purely because he was able to get out of the series with the win.
And I will just say as well, it's one thing I just love about Habu Gabu, and I love casting Habu Gabu, is even if Habu Gabu gets 3-0'd, he still styles on people, right? Like, he still makes games great, which is what we saw from this one, especially, as you said, with that 33 damage Frostbite kind of out of nowhere. So Habu put in a good effort, and he knew he had to get the Shaman over the line, and it wasn't meant to be. So your 2 players going out of Group A on day 1 of Grandmasters Last Call are going to be Possessi and Superfake. They'll move on to the final day on Sunday, but really great start to their week. We've talked about it a lot, especially the last couple of seasons, where getting a good start week 1, starting those points early, means that your goal feels much more achievable, right? Instead of, I have to win a week or top 2 a week, it's actually, I have to just not really get out, or I have to get out of groups for another week, and then I'm looking good.
Yeah, and I guess final point before we move on, we will now be staying with you before passing off to the Americas casters for 1 game of Group B. But before we do that, I think final thing to take note of is that that's 2 losses for Habu Gabu, which, with the way this year has been going, the fact that Habu Gabu just lost 2 series of Hearthstone on stream is an event in and of itself, and we should make it one. Like, this person can lose. It can happen. Who knew?
Yeah, rare as it is, but I'm excited to see how all the players, Habu especially, competes within this new Grandmasters circuit here for this last season. But we are going to go to a quick break. As you saw, that is Group A done. We're going to be moving on to Group B. As Saul mentioned, we will be taking you through the first match of the day, and then you'll have some America's casters following up after that. But we're going to go to that break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
We are back and ready to move on to a new group of players within this Grandmasters League Day 1. It's going to be Group B, and our first match of the day is going to be Pun versus Judgment. But I believe we can take a look at the bracket just to check out exactly what Group B looks like. Because for me, Sol, this is one of the big exciting parts of Grandmasters this season, as we're not seeing, all the EU players, all the Americas players together. It's a good mix. So here we have Pun, Judgment, Dmitry Kazov, and Blyze. So a bit of a crazy group. For me, Sotul, definitely led in power by Blyze, but a lot of very interesting players to fill out the rest of the group here.
Yeah, for sure. I think having the opportunity to get up close and personal with Dmitry is a big pleasure. I think he's been a very solid player. I've very much enjoyed what I've caught of him on the Americas broadcast. And of course, for Judgment, just for us, having a UK representative thrown into Grandmasters as well, getting to see him go up against some US, North American compatriots, some other Americas players as well. Don't know if you remember, Raven, but the last time we cast a big UK versus USA showdown, it didn't work out particularly well for us. If we go back to Hearthstone Global Games 2017, maybe something along those lines. Yeah, it did not end up particularly.
You do have to go back that far to see a positive Americas result. Yes, it is that many years ago now at some point, but I'm sure we'll see something great out of Grandmasters this season. But yeah, again, it's a mixed bag here of feelings for me, because we know we aren't casting Blyze today, unfortunately, but hopefully we get to cast him soon. But I will be watching it, so excited to see what he's going to do. But you are right, for these two players, especially Judgment, a player who, at least for me, sort of kind of came out of nowhere and showed some really impressive play throughout the Masters tours to get to this place. So really excited to see, as you said, like in Masters tours, all of the players they have to qualify, right? So all the players are good, but when you hit like this kind of level of Grandmasters that we've got to at this point in Grandmasters life cycle, that a lot, if not every single one of these players that are in the league right now are fantastic players, right? So this is like that extra step up, I would say, to really put Judgment to the test.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you would expect us in particular to really know of and have heard of any UK players capable of making such a deep run as Judgment did in Masters Tours consecutively, in fact. We just hadn't really caught us by surprise. We saw him, up there with a UK flag. We're like, is that right? Like, is there a mistake here? Is he not actually from the UK? But yeah, ended up certainly a player that is very much on our radar now, and of course taking a rightful place in Grandmasters last call. Pun, on the other hand, has got here through the conventional route, I would suppose, being an existing Grandmaster and then surviving to the point of Grandmasters last call with a positive win rate as well. 57% is absolutely nothing to be sniffed at. Positive season in Grandmasters, of course, despite it being a small sample size. He is going to be running the Demon Hunter out first and foremost, which is a deck that I do have one or two questions about overall in this format. So far, we've seen it do okay, I think is a fair description. Not necessarily treating that in terms of win rate from what we've seen so far, but just in how it has appeared to stack up against the other matchups that it's been facing against. So for me, the Demon Hunter might struggle, but one of the many reasons it might struggle is that it's up against Judgment, who is a fantastic player, Raven.
Yeah, pretty interesting as well. We just saw then it's Pun's second season of Grandmasters. So based on a lot of the players, we're used to seeing that at this point, there's like multiples of seasons behind them, whereas only second season for Pun and first season, of course, for Judgment. But look at those results already. They kind of speak to themselves, right? Runner-up at Onyxia's Lair, top 4 at Silver Moon, 63% win rate at Masters Tours. Of course, not a gigantic sample size, but you can only play what you play, right? And the 63% result is actually very, very solid indeed. We are going to see Judgment going with the big Spell Mage here with some nice additions. For example, the Coilfang Constrictor. I am excited to see.
Yeah, a little bit of a different beast this time around from what we've been used to seeing in the past couple of tournaments, but only in the matter of a small number of tech cards at Coilfang Constrictor, as mentioned. But we are back to the style of mage that I was perhaps expecting to see more of. Obviously, we got caught in Super Fake World for the majority of our portion of the broadcast so far. So we've had, the XL Ping Mage instead, but I was expecting to see a good chunk of BS Mage hanging around, and I'm very happy to see it coming back around this time from our UK representative.
I don't believe that is the name we've ended up with if we're shortening it like that, Sol, but okay. I think some people will feel that way when they've played against it a good amount of times as well. So we'll see how the game goes as we jump into game number 1 of Group B between Pun and Judgment. Not a bad offering here for Judgment if we look at that Ram Commander, I think especially just because of exactly what he's against, right? This Demon Hunter, although of course has the ability to pump out a ton of damage late game and from weapon swings and so on, just being able to have answers immediately for the early sort of the minions like the Fossil Fanatic, it's actually pretty strong because this deck can sometimes struggle outside of just playing some minions to actually keep up with early aggression.
Yeah, certainly. And I think over time, there was a little bit of debate as to what the right early game sort of anti-aggro cards were in the deck. And it seems after a bit of time that the Ram Commander has come out on top generally, just in terms of player sentiment and in terms of stats being reported as well. I believe it was the winner in terms of the Wicked Good stat report on the previous Masters Tour in terms of card inclusion effect on win rate.
Yeah, I believe that is true. And honestly, sort of looking at these two hands, who's the aggro deck? Because Judgment's looking quite good for now, with plenty of early game pressure, whereas Pun, starting with Kurtrus, again, Kurtrus is always good, but maybe not when the rest of your hand doesn't really achieve much either.
Also, can we point out Judgment living in the UK, wearing a hoodie right now? I'm very confused. What's going on?
I'm glad you've not noticed what I'm wearing in a room full of lights. Because I'm kind of with Judgment here. I am very warm, though.
Yeah.
At least it rained, or at least it did where I live.
It did here as well, yeah. We are literally just talking about the weather now on Grandmasters broadcast. That's happening.
Well, that's where we're from. Oh, okay, this is big for Pun, right? Just picking up something active to do can actually utilize the glaive, because this is one of the problems as well. When you get the glaive early, great, fantastic, but then when you kind of forced into, I guess I just hero power face for 2 and it does nothing, you do feel a little bit worse.
Yeah, for sure.
The Rams, though, are going to be so clutch.
Yeah, very easily able to pick this apart if Judgment so chooses.
How perplexing.
Actually, just going to go with Coin Reckless Apprentice instead, win the board more convincingly.
Weirdly enough, so I was looking at that. I was looking at the Treasure Guard plus Coin Ram just to kill the 2-1. But when I was thinking about it, I was like, oh, it feels so dangerous with Glaive in equipped, right? Like you're giving them 5 health to like trade and push through. So I was thinking of that as like a very odd downside, especially since it only has 1 more charge left. I can definitely see merit in just playing smaller minions, but I don't mind this either, just banking a good amount of pings there for Judgment as well as clearing the board.
Yeah. Also, obviously, 5 is kind of a weird breakpoint to make them have at this point in the game. You can see it here, but it does involve using a rank 1 Fury, which, you know, is kind of a deficit for the opponent at that point in terms of damage. With a 1-attack hero power and multi-strike being 2, it is sometimes tricky to make that 5 happen, but Pun just so had the suitable hand to make it happen in the end.
Just a casual 10.
Mm-hmm.
Just out of nowhere. And suddenly, Pun's hand is actually starting to shape up just a little bit because he pushed through so much damage. The Predation, the Fel Barrage, and then the Kurtrus in the near future is going to start being a little bit scary if Judgment doesn't get some minions to stick on board to soak some of that Fel Barrage.
Information more than anything, you now know the entire hand of your opponent, which is a really big deal.
I think Fel Barrage is the right pick, right? The odds on Pun drawing exactly a Naga, I think low-ish with just 1 draw. If they're going to use the Predation, then make them spend 3 mana for it. Seems reasonable to me. And I think, do you think Pun should use it?
I think so. If you, I mean, like the idea of, oh, you know, I might be able to play it for 0 later. Well, if you don't play it, you're floating 3 mana this turn anyway, right? So getting to play it for 0 later is just net equal in terms of mana expenditure. So I think taking care of it does make sense.
Yeah, the upside, of course, is the Theno potential, but 22 cards in the deck where you really need, you're just playing top deck wars, right, at the moment, or at least on Pun's side he is, then I think, yeah, I completely agree. Just spend the mana now, get it cast.
Obviously, Judgment saw the Kurtrus on the previous turn, so we'll be very much expecting said Kurtrus to come down on this turn if nothing superior is found. That's quite hard to do.
The Bone Glaive is close to superior in my opinion. I think the Null being on board probably pushes Pun into playing the Kurtrus, but if that board was any smaller, I would take some serious looks at Bone Glaive and Fel Barrage.
It's interesting, actually, right? Because you could potentially get your opponent into a spot where Fel Barrage goes face through without hitting minions, right? By getting damage to go face. Depending on what you dredge with the Bone Glaive. These aren't really the options you were looking for. Fossil Fanatic is okay, but it's just kind of the type of card you were looking for with an extra step, right? You would have much rather just picked up one of those cards straight away.
Yeah, it costs more mana, therefore it's not as good, because you have to spend 2 first. But I do like the Bone Glaive play. I actually think it gives him a higher chance of just stealing the win here.
The other way to go about this, of course, would just be to throw the Fel Barrage out and play for a Jace line instead. That does look like what Pun is going to go for here, which means probably invested in controlling the board a little bit more. Also keeps this hand nice and empty for Barbara things, which again, going back to the predation debate, is yet another reason to continue to do that, right? Keeping that hand nice and empty for those big spells.
Yeah, I like this play from Pun a lot, and it's really propelled him into a good way to win the game when it was looking pretty grim early on, just with all the potential pressure that Judgment had. Judgment definitely has to slow down now, does have the Snow Flurry to be able to freeze and just forget about the Bone Glaive for a turn, at least. Yeah. Although he does know that Kurtrus is there, so this is kind of forcing a Kurtrus. I think Pun's okay with that.
And I think this makes sense. I think both players have navigated this out very well, and this is the dynamic that you would expect because the aggro player is playing aggro, and the control player in this situation knew the contents of the aggro player's hand exactly. So the dynamic where they've both gone back and forwards with plans and counter plans against each other is exactly what you would expect to be seeing. Because that setup where Pun chose to hold on to the Kurtrus for an additional turn because he wanted to use Kurtrus to deal with the taunt, that's very smart. But Judgment feels very comfortable because he has a whole other Snow Flurry to be able to use this turn, not to mention the Deep Water Evoker that's just been picked up as well.
Yeah, so it was I'll freeze you, make you play Kurtrus, and then be okay, basically, is the general plan here. Does have Rune, is going to be a little bit ways away unless he plays Mailbox Dancer. But the problem is if he does... Oh no, he can still do that, right? You think he's in that kind of desperation level on 18?
What do you want to do? Like dance, coin, Snow Flurry, ping? Is that what you're suggesting?
I was thinking dance, play the ram, double trade into the 7-2.
I see.
And then have coin Rune next turn.
I think if you're... So it's probably better if you're making that sort of play to do this, then play the Snow Flurry and then freeze the remaining minion as opposed to going with Mailbox Dancer. You do leave the face vulnerable to attacking, of course, which is scary. But they'd have to do a lot with their hand to represent more than 7. And freezing that minion represents cutting away 2 damage from face anyway because of the way the hero power attack works. So I think it's...
Yeah, I think for me, it was just about potentially setting up the Rune next turn, right?
Yeah, sure.
Just if Judgment felt he was at a point where he needed big things to happen, obviously he can't do that now, but of course gets benefits. He just doesn't take as much damage in the first place. I think I'm okay with just jamming Jace this turn, honestly.
Multi-strike, rank 1 Fury, there's a Fell Barrage in there as well. It's not doing a lot, yeah, and then a random predation target. I do think it requires a little bit more juicing. Well, is it though?
Yeah.
Okay, glad we had this talk.
Need for Greed or the Metamorphine.
Gotta be draw 3, right? Oh, draws 1. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's the draw. Yeah, if you're gonna do it, that's the draw, absolutely.
Dang. Does have the silence, and there's no real drawback on his end for playing it right. The minions have done their jobs. Make the board much more manageable and less scary. Still can follow up with a Treasure Guard as well.
How perplexing.
Yeah, and this Treasure Guard will be significantly more difficult to deal with than the previous one because of the lack of Kurtrus available now.
It's Dancer's time to shine, right? No point playing the Ram this turn. Can't squeeze in a ping.
Yep, makes sense.
Now, Solo, we might be edging to that point where it's just going to be Rune of the Archmage go.
It may well be, yes. This has not been kind of the second time we've seen on stream a very awkward draw for the big spell mage. Just kind of drawing all the weird anti-aggro cards that are at the start of their curve and not really hitting any of the bombs that they actually want to end the game. So it has been a little bit awkward. It's given Pun a bunch of additional time to be able to get there here, but this is a very awkward Jace positioning. The multi-strike is huge, though, because it does allow chewing through that treasure guard and getting some damage to go face. That's a big deal.
Yeah, it does have 2 hero powers as well if he wants them, right? Because of that coin he got. So he can actually swing and then, you know, push the damage and hero power twice this turn, which I think's just worth banking. I'm not sure what a Need for Greed trade would actually get him that's worthwhile over a hero power.
Agreed.
Yeah, the positive for Judgment is that he has low enough hand size, enough cards in the deck to make sure that Rune of the Archmage doesn't like fatigue him out, right? Like he just isn't going to be fatigued from this rune. You know what to do, Judgment. Question is, Sol, do you push the 2 or trade? Or not attack at all first and then play rune?
Can also clear straight up with Ram and Arcanist. But I guess the bigger question is, do you just have to bet on an Ice Barrier plus clear in your Rune of the Archmage at this point?
It's so likely you just die right on 4 health. The hero power does half of it.
Yep.
Oh, well.
Well, good start. 11.
Ice Barrier.
Oh, get out! What do you mean?
And then another.
How is that okay?
Perfect.
Oh.
I actually wonder if he's at the point where he could just Finley. Like you said, all the bombs have not been drawn, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He just redraws 5 cards, like.
Yeah.
Not redraws, you know what I mean, right? Pulls the 5, but still. Seems fine to me.
Yeah, here they all are. Parrot, Belinda, Parrot, Akani, Barbara. Yep, there's the team. Welcome, squad.
Good playing the little minions out as well, because it means that Fel Barrage doesn't necessarily...
That's lethal. Predation. Fel Barrage. Boom.
What a game. Judgment got so close and was pretty much on the recovery plan there with that Ice Barrier. But Pun ends up getting the win with the help of a few additional card draws. And remembering exactly how Fel Barrage works, which any good Demon Hunter player does know. And that was a big win. That could have been stolen away from him very, very easily, Sultan.
Yeah, it was a huge win. Huge win for me because I personally have some questions about Demon Hunter and as part of lineups coming into this tournament. And again, this is why I've been very careful with my wording, right? Say that, like, Demon Hunter's done okay. I haven't been that impressed with it so far because it's been winning games, but, like, it just won a game against, like, the worst possible big spell mage draw, you know? Like, and it just got there. So I am a little bit concerned for it going forward. We'll see how things work out. But, you know, results are results. Scoreboard is scoreboard. And for now, at least, Demon Hunter seems to be doing okay. But I would just like to keep an eye on it as the week progresses.
It's one of those decks, isn't it, that we've seen multiple times throughout the history of Hearthstone metas, where if you want to play an aggressive sort of strategy, there's often a 4th aggro deck, right, that you know isn't as good, but it's okay enough to fit your strategy, and maybe that's what Demon Hunter is at this point in time. Pun, of course, keeping with the overall aggro theme, going to be jumping over to that Boat Rogue. Again, extremely standard list, nothing really to write home about here, as most rogue lists actually do get to that point very quickly, because of how seriously the rogue players take deck building. Probably more than every other class as specialist in the game.
Yeah, very clean list at this point. 2 OVs and legendaries. There are a lot of legendaries in there, but no additional room. Whereas Judgment on the other side is going for a slightly different build with the jackpots thrown in there as well, sacrificing a little bit of that early game to make room for a little bit more scam potential, a little bit more late game power. Interesting how these decks evolve going forwards as well. Obviously, we do have a new expansion on the horizon. I think potentially Jackpot is a card that has a little bit of support, but now at the same time, like aggressive aggro secret tempo rogue has also got a whole new bunch of toys to play with as well. So I think this eternal debate as to what the rogue deck is will continue to march on from this point.
You seen some of the screenshots, Sol, of what rogue is capable of doing to people on like turn 4?
Oh, with like 14-14 weapons and a 10-10 stealth in play, like that kind of thing? Yeah, I have.
It's filthy. What I have enjoyed so far about this series is that each player, like Pun played aggro Demon Hunter. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm going to be aggressive and get him. Here's my deck, very clean, very straightforward. Then plays Boat Rogue. It's like, yep, same thing. Play aggro, go, get him. Judgment's like, I'm going to open some mage boxes. And then he's like, I'm going to open some rogue boxes. It's just the complete polar opposites. I love it.
True. Meanwhile, whichever side of that debate you fall on, I think we can all agree that Anduin needs to stop showing up. No one wants him here.
Oh, but people do want nulls, and Judgment's just got hold of one. He's going to pick it off with the jackpot, though.
Eek.
More meat.
Yeah, not really the juice in this situation, is it? Garden's Grace with full cost when you're not a paladin.
Contraband stash, so, well, that's not going to get played for a while.
Okay, that helps. That helps enormously. Trickster was absolutely the card that needed to be found to turn this into something playable.
Yeah, it's very interesting, though, isn't it? Because casting Garden's Grace on the Trickster isn't that good. It's fine, but it's not good. And again, Topple is also not the best. I guess it's fine if you're falling behind, right? And you can hit a big enough minion.
Yeah, but it's also, like, once you get it out there, like, taking the example of Garden's Grace, right? Once you get out there cast once, you have then set it up for your contraband stashes at the very least, which can, pay you off then in the future. Still something that you will need to be careful with, of course.
Now there's the option of Null and Wicked Stab to really get hold of the board. I think it's worth sticking these minions. We know how important the board control is in these matchups.
Which just use Tooth instead. Okay, fine.
I just like the extra minion on board, right? Oh, instead of the Wicked Stab?
Instead of the Wicked Stab, yeah. So, like, I'm just thinking, your hand right now is, you have a little bit of early board, you're going to push some early damage, and then your hand is damage, smite. So, by using the Tooth and waiting for the stabs to upgrade to 4, you do technically do a little bit more damage face over the course of the game if you do start chucking it all. I think it's a very minor thing, but it's worth looking at. Good.
The other side of that sort of thought pattern is the Tooth can get you something else to do to fill out the turns, right? So it's like that. It's sort of like same overall outcome is just have better turns, but different ways to get there.
What shall I do?
Judgment now just staring at this hand and thinking, what have I done? Go Topple. Jackpot.
Time's ticking.
Well,
I mean, it's just jackpot, right? To just try and get something else.
that was the one thing we didn't want to happen.
Insta cycle there for the Cutlass for Pun. Oh, that'll do.
That will do indeed.
And pressure at a maximum. I'm a little bit surprised it wasn't jackpot, honestly.
Spendall? Question mark? Spendall? No. Okay, fine. It's fine. Your opponent won't draw 2 cards if you spend all your mana. It's okay. It's fine.
It's okay for now. I'm just going to hard ignore that secret when it comes out. You'll take the approach of, if I believe it doesn't exist, it doesn't. Go Contraband to do topple again. And... oh! Not like this. It could not be worse.
Oh, I mean...
The worst part is Solly doesn't even need a prep next turn.
Hearthstone is like, what, 8 years old at this point, and we're still finding new ways to prep concede. Like, this is insane.
Aye.
Aye, aye, aye.
Aye, aye, aye. One's like going through his mind, just thinking, okay, I'll be so embarrassed if I lose this game. How can I lose? Well, I got 14 if he just played everything this turn, right?
Yep.
And should Pun be
50.
15, no, with the dagger swing, with the dagger swing. Yep. Should Pun be afraid of, like, Shadow Step from this? I feel like the answer's no.
No, right? Because you would assume that they played their best spell on that turn, and if that was their best spell,
if prep
not
was
scared.
Their best spell.
yeah. I mean, what do you want from me?
I'm way too early for any real levels of shenanigans, I think. So, Judgment's gonna go for it with Tooth and find nothing, right? Farsight, I can't even think of anything that would really help. He can prep it, gives him a few more options.
But I don't think he's going to find anything from his deck that is going to beat the Mr. Smite in the opposing hand at a bare minimum. Yeah, there it is.
It's a good effort.
Very, very quick game. We had our fun with it. Judgment even had a smile, but I'm sure deep down he is feeling utterly miserable about the way that game panned out.
Yeah, I guess it is important to remind everyone as well, the first 2 games Sol and myself cast on stream were basically elimination games. This is not. This is an initial match from Group B, so the loser is not done. They just get knocked down into the lower bracket of the group. So even if, let's say, Judgment just gets 3-0'd and just like that, he's done for that match, he still plays a little bit later on. So if you're a Judgment fan, don't worry, this isn't the it for the week for him. But still, rough way to start a series with 2 very brutal wins there from Pun.
Yeah, I mean, right from the beginning, right? Absolute trash off the initial jackpot. And then the low roll, just needed any card 3 or above off his own choosing, right? Any of the 3 cards shown doing 3 or above, and he would have been able to get the initial board clear. And then, of course, the prep being the one randomly chosen by the Contraband stash was just a disgusting pan out. But as you said, right, one of these players is just playing cards, going face, having a consistent curve, doing things very similar every game. And the other player's choosing to opening some boxes. So this can happen when that happens.
Sometimes those boxes are empty. Here, though, just looking at the Hunters, we are going to have, I believe, a Hunter Mirror to maybe finish the series if Pun can take a win. Again, overall style of the deck is the same. It is just the 30-card Beast Hunter, unless I'm blind and can't see a certain Renethal in there. But they do have some differences. So, for example, we see Judgment here with the Iron Deep Trogs, and a few other additions in there as well. And then the big one, or one of the big differences, is Pun is playing 2 peasants in the list instead, which again have very different jobs in the deck, right? So the Trog, of course, to be annoying against spellcasting heavy decks and give you a very good 1-drop. The Peasant is a good 1-drop, weak to certain classes, but is about drawing cards, keeping that cycle high. Both players are still playing Ambassador Phelan as well, obviously fantastic. And I've heard the complaints of Harpoon Gun, and people want it nerfed. So, yeah.
Oh no, they're not coming for your Hunter cards, are they, Raven?
When Druid exists, how dare they? Harpoon Gun. There are so many cards.
Hashtag nerf Guff. That's the response to everything. Let's go.
Yep. Until the day it's nerfed. No, but seriously, the Harpoon Gun is the backbone of the deck, right? Even though I'm saying it's fine, it is the key card of the deck in my book, right? It does so many things. Not only opens up sort of semi-combos, but also just opens up strong curve plays off the back of Harpoon Gun itself. So seeing that Pun has access to it as well as having a 1-drop available to him, then Revive Pet, looks like a very strong curve indeed for Pun. And Judgment, all I'm going to say, Sol, for his first time on Grandmasters stream, at least he's chuckling away at these things because it's a horrible opening hand. But the trick is when this happens, laugh along, right? Because we all know it's kind of funny.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if you caught it, but I think he just sort of like, he lifted his head up as if he was having a brief conversation with someone else wherever he's at. And I can only imagine how that went. I was like, oh, you playing your match? How's it going? Awful. Thanks for asking.
Word we cannot say on stream.
Yeah.
Did pick up the Trog though, so that is something at least. Weirdly enough, has seemingly stopped the coin Harpoon Gun.
Yes.
I would be honest though, I don't even think it would be a losing play to coin Harpoon Gun anyway in this instance.
Yeah, I mean, very fair. Definitely justifiable.
Tavish as well. Nothing to do this turn.
Hard
Tavish
pass.
is there, yeah. It means this Trog is 100% dead next turn. Oh no.
Double Mountain Bear in hand.
Can land one, at least he can revive Pet.
True. Turn 7 and turn 8 are sorted. We're getting there.
Turn 6 as well with Tavish, right? Hang on a minute, we've got a curve.
All right, all right.
Pun. Got a Harpoon Gun in your hand. Just letting you know.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts. You do have to plan for a couple of things from your opponent, I would say, though. Blademaster Okani being the big one. Not just because it is in hand right now, but certainly influenced by the fact that Judgment has not curved out this game. It is the sort of card that you will start thinking about. I mean, you could potentially set up a board that is able to deal with it, but I think just a little bit short with the K9atron.
Yeah, I think the way to deal with it is just the fact that Pun has a Puppetron, right? Like, it's probably going to be minion from an Okani, so you just play the 2-drop into it and say, okay.
I'm 7 moves ahead of you.
Judgment fights back. Sacrifice the Okani into the Okani. It's rough though as well because I think Pun was hoping to coin out Pet Collector and try and get a the Saber to rush and die and then swing.
Yeah,
that's definitely the general sort of combo you try and go for, if you have access to it, of course.
And we know for a fact that is shut down one way or the other, either with the coin or the Pet Collector itself.
Yep.
Quickly.
Ooh, it's very interesting now. Like just the nature of Phelan and the Harpoon Gun, right? You're like, hang on a minute, I could do something pretty cool.
Or Bageltron, Raven.
Yep. Clone, it's fine.
Okay. Like every time Thanos gets defeated in comics, right? It's just a clone the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, really, it's Thanos writing the comics, so he's always safe. Yep, there's the Saber there.
Yep. Saber in, Saber's trade. Dredge comes through.
Yep, insta pick. And now Fireworks for next turn. But Judgment does have Tavish if he wants it, and setting up those secrets is going to at least make Pun pause a little bit and think about it.
Have you noticed that on every turn that Judgment has actually had one of his clunky cards to play, he's drawn a 1-drop? Rub salt in the wound?
Yeah, it's fine. The 1-drops are just filler content for the rest of the turns now.
That's right, yeah.
Got to be maneuvers. I don't think anything else is as powerful here.
Yeah, maneuvers is just too thick, particularly in this deck. Unfortunately, there is a Trog on the board.
Wait, I've already forgotten the board state. He can't clear the board, right?
Trog and a 4/4.
The old Trog and a 4/4.
Yep.
What have we here?
Otherwise, Freezing Trap would have actually been great, wouldn't it?
What are you waiting for?
Oh, if you could empty the board completely to set up for
Yeah, because then you just block the
next
Saber you just know is there, right? Like,
yeah, for sure.
especially because it's +4. It's super Freezing Trap.
Trade off the Trog, I would presume, because of the emergency maneuvers. Yeah, makes sense.
Are you ready for the slog now, Sottle, of mountain bears and emergency maneuvers?
Let's go for it. Want any extra potential damage from the explosive trap to hit the minion. Of course, this could summon.
Ooh.
All right.
Always the
Not
worst
outcome.
Yep. This is the best outcome of drawing the Hydrolodon, though, because you don't need Rush because there's nothing on board, right? Because that's the big downside.
Yeah,
when you summon this, you don't give the other heads Rush, so it's just the stats you see. But on an empty board, you don't need it, so it's okay.
Such an optimist. All I'm doing is looking at that and thinking how much of not a King Crush it is.
Yeah, well, look, when this happens to me every game, I'd go crazy if I didn't at least make some kind of silver lining.
It has to have been minion, right? I didn't actually catch which the pick was on this turn.
Yes, it has to be. I can't say it definitely is, because I also didn't catch it, but it has to be. No Mountain Bear for Judgment, though. I respect the role for Huffer.
Will be the counter. There we go.
Gets rid of that nicely.
Yep, and that means that through that minion counter from Pun, he's now able to bypass the Mountain Bear emergency maneuvers, which is why I was so adamant it absolutely has to be minion counter in that position.
Oh, this starts getting disgusting, right, for Pun. He has another weapon, another harpoon. He has double revive and devouring swarm.
Yes.
Endless power here.
Yeah, this is looking like it might become a bit of a quick one. Devouring Swarm is great. You can proc the suspected emergency removers. Emergency maneuvers on the smaller target.
Yeah. Bringing back the Saber, right? Yeah. King Crush.
And now this one's a King Crush, right? Every time.
You mean it should be?
I know not literally.
Yes,
there is another mountain.
Yeah, I was
Bear
like,
in the deck.
actually, Sol, it could not be.
Yeah. We know.
But it is really, isn't it? Oh,
exactly. Just spreading power first.
Good. Yeah, this is actually
it's good.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, because I always think as well, like, in other matchups, that's not necessarily meaningful because so many other decks just laugh at 3-1s. But in Hunter, it's not the case in the mirror. In the mirror, like, a whole extra 3-1 is huge.
Well, Judgment, welcome to Grandmasters. I hope you had a good time. This is what it's like up here.
Yeah, Pun's obviously had the good opening. I'm not saying that he wasn't helped by the opening, but decision-making wise, he's ticking all the boxes here with this Hunter.
Yeah, he's playing pretty solid from what we've seen so far in the series. Obviously, he has not had as difficult a test as he could have.
King Crush for sure this time.
Yeah! There it is.
Has the nice clean trade with the Okami. And get out. Yeah, wow. Really big win there for Pun. If you start off a Grandmasters season with a 3-0 in your first on-stream game, that's what you're talking about. And I think Pun played really well. I also agree Judgment got a little bit unlucky throughout that series at different moments, as we saw. But Pun built his lineup, as I said right at the start, built his lineup, fairly straightforward lineup, 3 good or arguably good decks, if you want to talk about Demon Hunter, he was allowed to play. And he just got the job done, right? He went up against a lineup that was a little bit more tricky, a little bit potentially like fancier in that way, but that lineup got punished. And yeah, big 3-0 win for Pun. He's going to move on into the winner's side of Group B already. I wasn't expecting a 3-0 Subtle, I'll be honest.
I mean, all I can really take away from that series is that in order for NA to beat the UK has to roll so low that they're actually penetrating through the Earth's crust beneath our feet. Like that's all I'm taking away from this series. I don't know about you.
Yeah, they're actually going to start founding some kind of civilization in the center of the Earth.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, that's where we won't see Judgment again. But yeah,
it's
really
probably cooler down there than it has been the last few days in the UK, to be fair, so it does make sense.
Worst part is I had a double-edged sword of my window in my car breaking when it's been super hot, so I couldn't put the window down. And now, because the window's permanently down a little bit, it started raining, so it's a loss for me. It's great.
Sorry, I know this is my fault again, but we are just talking about the weather again. Yeah.
Look,
okay.
We're about to be done for the day for us, Sol, so we're allowed.
Right.
This is our sign-off. But congratulations again to Pun on the win. Judgment still in, of course. Doesn't mean he's just knocked out straight away. He's in that lower bracket, so still got a chance to move on there. But as I said, it's going to be me and Sol done, the sort of new format, because it's one league. All the casters are basically going to jump in throughout the day to cover some matches for you guys. So we hope you enjoyed it. The time flew by for me, Sol. I think we had the mixture of some great games and some quick games, which always helps. But I believe now we do have another guest caster to bring you to cover with TJ, so we apologize. And it is going to be Edelweiss there, going to be joining TJ to round out the day and finish up the show with plenty more matches, so make sure you stay tuned. But from Salt and myself, we're done for the day, so we'll see you later.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the kickoff day for Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. We're going to continue Group B here for day number 1 momentarily. But first, my name is TJ, and I'm joined by a very special guest, Edelweiss. How are you doing today? Are you excited to cast some Hearthstone?
Yeah, I'm doing great. It's really awesome to be a part of this last piece of history in GMs. We have no idea what the competitive system is going to be next year, but just excited to catch Last Call here. And wow, that was a lightning fast series we just had. I feel like I blinked and just about missed it.
Yeah, as was expected, you as a fellow America's region competitor and caster should know that America's is the greatest Hearthstone region. Especially when directly compared to that of players from the UK, which is definitely at the bottom of the totem pole of competitive Hearthstone regions. So I think most people would have expected that to go exactly how it did. Quick 3-0 for the Americas player, and Judgment going down to the elimination bracket. But coming up next, we do have another Americas region versus Europe matchup. It is going to be Dmitry Kazov versus Blaze. And I think this one will be a fast one too. Maybe not so much in terms of, just bad draws, just pun running away with it, but in the fact that we have Blaze, who just plays fast.
Yeah, I mean, Blaze has been an incredible player. There's really a disparity in terms of games that we've seen from each of the players just recently. Judgment, we don't really have that much information on, being that he just got into Last Call from Masters Tour performances, whereas Dmitry Kazov and Blaze, we've seen them throughout GM, so we've got all kinds of data on them. Blaze with a 64-50 record throughout GMs, Kazov with a 22-20. So both of these very seasoned players. It should be a different kind of match, but as you say, Blaze plays fast, so it could go just as quickly.
Yeah, taking a look at the lineups there. There's some similarities in lineups, but not so much. Really, the only namesy thing is kind of Big Spell Mage, but even then, both players building it very differently, with Renethal being played on the side of Blaze, so the XL version, and Dmitry Kazov playing standard, but Blaze going with a Shamanless lineup, which is interesting since Shaman, I believe, was one of the top picks going into this week, at least for Conquest.
Yeah, Shaman's all around. We saw just how effectively Superfake was able to create a counter lineup to Shaman. That may end up being a really good line for him, given the prevalence of these Shaman decks throughout the 16 players. Press Store, a little bit different Druid choice. I think that's a riskier choice of Druid, because sometimes you just end up losing to yourself in terms of what dragons you're able to roll, and Thief can be similar there. You're looking for high rolls off of the, I'm blank, the jackpot, right? Those big spells that you get. Rune of the Archmage and Mage as well. Control Shaman's really the least RNG reliant deck list of these 4 that Dmitry has.
This is a casino lineup for sure, with the 3 decks. And even Shaman can sometimes be kind of crazy with the things that we can do. We saw Abu Kapu able to get a randomly generated 33 damage Frostbite in the series earlier against Superfake, with the Bran double noggling with bioluminescence on nearly a full board, which was pretty cool. So Shaman can also do some pretty nicey things. But Dmitry Kazov going to be opening with the Big Spell Mage. As we said, this is the non-Renethal version, so pretty standard across the board. Obviously, there's some flexibility in like the 1 and 2 slot, not running like the Ram Commander Knoll variation of the list, but has like Pelican Diver, double Smothering Starfish. So there's some differences, but the core package of Big Spell is still there.
Yeah, and then we can see here Bly's with 3 XL decks. You got an XXL on the mage here. And then Boar Priest, you know, our second Boar Priest player. We saw Possessi go a little close earlier, but still get the win with it earlier. And Bly's, we know, is another player who can execute on this kind of list. Boar Priest was really the name of the game when it came to the finals for that last MT. So we'll see how it performs over here in Last Call. Looking at this Quest Hunter, I really like how Multicaster has made its way into these lists now with the potential to draw 4 cards off of having the Nature spell in Shell Shot. It's been kind of nuts to see how even a 40-card deck, because of that addition and Multicaster drawing so much and Conscious Call drawing a couple of cards, it kind of doesn't matter. You're still able to draw through your deck so quickly as a 40-card Quest Hunter.
Yeah, it's just 10 extra health for no downside. That's what it feels like sometimes. That Quest Hunter, obviously, you know, that in playing that deck, you sometimes just run out of gas, but it's a lot harder to with so much card draw thrown in there. But looks like we're going to be getting underway. So it is going to be the Quest Hunter for Bly's and the Big Spell Mage for Dmitry Kazov. And Belinda in the opening hand.
Yeah, Belinda, very high win rate card for the Big Spell Mage. You know, it's really those 6 drops. As awkward as it is, normally you don't think of keeping 6 drops, but there's such power spikes for the Big Spell Mage. Belinda, of course, giving you 2 5-cost big spells, and the Barbaric Sorceress being able to swap a spell in your hand with an opponent's. Typically, yours are more expensive than theirs, so works out. Now you see the Sorceress coming in as well. I've always thought it's a little risky to go XL with the Mage just because you do need such crucial cards early on. So happy to see that I think Kazov is in agreement here, right? That is a 30-card XL Mage.
Yeah. Bly's is the one for the 40-card Mage. And yeah, it does seem like in the Prince Renathal version that you can sometimes struggle with finding like the key pieces to get things going, because it does seem like somewhat of a lack of card draw in the deck. So you're just playing reasonable neutral minions in the early game until you find it. But you have 40 health to work with, so there you go.
There's only so many reasonable neutral minions you can have in a 4-set meta. So, you know, I thought it was really interesting watching Super Fake's take, where instead of a big spell, it was just more of a control mage with spells of all different costs. And that seems to fit the bill a little bit better for 40 cards. But, you know, I mentioned Multicaster for the Hunter. I do feel you almost have to mulligan a bit differently with these 40-card lists sometimes because the card draw is so important. And Bly's could have a little bit of a struggle here if he is not able to find either a Multicaster or a Furious Howl off the top after clearing these out of the hand, just something to sort of reload.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dry in the hand right now. One, though, is it's got some time and already has a decent amount of damage lined up. All right, there's the Conch Call. But with the Kraken Bane quick shot, there's just throw everything to face and hope that you get there, right? With the 40 health playing Renathal, you can win races a little bit easier. And there's really not that much power on the board, but yeah, we're just going to see the Conch Call come out and hold these this damage until after there's more threat on the board. Not really any reason to address these treasure guards for the moment.
Yeah, I think there are certain matchups where you do want to get the hero online before you complete the next phase of the quest, but I think in this one, you're pretty happy to just be sending damage hero powers at the mage's face. And particularly with this loaded up Kraken Bane, School Teacher, reasonably likely to find additional damage as well. I mean, we saw earlier in the day where the quest wasn't even complete and the game was over. So you can definitely just get there on the damage for the Hunter without even getting the repeated hero powers over and over. And that might be sort of the name of the game here for Blyze. That 10-10, bit of an issue though, could present a problem.
It's just gonna ship more damage to this, though. This also brings the Belinda down to 2 health with the explosive trap up, so it should be good. Interesting decision last turn for Dmitry Kazov, whether to go for the Sorceress or the Belinda. Belinda, obviously, you know, consistent what it does. The Barbaric Sorceress with the rune of the Archmage in the hand could have been fantastic, and it would have been based on the hand from Blyze. But Dmitry Kazov had no idea what was in what Blyze had. Or could have at that point. There was nothing that was really giving me any reads, so just went for the consistency, the massive minion in Belinda, plus the possibility to follow up with the massive minions from the Drakefire Amulet.
Yeah, and I can respect trying to just put on that pressure. You know it's at least going to be a 9-9 or 10-9 or what have you. So if it lives and is able to get a swing in, you're pretty happy. And of course, now being able to pump out these dragons, you know, dealing with the Belinda is one thing, but now these dragons are going to be a little too big to deal with, and that Kalagos represents just a free rune of the Archmage. If Dmitry wants to say, hey, I need some kind of random secrets, random answers to just pull me out of this one, because we're sitting at, looks like it's going to be 15 here. That's not a healthy life total if you're the mage staring down a quest reward.
Oh, yeah. And there's the Kraken Bait in hand. Furious Howl picked up. Just, I guess Bly's just kind of doing the math, realizing that just an arcane shot's not enough, so wants to be able to find some more direct damage. But here's another Drakefire Amulet, so the race is on
all the 8/8s
at this point.
Yep.
Yeah.
All the 8/8s and the hero coming down for a little bit of healing. Oh, I guess it replays an amulet, so we get more random dragons. You know, you don't get too much replayed off of the hero, but it's enough.
32.
Trying to set up
board.
Yeah, trying to set up that 2-turn, and I think it's maybe gonna get there. I don't really see an answer here for Blyze. You know, things really turned on the dime there. That extra 5 armor giving Dmitry Kazov more of a cushion to feel safe, and even without it, it would have been a little bit challenging with the cards in Blyze's hand here being a bit more expensive. That School Teacher really taking up space for Furious Howl not to have its full effect.
Yeah. So Blyze can stay alive on board with hero power into the Onyxia and then take out one of the other 8/8s with Kraken Bane plus 2 more hero powers on the 2 spell resets. That would draw 2 cards from Furious Howl too. Well, that would leave 12. No. Would it be enough? No, I think it would be enough. 16, 20, 24.
Yeah, just got a full commit to killing 2 8/8s here, and at that point, are you really shipping enough damage face to get there in the end? It really is going to depend on these 2 cards here. Multicaster's great, but there's just not enough time. You know, that Belinda really just allowing the mage to put on the gas, and I think that's something we see in most of the control decks that we have, barring, you know, say, Quest Priests. They have some way of ending the game, and for the mage, that is either Rune of the Archmage or just constant big dragons, as we saw there. Just amulet after amulet beat you down.
Yeah, and that kind of comes down to that turn 6, opting to go for the Belinda over the Barbaric Sorcerers. Barbaric Sorcerers could have reduced the Rune of the Archmage down to 1 and disrupted Blyze and changing the cost of the tracking, but I feel like the board presence in that situation was worth a lot more, knowing that the Drakefire Amulets would be the 2 spells drawn from the Belinda. That going with that play was a more consistent way to win the game, unless you hit terrible dragons along the way, but that's very unlikely. like all 4 attacks. So nicely done and able to put on enough pressure and heal just enough to be able to get the job done. So now Dmitry Kazov going to move over to the Prestor Druid, and every time I play against this deck, I get rolled, and every time I play the deck, I get rolled. So it's I hate the deck, not in what it does, but in how it affects me, because I can never seem to be as good at Lady Prestor stuff as the people that I play against on ladder.
It's definitely a tricky balance, you know. Much the way that Ramp Druid is trying to go to Kazakhstan, Lady Prestor Druid is secretly trying to ramp into Kazakhstan as well. It puts this facade of being a token deck early. Let me put out all these dinky minions and keep you distracted until, okay, we Cold Tooth Mind, we Prestor on 5 or 6, and then you're just waiting for the Kazakhstan to happen. You know, after you've gotten the Lady Prestor, then your next mind guaranteed finds Guff. And so I think that is where really the strength of the deck lies, is getting Guff down, being able to ramp up with all these cheap Battlecry effects from the dragons. But it really is important to get the dragons with those effects that don't care about the size of the minion, because if you don't and you're just stuck with Fairy Dragons and Twilight Drakes and Nozdormus, then you do end up whiffing, and as you say, you can get rolled pretty easily.
Yeah. But love the idea behind the deck. I think it's very cool, something unique. Obviously, Lady Prestor has been around for a while. Before it was played in Constructed, one of my favorite cards to play with in Arena. Yes, I'm an Arena enjoyer, and I'm not afraid to admit it.
You know, my start was in Arena as well. It's a great way to just get into the game, build up some cards, learn the fundamentals. I highly recommend Arena, particularly now that they've been giving it a little more attention in recent times.
Yep, a lot of set rotations, so it stays fresh. But alas, this is a constructed stream. Grandmasters last call. Cool to see them play Arena. There used to be some fun Arena forwards. Okay, I'm done talking about Arena. No more Arena.
Yeah, well, and this deck, you know, without the Prestor, it just looks a little bit like an Arena deck. Those peasants are pretty good against non-ping hero power classes, unless someone's entire deck is made of damage spells. So it's going to be pretty challenging to stick a peasant against the Quest Hunter, blocking much better this time compared to previous. The Explosive Trap could do some real work against some of the early plays that the Druid has to offer. And yeah, no Jerry-Rig Carpenter or Cold Tooth Mine or Prestor in the hand for Kazov, so it's really just going to be digging until any of those show up and sort of the real game can begin.
That's a Aquatic Worm to kind of dig for potentially something that could help with the game plan, but until then, it's just hoping that whatever comes off the top is reasonable. Frog is okay, considering that Blythe has not completed the first portion of the quest, so it can't just be hero powered down. And there's the Jerry Recar.
Yeah, so it's probably going to have to be the Explosive Trap from Blythe to deal with that Trog. I'd be surprised if we don't see Trog plus Carpenter this turn from Kazov. It seems like a pretty good thing to get down. Might want to just play the 3/1s as well. You know, you don't have to get the Carpenter down right away, as long as you can get it and the Mine played in time to coin out that Lady Prestor, which I suspect is what Kazov is going to be looking to do.
Yeah, with the bunker played, the 1/1 I think makes a lot of sense, because Blythe's way to deal with it might be an Explosive Trap. It's more likely for him to have it, considering the bunker's effect previous turn. And then he has a pretty nice play lined up next turn if Explosive Trap is played to try and counter this board with Jerry Carpenter plus Composting. I guess you'd want to play the Mine in that instance. but it's a possibility. But I do like the 111.
Well, and this is good recognition from Bly's here. In some respects, I think it's a little questionable going into composting, but I think just knowing that, hey, I've got the explosive, it always deals with the trogs because this is not, in fact, a nature token druid deck. So there's no way to buff these trogs out of range of the explosive. It's just trying to utilize the mana curve better rather than if you play explosive trap that turn, what else do you have? Really just a hero power, you're not doing that much. So getting a lot more value out of the explosive trap here, also giving the opponent a lot more value in terms of the composting. So, you know, I think 40 cards, Bly's was willing to take the risk that, well, composting hopefully not there. Unfortunately for Bly's, does get punished. And I suspect we're going to see from Kazov on the next turn a just trade and then coin Press Store. It is awkward because you'd really want to draw the cards after you've played Press Store.
Yeah, and it's also awkward.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, I missed that. It hasn't been drawn yet. Somehow in my head we already mined for Press Store.
There's 6 compost minions. 5 that will die to an explosive trap if he thinks that this is an explosive trap, which is even more likely now. And smart from Bly's to not even play it. So if he did think it was an explosive trap and he attacked in, there would be a potential for an overdraw because his hand is too full. So he'd have to dump cards, and it's hard to dump cards because the spells that he can dump draw cards.
Yep.
And there's no board space to be able to draw minions. So from his perspective, it just seems like he's kind of stuck. And has no way to kill off his own minion. It's an awkward situation to be stuck with this full board.
It's really this sort of game of chicken that happens sometimes with the druid setting up potential card draw but not having played Press Store yet, because as we see, Bly's not getting the explosive trap down. You know, it's tough. Do you want them to draw the cards before the Press Store, after the Press Store? You'd think before so that they're not dragons yet, but sometimes that just means that they're able to pick up something like the Starfish that has been there since the beginning, but Bly's doesn't know that. I know I've lost to completely forgetting about Starfish, letting a peasant live for that very reason in terms of, well, then they draw more things that aren't dragons, and what happens? You've got a board full of small dragons, you think you're safe, and the Starfish comes down, suddenly they're full size, and you just get obliterated by the high power there.
Yeah. And in this instance, I wonder if Bly's is... I mean, at some point, he has to address the board. But I was curious... Or play a minion, right? For things to be traded into. But I was curious if there was ever a world where he could just hold again and say, all right, keep drawing cards. If you're not going to attack, you think it's explosive, keep drawing cards, and I'm just going to keep hero powering face and using, like, damaging spells. But does pick up Tavish. So now the game plan can change.
I honestly don't know if this is a matchup where we want to Tavish or not. I mean, it's always powerful when you can get it played before completing phase 2 of the quest, because 0 mana refreshing animal companion is just powerful, sort of regardless of what you roll. I could see a world where it is just sort of the most powerful thing to do, and sometimes you're just forced into that position because you need the secrets. But I almost wonder if some of the time just the direct damage is better. I mean, Kazov is never running out of cards, it almost seems like. So maybe you're just hoping to get the animal companions rolling and just get huffers, because the potential for out-damaging your opponent is much higher when you can just roll huffers and Leox. Improved explosive, the snap pick there advances the quest and deals with these minions in play.
My heart is too full.
I'm curious, that represented as a 10 mana Deathwing, I guess that's just because it burned? I don't think it should have shown as 10 mana.
It's probably just because it burned.
Yeah.
It would have to be, but there's no 10-mana cards. I don't know if I've ever burned a card with Lady Storm Druid before, so.
I think just looking to destroy some extra stuff, get out of the hand. You know, we want to be able to draw off of these last 3 death rattles, but I think we may just be forced to burn again. I mean, there's not really a whole lot to be done. Full board, the whole deck is basically minions, and what aren't minions draws cards. So Kazov kind of has to just play the jank before we can start playing the real stuff, the reasons that this deck is built the way it is. And there's a good roll, Nixia. Board in a box. I think that might have been played in part just for expediency there with the rope rolling, because there is so much mana being floated. And I think knowing that with the Finley there, that can at any point come down and just turn into a handful of dragons, but the animation is long. Bly is now going for a little bit of clearing.
You're on your own for a moment as my feed is frozen.
Oh no! Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, we'll hold it down as best we can. I think we're just all in on the race plan as Bly is here. We've got the maybe a Kraken coming down or the aimed shot. It's always unfortunate when you play an aimed shot post Tavish hero because you don't get that extra bit of damage. But it is what it is. You do need to complete the quest here and start getting those Huffers rolling. Like I said before, just you want Huffer, Leok, and that's pretty much it because the Druid is looking to be pretty scary here. And I wonder if we might see the Spinley, as he's lovingly referred to in the Diamond version, coming down here to swap for an entirely new hand of dragons. Or we could just sort of ride this out a little longer with the, Amalgam, maybe the Sleepy Dragon. Like I said before, having that Starfish can present sudden damage in terms of silencing your reduced size dragons and turning them into full-size dragons. So that Onyxia could at least survive the explosive. But we're for sure seeing these whelps coming in to clear up the Naga. Improved emergency maneuvers triggering on that Naga might be able to scam something here. I mean, the Tavish hero does still have to come down. Here we see that silence for the full-size minions, as I was mentioning. So that clears up the whelps, but 18 life and double lady here is pretty spooky. Watch post coming down, in some respects nice, in some respects just means you're taking more damage because the shell shot costs more. So I actually wonder if you even consider just foregoing playing the quest reward here because that shell shot is 8 damage. Or the other one is 6, and then you play the Ancient Kraken. Could just be all the spells, right, to take advantage of these 2 minions in board. I think that's just lethal. Because this is 6, and then the secret is 4. What a game from Bly's. Coming through with the improved explosive activation. It's so powerful on that Naga. So really, really well played. It's always exciting to see stuff like that. We mentioned games or decks that even have minimal RNG levels sometimes can really come in clutch. So improved explosive maneuvers, just very, very powerful there. So we are experiencing some slight technical difficulties. Oh, are we back?
I've been here. I've been listening. It's just I haven't been able to watch the game. But your narration was fantastic. So I feel like I understood what's going on.
I try and paint a picture with words.
The only thing that I saw on the screen was my own camera. So. But yeah, was that so? Bly's ended up taking that one.
Yeah, Bly's.
Am I on the screen just myself? Is that what's happening?
It's, for me. Yep.
Okay, I'm just. This is okay.
It's
because I couldn't see. Am I just Is it just me just breaking everything? Is that what's happening? Like I'm just in a.
You're in Be Right Back. I'm over here solo. You know, you're casting from the void. It's all right. You know, from the abyss. So we've got now here the Shaman from Dmitry Kazov coming out. It's one of the more popular brings here. You know, just centered on those big power plays with Clownfish and Wild Paw Caverns, and then of course Snowfall Guardian, just very powerful against anything that's trying to build a board. And yeah, the Bloodlust here in Kazov's list does create situations where the opponent just always has to be thinking about it. You know, it can just represent lethal out of nowhere. I think Super Fake really had this deck in mind when he was building his lineup with all those clears, but I don't know if too many people have really deck lists like that. So if Kazov can find an opening to just get a big board that sticks, that Bloodlust can close a game real fast. And yeah, I think it's, you know, that wasn't quite as fast as we maybe would have expected, but considering that these are some, you know, 40 card lists and things, I think that's sort of to be expected. Looking at Bly's deck over here, we've got, rather than the Lady Prestor Druid, we've got the XL Alignment Druid. And this one, just trying to use that Renathal for a little bit of extra healing, keep you alive in the early game. Sometimes that can affect your consistency with hitting the key cards, your Wild Growth, your Nourish, your Alignment, of course, and Guff. But a card that I think can sometimes be a little bit of a rock star is this, I think it's Raid Negotiator. I might be getting that name wrong, but the Discover a Choose One card, and it gets both copies, or both halves, can be quite powerful if you're able to discover something that you weren't able to hit, such as a Nourish, or even the Otters for six Otters and an Orca can be a powerful pull as well. Getting into the early game here, we've got Bly's has a really beautiful looking hand with Jerry Rig Carpenter and Wild Growth, and then keeping that scale of Onyxia, knowing that the ramp is already spoken for, that's going to be fine. Having that scale, very important to be able to clear up whatever board presence the Shaman has developed. In this case, we can also see Sleepbreaker, totally fine, 2-drop, Amalgam, reasonable as well. I don't know if these are going to be kept. You might just be looking for the Wild Paw Caverns if you're Kazov, or even Clownfish to try and do some really scammy early game stuff. Yeah, so we do see only the Sleepbreaker being kept. Command and Epsilon coming out second Sleepbreaker as well. The only thing with Sleepbreaker is that Wind Chill against a Druid really doesn't have much to freeze on your opponent's side. In that sense, I guess it's kind of nice that that there's early minions here for Bly's, because now you do have a Wind Chill target. You see Bly's recognizing there's no kind of pings to mess things up, so just uprooting that for that 3-1. Be able to deal with the first minion. Very well read, and then getting this Carpenter down on 2. Absolutely important to set up that Nourish. You know, it's just the nuts curve here for Bly's. I mean, Wild Growth. I suspect we'll see Nourish next, and then the scale is really just exactly the kind of stuff that you're looking for as this Druid. I mean, Dimitri, a great curve as well, normally. But I think the unfortunate nature of the situation is typically the Nuts Druid curve is going to be able to win out against the Nuts Shaman curve. I guess maybe there's some Clownfish things that could get there more quickly, but having the 40 life really makes it challenging for the Shaman to present enough pressure to snowball the game out of control before the Druid is able to deal with the board with, you know, the double scales we see here from Blyze. I mean, that's going to be really bad news for Kazov. I'd be surprised if we don't see some kind of reaction once that happens. The Snowfall Guardians can be nice. The Okani is probably more important pick, I think, given that those scales don't usually stick around. The whelps are going to attack in, and usually there's just not going to be anything left to freeze. So I would expect you'd be looking for Okani there off that dredge. Wild Paw Null's coming out, but yeah, it's just scale. Just scale, clean it up. I think this has been one of the biggest boons to Ramp Druid having success in recent times is just a very flexible board clear. 14 damage that you can split up 7 ways. Just really shores up some of Druid's weaknesses. You know, typically Druid struggles with big minions, and all you used to have to clean up wide boards was something like Starfall. Scale of Onyxia doesn't care about all that. Rushing minions are totally flexible in terms of where you put the damage. Some things get affected by taunt, what have you. But yeah, I mean, just all kinds of ways, even with this Okani, to play around it. We can see, wow, just full disrespect. Just says, nope, you definitely picked minion. We're just going to play the scale. I am not so bold. I would have played coin first just to check for spell. You never know. Sometimes people get you with strange stuff. But yeah, it works out, and there's 1 whelp left over. Again, no board to be taken advantage of with a snowfall or anything. And Kazov really needs to find a way to make some presence here. Another Wild Paw Caverns could be a way to start that. It might just be the Command of Neptulon, though, just to get that immediate pressure of 2 5-attack minions. Looks like we're going for another draw. Makes sense. You've got the mana to do it anyway. And we will see the Cavern, particularly with that Bloodlust draw, to do a more slow, measured development. So next turn with the Command, you can at least have, you know, 2 3/4s and 2 5-somethings after they rush in. But, the double null here really, I guess it's not double, because you can't play both, but I am struggling to see an out here. The Mutinous is quite powerful, so that could be one. I think you would almost rather Bolner in this situation, because Bolner gets the buff himself and has more of a chance of sticking. But you got to use what you got, and this Bran Mutinous, if that is the play that comes down, seems like a nice Hail Mary out here to try and hit. Really, you want to hit 2 8/8s. That's what you're looking for. We want to hit this Onyxia. We want to hit the Kazakhstan. Null's not good enough. The Onyxia is nice. That is a large minion. And that ping from the Flurgle, I think the delay there was Dimitri making sure that we still had 2 instances of the Clownfish discount to work with, that playing the Flurgle wasn't going to get rid of the discount, and then he wouldn't be able to play the Mutinous. But now, even if the brand gets cleared up, 17, 16 Mutinous, that's quite large. Are we back?
Back for like 4 minutes now, but
oh, well,
you didn't even need me, honestly. Like that was just you were just flowing. I didn't want to interrupt your flow. But I feel bad if I didn't interrupt you for the whole game, because I don't think your flow would have ended until the game was over. But well done.
It's just that
back now,
complete
things seem to be
nervous
working.
breakdown stream of consciousness, right?
I mean, any other person in that situation, literally first match of casting Grandmasters might have frozen up. So, well done. I swear I didn't do that on purpose to test you. I swear. That was just honest
it's okay,
technical
TJ.
difficulties that happens from time to time when we're doing this kind of stuff. So.
Well, getting back into this game, though, I said the brand easily cleared up, but because that Miracle Growth was gone for, and I guess there wasn't really a good Arcanist or anything, you know, I have to take back my earlier statements about saying that it looked pretty grim for Dimitri, because that Mutinous pull just turned things around. I mean, removing Raid Boss Onyxia, which is both a powerful minion and just a powerful clear for the Druid, and then now this Macaw, getting rid of Kazakusan as well. How the tables have turned. I don't think we even... You don't want to play Celestial Alignment now, looking for other ways of clearing up this board.
Yeah, Starfish is good. It's going to reduce...
Starfish is really good.
But there's still a lot of power on board. It's only Renathal. So we have 15 plus 15. Yeah, it's Blaze is still dead, but at least the Starfish makes it so he's not as dead as he would have been otherwise.
Yeah, I highlighted that Bloodlust before the game, and a little surprised, to be honest, not to see the rushing 3-1 there to take out the Macaw at least, just to reduce the size of the board. But, you know, that's caster vision, right? We get to see both hands. Really well played from Dimitri and Blaze. Both they both had strong hands, and those are the really exciting games to see, right? When both players, their decks are doing sort of what they're supposed to do, fully activated with strong draws. Mutinous, a very good pickup there for Dimitri to swing things back around.
Yep. Even had the double discount still left from the Clownfish, like you mentioned, to fit in the Flurgle, which just clearing up a little bit more stats from the board to make it so that things could stick for additional turns. Able to still get the double Mutinous on the next turn, have a better shot at hitting that Kazakusan, taking away the win condition from Blaze. So nicely done. And now Dimitri 2-1 up in the series. And because I had to restart, I lost what the final deck was for Dmitry Kazov, which is going to be the Druid. Not the Druid. The Druid. No, it is the Druid.
Yeah, Prestor Druid, the one that lost.
Yeah, earlier. The Prestor Druid. Yeah. Blige just played the Druid, and I was like, okay. Just making sure. Because that was the game that I was trying to figure out why I couldn't see anything going on. Yeah, the Prestor Druid. Which, probably the least consistent deck in the lineup, I would say.
Yeah.
But
it's funny. It's very consistent at playing Prestor. Now, whether you win the game from there is sort of up in the air, but it's got 5 cards dedicated to making Prestor on 5 or 6 happen. Then you sort of leave it to the fates.
With a guff action for Blaze going on right off the bat, both players. 40 card deck started at 40 life.
Hey, yep. Just you know, classic Hearthstone going on here, right? How the game has shifted now. 40 cards, 40 life, and the games still don't take that long.
Yeah, I know. So once a player pulls ahead, like the difference in 10 life, it matters sometimes, but a lot of times it doesn't. But right off the bat, do get the Jerry Carpenter for both players. So Dmitry Kazov is going to be able to pull that Lady Prestor, like you said, very consistently, being able to find it and play it on 6. Now it's going to be about finding the card draw and hitting the right dragons that have a good effect. Blaze has Guff ready to go, Nourish for ramp ready to go as well. So he's going to be able to hit those high mana totals and potentially be able to get the alignment out as long as he doesn't fall too far behind on the board. Things looking up for both players.
Yeah, and pretty crucial difference having Gus versus not having Guff. I mean, Blaze had the ramp before, but without the Guff, it's not helping you once you hit 10, so you don't get to do those crazy things like Moonlit Guidance for an Epsilon, and now you've got another one in hand still. So having that Guff is very crucial, particularly post-alignment. It's suddenly, you can hero power to start ramping again while your opponent doesn't have that same luxury. alignment when your opponent is intentionally playing cheap stuff to do a bunch of, wonky dragons, pretty powerful. I think, that's why it's so strong against something like Boar Priest, right? If someone's already intending to play a bunch of cheap stuff and you alignment, your things that cost 1 are generally more powerful than their things that cost 1.
Unless that thing is supposed to cost 10 originally.
Well, sure.
Like a raid boss Onyxia, even if it's a 1-mana 1/1. Still pretty powerful.
But not as much power there, right? The 8/8's important.
Sure. Yeah, it is.
We could see that Starfish coming into play again just to do that. Although Spinley as well, that's, I think, a very, very common thing is to go Lady Prestor, and now I'm going to swap my hand with the bottom because I just want dragons. Although Aquatic Form's also pretty good for, choosing dragons post Prestor. You'd hope to top deck an Innervate here. I think we're going to Aquatic Form 4 and Innervate. Yep.
Ooh. And so now at least we'll be able to get some dragon action online before Celestial Alignment's able to be played. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. It's not. There's a coin plus double Innervate.
Wow. And then squeezing in the Aquatic Form just to make it happen before it goes up to costing 1.
All right.
And there it is. I mean, knowing you've got that Nourish, I really like this play from Blyze. I think it's easy to get in the zone of, I'm just going to keep ramping, right? We've got the Guff, we've got the split up Nourish. Well, if you play the alignment first, you just make it happen. And now that Nourish gives you 2 full mana crystals, which means just you play it and get 2 additional plays. And you get a buyback off the Guff. We're going to see a huge power spike from Blyze once it circles back over to his turn.
Yeah, Dimitri is going to play a Far Watch Post, which I guess is reasonable considering that Blyze is not really going to be able to kill it and is going to want to ramp plus draw cards, and everything's going to cost 2, which when you're working with this little of mana is quite bad. But he's going to be able to just get the Flipper Friends out and clear the Far Watch Post, and then move along on actually ramping plus drawing.
Yeah, I really like that Far Watch Post play. A little unfortunate for Dimitri that it couldn't do a little more work. I think he was hoping that there wouldn't be the answer in hand. That choose one and get both effects really coming in clutch with the Flipper Friends. Yep. So, I mean, this is just big. It's a 6/6 killer whale. Like, what do you do about that?
Nothing. Sarah is.
I guess you can dream
good.
it. You can.
I guess,
dream it and make it unplayable.
Like all the rest of the dream cards are going to be playing like 1 a turn because they're not reducing cost, so they're still going to be full cost.
Yep.
And the Sarah, I don't even see what stat line it is, but the biggest it could possibly be would be what, a 3/4.
If it was
Renathal.
Indeed.
Okay, it's a 3/2. So what is that, a mailbox dancer?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Above average as far as what he's working with in the rest of the deck with both Merle.
Doesn't even give the opponent a coin. I mean, talk about value. Yeah, I like this. We're just, we're going to get some dreams. We're going to swap it with the bottom, and we're going to see what happens because that ain't it. So... Oh, but the Acorn's not considered drawn. So that's pretty weird there, that interaction. Since Spinley, what he actually does is not draw cards, but just swap your hand with the bottom of your deck. So the Acorns don't trigger the cast when drawn, and they're just sitting in hand. And in other circumstances, playing them to draw a card, get the 2/1 wouldn't be so bad, but in the post-alignment world, that's not really a powerful thing you want to do. Wildheart Guff does help a little bit in terms of getting that buyback and letting you ramp a bit yourself. Although when the second alignment comes down from Bly's, that could still be a lockout.
Yeah, it's basically what Bly's is looking for at this point, to just say, all right, lethal's presented on board, and second alignment, and you are now locked out of the game. And that's coming as soon as next turn. So Dimitri, not much to do. Could make a giant Twilight Drake, and by giant, I mean a lot of health, but probably not very much attack. I guess the Primordial Drake is reasonable in this situation because it does take a ton of power off the board. It's a 2-1.
Yeah,
Top,
it's just not big enough to protect something like the Holy Dragon over there, the Bright. No, not Brightwing. That's a different one. Bronzewing, Brasswing. So many different
bronze.
colored wings here with the dragons. Lady Anaconda, not nearly as good for us as them, but it is still picked here. I suppose this seems like more of a scare tactic than anything else. I might have gone for the spammy just to maybe deal with some of the large things coming down. Although, if you're doing spammy, I guess, how are you really getting there yourself in the end?
Yeah. So much mana to work with.
And now the Malagos, so 6 spells drawn to the hand of Bly's, and that's going to be pretty rough. Miracle Growth draws, Nourish draws, or probably Ramps, actually. And I think it is not long for us to find a way to just sort of lock things out. Of course, Okani, just very powerful in this meta. I think this is going to be it. TJ, we're just seeing full pressure, and we're going to end on that alignment, and it's a board lock.
And call it a day. And Dimitri's just waiting in the game just to see, just to make sure that alignment is actually there. And I guess even if alignment does come out, could still just pick up a Deathwing off the top.
Yeah, but I mean, then there's still Kazakhstan to contend with.
Yeah.
So you do the best you can. And remember, the Okani really seals the deal because you're protected even from a Deathwing. So Bly's going to take that one.
I always thought that Bly's just had a really dark background, but he actually has a really light background. He just has a black blanket hanging down from somewhere. I saw in the corner there was light. So he actually does have lights on. He doesn't have his lights off. He just blocks off his computer from the rest of the room. Okay. Secrets being revealed here. See, look, right there, bottom right of his camera. Look, you can see. It's just a blanket hanging down.
Yep. You just gotta create a vibe, right? You gotta get in the zone, no distractions, just full compete mode. Gotta be able to make sure you are on point all the time. I just finished up Dark Souls recently, and so I'm just in my head, I'm like Abyss Walker Bly's over here, right? Just living in darkness.
Yeah. You just pulled the blanket down far enough today. That's it.
Yeah. Talk about a deck that sends me to the abyss. Boar Priest, love it, hate it. It's very powerful, and Bly's is a top player on a deck like this. It's certainly something I have not had the courage to try and learn. I just feel like I would plummet my MMR working on it. I've never been one for high APM decks, but this one, it can just pull things out of the bag. So we'll see if Bly's can make that happen. And very happy, I'm sure, to be seeing Prestor Druid for his opponent rather than the alignment Druid that he brought, because that is a rough matchup for the Priest.
Yeah, Prestor Druid still takes some time to ramp up. The minions that they play in the early game are usually very easily swept up at some point in the game with Wild Pyromancer, Xyrella. It's just about, trying to maximize draw potential, trying to be efficient with trading your amulets early on. Obviously, the combo itself for this deck is not like the most difficult, right? It's not like the old Boar Priest back from, like 2017.
Oh,
was,
you're
like, the
talking
most intense-
topsy-turvy.
Topsy-turvy, yeah, the topsy.
Different
topsy
board
board.
for a different age.
Yes.
One
that
mana,
deck.
1/1 charge.
Yeah. Now that deck was just all APM, right? Whereas this deck, you know, it's mostly about being as efficient as possible to make sure your combo can happen as soon as possible, right? Efficient with your card draw, making sure that you're calculating how many trades, how big your amulets actually are, and then performing the combo as early as possible. And then the actual combo itself is not particularly difficult, just going through the motions. This is awkward, though, the far watch post. That's going to put a wrench in the game plan for Blythe. That's going to delay things, especially when you consider that actually got multiple cards that are increasing costs. But
yeah, I mean,
Gazov himself is pretty set up for a good game plan.
Absolutely. The watch post, one of the better things I think to have in the mulligan. There is only the one Holy Smite for the Boar Priest, so not having that in hand, Blythe's just forced to draw 3 and take the tax and keep taking it. And there's really not going to be much to be done about this watch post until we go for the Pyromancer turn to clear things up. So we see here the highlight card, Elwyn Boar. That is how this deck... For those viewers who may not be familiar, that is how you're winning. You get 2 of these in your graveyard, and you've got 2 Amulets of the Undying, where you want to trade 1 to resurrect 2 minions, trade another to resurrect 3 minions. Once all 7 have died, you get Sword of 1,000 Truths for any South Park fans out there who may be familiar. Swing for 15, get rid of your opponent's mana crystals, and usually you never need to do the following swings, because once they have no mana, what can they really do? As you say, much easier combo to actually pull off than the old topsy-turvy Boar Priest. I could go back and watch videos of Dog playing that deck all day. Truly a marvel. But here, I think the APM is usually in terms of your board clear and card draw turns more than anything else.
Yes. Yeah. And it's also... you know, deciding on how to do the turn efficiently and then executing it in time. Like, it's multiple stages of the turn. That's where the difficulty lies. Not overdrawing, maximizing your card draws, bidding in amulet trades. It can get tough. There's a lot going on. But yeah, the tops. I remember. Sorry, small tangent. I remember Noblord brought Topsy-Turvy Priest to an HCT championship event back then. And everybody thought it was the coolest thing. People had been complaining about it for so long, and then someone brings it to like a top-tier competitive event, and then everybody changed their mind and started loving the deck. Pretty funny dynamic that some of these polarizing combo decks can bring.
Yeah, we see the Holy Smite finally picked up for Blythe. After he has paid his fair share of taxes, doesn't even matter at this point. Gonna do it just to be able to make sure these cards at least aren't taxed as we do the Gift of the Naru. Usually you want to do this on a turn where you're going to be, you know, clearing more of a wide card and drawing, but do the best with what you can when you're heavily taxed like this. And there is still the Handmaiden to draw a bunch. You know, some trading is going to happen with this amulet. I think Blythe is just hoping that the dragons that are pulled here for Kazov aren't too game-breaking before he can get all that card draw taken care of. But no more watch posts to deal with because it'll just be a 2/3 dragon now.
Yeah, above average size for a dragon.
For the deck. Yeah.
Sleepy Dragon, not the best. Deathwing, also not very good considering it's not much stuff that you absolutely have to kill. There's not really wide boards that you're going to need to deal with from Blythe.
I mean, you like it if it's a 12/12, but yeah. it's definitely not. So,
yep.
You know, these are must kills, the Pyro and the Cleric, so we do see the trades coming out here. But that just means, you know what, we're at 30 as the Priest. Yeah, there's a 6/5 in play, not a big deal. I think Blythe was hoping to hit the amulet again off of that Illuminate to try and discount it, since it is costing 4 presently. but also just activating the Handmaiden. And we're going to have to see probably that some kind of spell will come out here to not overdraw.
Yeah. Desperate Prayer does make the most sense. Obviously, nothing else has much use. Shadow or Devour could still be useful for clear. Flash Shield's the same as Desperate Prayer, but it being targeted, it could end up being card draw. But actually, okay, I'm going to go with the Flash Shield.
Yeah, this makes some sense to me. Like, the Desperate Prayer, I think, is sometimes easier to play. I don't know, on the off chance that, although it does seem pretty improbable that Guff is going to get damaged from this point, but sometimes the advantage to the Prayer over the Flash Heal is that since it's not targeted, it just does both your life totals. You can get some really high healing for a Xyrella clear, although both players currently at full life, so I wonder why it was the Flash Heal instead of the Desperate Prayer in this particular situation.
Maybe flipped a coin. Who knows? All right.
Yeah, probably in the grand scheme of things, not a big deal. Ooh, Pride's Fury.
Well, maybe that's what Bly's expected, a giant board with Pride's Fury and needing to get giant life totals with Desperate Prayer. But as you mentioned, like Flash Shield would have served a similar purpose because Dimitri's not damaged and probably not going to be damaged for a little bit of time until the Sword of a Thousand Truths does pop out.
Yeah, and I think this is definitely a game where Kazav would have wished to have the Starfish, because getting to play that on a board like this, suddenly everything has 12 health, and that's pretty rough for the priest to be able to clear. We do have, if this Kaligos is cleared, which it is going to be, the second Kaligos is able to come down and play that Pride's Fury. Couldn't do it last turn because a spell had already been played. Well, starting with the Moonlit Guidance, though, means not being able to take advantage of the Kaligos battle cry. Wonder what the thinking is there, if we're just saying, hey, I need 2 of something ridiculous this turn, and Kaligos is not a big enough threat. Double Cobalt, a lot of power, but I think with this toughness of minions, it's not really that much. That was a Starfish. So a pair of these.
Oh man, these are terrible.
Yeah, these are not really the ones you're looking for. Powerful effects if your opponent cared about the board, but
yeah. And it's gonna see 2 of the same one.
Murazond? I don't even know what Murazond does in this situation. But we're gonna find out. I guess you get a 4/4 at minimum. It's just sort of more stuff, and then I guess what do you end on? Not even the Pride's Fury, because you want to get more things in play.
Yeah.
Yeah, just hoping that there's not another clear, but Oh, that's gotta hurt. That was probably the one thing you didn't want to see go.
Yeah. Alright, 6 cards left in deck for Bly's. Still has an Amulet and a Boar down at the bottom
and
of the
this
deck.
Does have to be traded once, yes? Or is... Oh, no, it's already at 2.
Oh, yeah, one is 2, and I believe the other one is 3.
And there's the Boar.
One that's in the deck. Just have to make sure. Yeah, the other one is 3. So it does have the completed amulet.
Yeah.
However, there's now no way to kill it off. Oh no, it can just use the priestess. So it just needs to be able to draw, then priestess, then amulet, and that'll do it. Okay.
Yep. Just only tradable cards remaining in the deck. Shards and amulet. It makes sense because you're always throwing them back when you find them. And yeah, even though the life total is high, so it'll take a few turns, this is just going to lock Dimitri out of the game. Couple more swings over turns, and then the Xyrella the Devout is there just in case someone is able to armor out of 45 damage, which can happen on occasion. Getting another sword to be able to close out. Just 90 total damage available there for the Boar Priest. Well played. It's... You do the best you can as the Prestor Druid, but like we were saying, those just were not the hits. I think would have liked to see Kazakusan or sometimes I think Dragon Queen Alexstrasza is the best, because if you just get a bunch of those going, especially off of a Moonlit Guidance, I mean, that damage stacks up quickly.
Yeah, it was good recognition by Blythe at the end. It was almost certainly sort of 1,000 truths. There was a small scenario where, as he went along, that he could have kept trading shard into shard and never hitting the amulet, even with the extra mana from Priestess. But hit the amulet before he even hit one of the shards, because the 2 cards left remaining in the deck, as you showed, were the double shards. So very unlikely to hit that. Actually, no, because didn't have. Would he had enough mana for the Thrive? If he had Priestess, then Thrived, then hit Amulet? I don't know. I didn't see how much mana he had after he played the Priestess.
I told you, TJ, I just, this is not the deck for me. I cannot keep track of all those elements going at once.
When you're playing it and and you're counting, but when you have to look at both players' perspectives, you lose like the little minute details. But I just know that there was a very small chance that there could have not been a hit there. Or maybe he could have fit in the Thrive earlier after trading the second amulet away. But the important part was both amulets were where they needed to be. One was at 2, one was at 3 to hit that crucial 7 mark. And so Blythe's going to take the series, a long Blythe series from what we've become accustomed to.
for his gameplay, that was a reasonably long series. But really showing his experience there. Looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, but that was just an initial match. Dmitry Kazov not eliminated. Blythe is going to move on to the winner's match, where he's going to be facing Pun, and then Dmitry Kazov is going to go down to the elimination match of the group, where he's going to face Judgment. But before we jump into the next match, we have 3 more matches left on the day before we wrap up for day number 1 of Grandmasters Last Call. But before we jump into the next one, we are going to have to go to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Plenty more Grandmasters action right after this.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Grandmasters Last Call. Today is the kickoff day. It's Friday of week number 1 of Grandmasters Last Call. And we're about to have some continued matches from Group B, jumping into the winner's match first, which is going to be Pun versus Blaz. My name is CJ, joined by Edelweiss. Once again, very special guest who had to solo cast the first cast of the day for like 10 minutes, but did great. How you feeling?
Yeah, I think this is the one situation where being a nervous talker is a bit of an asset. So just sort of kept things rolling, and then you were able to join back. I had a little bit of my own issues visually, briefly, but we reined it back in, and I think we're excited to dive into this winner's match for Group B. So, Blaz and Pun, two very different experience levels when it comes to GMs. Blaz been it for the long haul. I mean, I think this is 64 and 50 over the course of GMs. That's a lot of GM games.
Yeah, has an impressive resume of back-to-back Masters Tour wins, which was just insane back in, I don't even know, the years blend together now. 2020, was it? Yeah, I think it was 2020. It was the first year that we did online. No, because he won the Texas one that I was in person. I don't remember. But whatever it was nuts. And Pun has actually been around for a while, just not at the very highest level of competitive play. But has been in a lot of practice groups. I've heard him mentioned many times by players in terms of, oh, this is somebody that I practiced with, or this is somebody that helped set up practice that I was a part of, that type of thing. So it was only a matter of time before Pun broke through and made it to the highest level of competition that we have to offer, which currently is Grandmasters Last Call. In the future, who knows? Who knows?
And I like this bring here from Pun, the Fell Demon Hunter. I don't know if it's well positioned, but I like the deck. And, it's just got that really feels good curve, all kinds of early game stuff in your Metamorphin, Slither Spear, Vanguard, going into Fossil Fanatic for card draw, Blade Master Okani just in so many lists right now in terms of just being powerfully positioned. And then that one of Bone Glaive to sort of round things out, going into your big power turns of Kurtrus, G-Lag, and then Jace to really close out the game. So I'm a big Fell Demon Hunter fan. Excited to see that someone brought it. Only 2 people.
Yeah, I'm a Fell Demon Hunter fan as well. I'm fine with like other nerfs, like sure, Battle-Worn Vanguard, whatever, 2 health, 1 health. I don't care. But the Keria and G-Lag, that combo, I mean, obviously can still happen, but just curving one into the other was, having it being able to come down right on the turn, right on turn 6.
When we've got a Barnes card, it just can't stick around for too long. you can't have that kind of win rate card staying in the game.
Okay, Barnes turn 4 and turn 6 are different.
Yes, and it was still putting up the numbers in terms of mulligan win rate.
I know. I'm not saying that I don't agree with it. I'm just saying that I miss it.
Yep. That's fair. Well, we'll see how it puts up against Blaz's XXL mage. We've learned the XX is because it is both 40 cards and a big spell mage, which is a bold move, like we were saying, in terms of you've got 40 cards, but then you still have those specific synergies that you're looking for in terms of Belinda or the Barbaric Sorceress plus having a big spell in hand to actually discount. So we'll see if it's able to hold up against the onslaught from the Feldiage.
Yeah, gonna get that matchup started. Taking a look at the bans real quick. The Quest Hunter banned away from Blaz, which I feel like makes sense. It does tend to have more of that sort of early game board control, which seems to be what can stop Pun in his tracks more so than some of the other decks. I would think Priest might also be somewhat of an option for a ban in that regard, always having access to a ton of removal. at some point in the game, maybe not super early, right? Maybe not to stop the snowball cards. And then the boat rogue, I think it's just a boat rogue, normal boat rogue being banned away on the side of Pun, which I guess is the deck that could, besides Demon Hunter, that could have the most damage from hand, which is what Blythe would be worried about. I don't know.
I mean, if you do get a Sunken Vessel and a Fillet Fighter and you're going turn 9 with Smite, Gone Fishing, like, you can make something happen there. And it runs Wicked Stab. That is the state of from-hand damage these days in the 4th set. I think that's going to change a little bit come Castle Nathria. We'll see.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, we've got pretty good start from Pun here, although it really just shut down immediately from the Pelican. You know, in some respects, I guess just having the 40 life, even if you're a little bit inconsistent as the big spell mage, it does buy you time to just play the rune. Although, yeah, sure, just draw what you want, and that Barbaric Sorceress is gonna be online, might even be coining it out if we can afford to wait.
Yeah, and judging by Pun's hand, it seems like Blythe might have the time to wait. The only real option here is either just a hero power on the space rock and a pass just to get the extra damage, or to just tempo out the Lady Steno, which, I mean, I guess with how this hand is, ladies, if you're not just tempoing out the Steno in this instance, it would just be sitting in hand for quite a while. And if your turn is going to be pretty poor regardless, you might as well just get it on the board, or else you're going to have some weak turns, and that's not what this deck can afford to do.
Yeah, so I like this play from Blythe, trading in with the Submerged Space Rock first, see if you can pull an arcane spell that finishes the Lady Sathena off, because then at least you have an arcane spell played for the hero later on. Doesn't find what he's looking for, so just plays the Starfish. And now that's very important, because Starfish would have been something we maybe used to proc this Okani. I guess now Renthal, pretty good use there, but Okani, definitely something you want to play going into this turn of the mage. I wonder if it might have been worth holding it for the turn 5, since that's when a coined 6 could have come out, and 6 is really the play you want to deny if you're the Demon Hunter here. But there wasn't much else going on in terms of stuff to do for Pun there. You know, we haven't played any Need for Greeds or Fossil Fanatics, so the tank is a little bit dry here.
Yeah, and now Pun has to make the decision of if he wants to play around Barbaric Sorceress on 6, coined out next turn by just dumping the hand. Could end up just playing everything, Fury, Hero Power, Fell Barrage, and then just equipping a Dread Prison Glaive, just completely emptying the hand. Putting on some damage. Obviously, it wouldn't play around like a coin Belinda in that instance, but it could shut off one of the ways that Blythe can power up, and is going to go ahead and just dump the Fury in preparation.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you really doing this turn if you're not going to be spending that mana? You may as well play around something your opponent could have that would really blow you out while pushing damage. You know, you want the Fel spells played for top deck Jace later on in the game anyways, so I think this is a really good push from Pun, just like, hey, your 40 card deck, I don't know if you have it, but just in case, let's make sure that we don't have to deal with any Barbaric Sorceress shenanigans. And you know, it is still a 3/7 taunt, so that is going to present some problems. Although that Reckless Apprentice draw, oh my goodness.
It is very good. Pun even puts the pre-trade in with the Lady Steno to put it in range of Reckless Apprentice. So, Pun, imagine if that pickup off the top wasn't Vanguard and was instead Multi-Strike. Being able to take out both treasure cards, getting the honorable kill damage, and pushing the 4 to face. So that's kind of one of the things that I like about the Fel Demon Hunter, is that Even when you have nothing, sometimes the numbers just work out with Dreadper's Enclave and Multi-Strike to where you can push obscene amounts of damage. But it's sort of running out of gas. Bly's is quite low, 17, especially considering the starting health was 40. It's just knows that there's a lot that Bly's can do with 7 mana. Even, like you said, the Barbaric Sorcerers, it is just a big taunt. Has the Deepwater Evoker now, too, to be able to gain a good amount of life. And Blade Master Akani, when your opponent has a relatively empty hand, is just that much more disruptive.
Yeah, when there's nothing really to test for, and you know you're going to be able to just kill this Fossil Fanatics, you won't have to deal with it. Ooh, Pun. This was a tough choice, and I could honestly go either way. You know, you played around the Sorceress earlier, so I get it. And you do get to draw another card for playing the Multi-Strike. That stings. I mean, you know that there's still a spell that you're getting that they'll be able to swap. So I think it was more about like, hey, if I draw another Fel spell, that means maybe I can play it. It increases my probability of hitting a Need for Greed or a G-Lag or a Jace, just something relevant in this position. You know, I'm not even sure it's fair to say that this is a punish the Barbaric Sorceress being there, because if Pun hadn't attacked, there would still be the Multi-Strike in hand. So.
Yep. Yeah, it wouldn't have, I guess in this situation, Pun hit the absolute worst card in the deck, a 1-mana spell, because it let Bly's play the Sorceress and the Rune of the Archmage in the same turn. And if it was Multi-Strike, it would have had to wait a turn. Woo!
Right.
Still would have been devastating, but yeah, you know, whatever. But now Blige should be able to just run away with this game. Drakefire Amulet is the only spell that's left in the deck, I believe. Oh no, wait, there was an Ignite.
Oh, off the Rune, but
yeah.
You did get the 10, so.
Did get the 10.
This is gonna have to be a big draw, and that's not it. Even attacks to Jace, I don't think would have done it. You know, I respect players staying in games, given that, you know, this is last call. This is their big opportunity to try and make it into the global finals. But I can say honestly, I don't see a line here for Pun.
Maybe Kurtrus into like a Jace. I don't know. It's got to be really good. And Bly's has to basically have drawn all of the garbage early game minions like Mailbox Dancers and Starfishes on empty boards, things like that. But is running out of turns. Even just these measly minions on the board are still pushing enough. And the Blade Master Akani, again, with an empty hand, is so disruptive. Okay, Kurtrus, it's not a spell or a minion, so it can still be played. That's the beginning of possibilities for Pun. And now Fury is upgraded to rank 3, so it is now 9 mana deal 4 instead of 9 mana deal 3.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever gonna take 9 mana for 4 damage. It's not a great deal, but hey, you get the cool art to look at least. So.
Yeah. You just watch. Pun is going to win this game with exact lethal with just
absolutely
9 mana Fury.
The Jace is gonna be played. It'll clear the board magically and set Bly's to 4 health. And then Root of the Archmage will, you know, get a counter spell, and you can't play around it because it's 9 mana Fury.
Yep.
I'm actually surprised this Mordrish is not turned on to the second Reckless Apprentice. I guess didn't do much.
Yeah, I think it's at 8.
It's so close.
Oh, it was 2 left. Yeah, it's at 8.
Yep. What good call there. I mean, look, Gaia is still a pretty good play. Where did that even come from? Is it in the deck? Is it just in the deck? Did we miss that? I mean, it's 40 cards, so.
I'm trying to look. Hold on.
Yeah, Gaia just in the deck.
Okay,
look, you know
in the
what?
deck.
All right. It does 2 damage to the opposing board and their face. So good card if you're running 40. Yeah, sorry, I feel like I should have had that known, but these are the things you have to concern yourself with when players are running 40 card lists in a 4-set meta. We're really pulling some unexpected plays, but it does the job, right? A clear is a clear, and it does some face damage as well. Bly is able to pull out the win with the XXL Mage against the Demon Hunter. Certainly the extra 10 life coming in handy there, and a little unfortunate for Pun in terms of some of those top decks there. Really would have liked to see a need for greed or something, I think, for some reload.
Yeah. Just pretty awkward hand. Did have enough a good amount of damage early on, but never found really the follow-up for it. So, and of course, not a punish, as you said, but an unfortunate situation of Fury being the card that was picked up off the top, allowing Bly's to go Barbaric Sorceress into a 1-mana Rune of the Archmage on 7, which just gave Bly's options for the next few turns, cleared up the little bit of damage on the board, cut down what Pun could do on the following turn. So Bly's off to a nice little start here, 1-0 in the, this is the winner's match. So the loser of this match is not out. They'll go down to the decider match for our last match of the day. But the winner of this match just goes straight on into the top 8 for this group. So for those who may not have tuned in at the very beginning of the broadcast, Grandmasters' last call is the 16 players, the top 4 performers from each of the previous season of Grandmasters from Asia, Pacific, Americas, and Europe, and then the top 4 performers from the Masters tours for so far this year, which just happened to be 4 European players. Not going to stick on that point very long, but that's just what it ended up being. If you gave us a couple more Masters tours, Americas and Asia Pacific, we would have been up there. Don't worry.
Absolutely.
And they get separated into 4 4-player groups, the double elimination groups, which we're going to play through 2 today, 2 tomorrow, and the top 8 are going to move on to Sunday, where they're going to play that out. And we're going to do that for 3 weeks and then have a playoff week, with a rotating format coming in each week, where we're going to have trio and last hero standing in subsequent weeks after this week of Conquest. And then I had heard rumblings that we're going to have best of 7 Conquest.
Yeah, best of 7, something I don't think we've seen since, gosh, was it Pavel's World Championship? I
believe so.
A long time.
Yeah, and I think we no. Did we do it? There was it was a last call also. I remember this because I remember Frozen to that last call bringing a what was it? A target. He brought like a full control lineup. He brought a target strategy, which when you're playing best of 5 Conquest, target strategies can work, right? Because usually in a relatively diverse metagame, there are 3 decks or 4 decks that you can use to counter something specific. You mentioned it earlier, we saw something akin to a target strategy with Super Fake's target Shaman lineup, which worked incredibly well against Habu Gabu. Couldn't get a win with his Shaman. In best of 7 Conquest, that becomes more difficult because you have to have an entire extra deck that's good enough against a specific archetype in order to be classified as a counter strategy. So usually you just end up with the good decks. Should be interesting. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That's still 3 weeks away. Right now we're just in good old best of 5 Conquest. Tried and true.
Good old Park Panther gameplay. What a card. You know, getting to put this into a Ramp Druid, not really the typical Ramp Druid card you would expect, but when you have to go to 40 cards, again, these are the things you do. Other things you do, keep alignment in the opener, because you don't know how quickly you're going to find it if you don't when it comes to a 40-card list. So a little bit bold saying, hey, I only have 2 alignments. I have 5 ramp cards. I feel like I'm more likely to hit the ramp in time than I am to hit the alignment in time. So Bly's keeping that 8-mana Celestial alignment in the opener, and he is rewarded with the Nourish pickup.
Still has nothing for turn 4. The Null will only go down to 5 mana. But it doesn't look like that's going to be too much of an issue because Pun is just on cleanup duty here, trading away the need for greed, getting the sigil set up So could have a powerful turn. Oh, another Park Panther. That's
Nothing
perfect.
on 4, you say. Oh. Flies begs to differ. Again, that lightning play. I think it was almost down before we saw it drawn visually. So now Pun gonna have to clean this up again. That's not a minion that can be allowed to stick. The multi-strike glaive is quite nice for doing that. Unfortunately, just a mana shy without the glaive being pre-equipped from being able to get the Vanguard down as well, which should be really nice. We can see there's an Arcanist in hand for Blyze, so it, would end up being fine, but that's really the kind of play you like to make if you're the Demon Hunter, is push 8 damage, make a board of, 4 1/1s in the Vanguard. But yeah, a bit of decision-making to be done here. It may just be the glaive multi-strike push, or I could see an argument as well for just the Vanguard multi-strike to make a big board.
Yeah. I think I like making a big board because a lot of times there was the Celestial alignment, which was kept in the mulligan, but that could very well be like a Guff that would have been kept in the mulligan as well, since it hasn't been played up until this point. So setting up a big turn going into 5 when you expect some form of ramp like Nourish or Guff to be able to swing back with the additional minions. So I like the setup from Pun there, but it is going to be taken out by the spammy Arcanist instead. So again, not a punish because I liked Pun's play. I think given the information that he had, it was the right call to try and go wide on the board, expecting maybe a little bit of a dead turn from Blyze. But now it's just, all right, full cost predation here. Not the best, but does have a Jace and probably wants to just get that played on 8 with the way this hand is. Dump the remaining Fel spells next turn, and then Jace on 8 and try and push as much as you can.
Yeah, a little surprised not to see, the Fury come down rather than the Fel Barrage, to be able to at least get some face damage for killing that 3/4, because using the Fel Barrage means that you're not taking advantage of the text on the glaive. So maybe missed a little bit of damage there, unless there's something I'm not thinking of. But yeah, we're just fully juicing the Jace, whether or not alignment comes down. And I'm sorry, did Blyze not play the Nourish last turn? What was going on with that? It was just the hero.
Setting up for alignment, I guess, wants to have Nourish for post-alignment.
Okay, sure. I guess seeing the hands mostly empty, feeling relatively safe. Yeah, okay. See, these are the kind of plays that I would not personally think to make. I would say, oh, we want to ramp into the alignment, but Blyze says, no, you know what, we're almost there. I would rather alignment and then Nourish, where it gives me a refund and I can play 2 more cards immediately. So this is a little bit scary in terms of the Jace coming down, but I think might not be enough. Yeah, the Null immediately becomes 0 mana to cleanly take care of this 7/5, which would have been the hope of Pun, that at least the turn alignment comes down, nothing is to be done. And
ooh.
I don't know here, TJ. I guess you can take the Sigil to try and set up a power turn later on, because reducing something by 1 sets it to 0, but
yeah, Need for Greed.
It's looking pretty rough.
Dredging the Need for Greed is not what you want to do, because the cost will actually plop up.
Increase. Yeah.
It'll increase. So I guess if he hated those choices, he could leave the other cards at the bottom and just select the Need for Greed and trade it, hoping to find something different. Then you're guaranteed putting setting aside half your mana for next turn for no benefit, just to trade. And yeah, this should lock up the game for Blyze. I don't think there's a way out for Pun. 15 damage on board. Blyze is plenty healthy. Even if Kurtrus was picked up here off the top, or Zhilag, then still wouldn't be enough. And Blyze, 2-0. Nice little game plan there from him. I think the spammy Arcanist was big. Having the Null post-alignment as well. Knowing that he had a way to defend himself on the alignment turn to clear off something on the board if need be. The patience paid off, so.
Yeah, it's these little plays on crucial turns. Not playing the Nourish because you know it's more powerful post-alignment. Saving the Null so that the turn that you play alignment, you do have a defensive tool at your disposal. These kinds of things are, what make players like Plies best the best. And I think that was really put on display here. These players like Pun, like Judgment, are really trying to fight up against these sort of more established players, and I'd love to see them be able to show off, but so far it seemed like a bit of a struggle for a few of them.
Yeah. And last deck remaining for Bly's is going to be the Priest, the Boar Priest. Though, and based on his clean play of the Boar Priest in the first series that we saw from Bly's, the last series against Dmitry Kazov, Pun could be in for a hard time. He's got all 3 decks remaining. Has the Shaman left, this Beast Hunter left remaining, which actually can sometimes be problematic for the Boar Priest because you can get big minions out really early that can be tough to remove. The upgraded secrets from Beaststalker Tavish can also be pretty difficult to deal with at times. Obviously, there's just one card, but that can sometimes be a difference maker in the series. And then Pun would have to win with the Demon Hunter as well, with all the healing that's in the deck and all the board clears for small stuff. We've seen that one go the way of Board Priest a good amount of times.
Yeah, the Shard of the Naru, I think, very important against the Hunter because it's so Death Rattle heavy. Being able to do things like, turn off Mountain Bear or something that would otherwise be a frustrating minion to clear. If you're able to weave in a Shard of the Naru before you finish off your Zyrella turn or Big Pyromancer turn, that lets you actually get the board clear instead of having to deal with all this crazy nonsense. But sometimes if you're able to just get the harpoon gun down and stick the minion and they don't have the response yet because they haven't been able to establish their card draw, you're able to, as the hunter, just sort of keep them from having enough time and beat them down. So we'll sort of see who can get the better of that tug of war. K9otron could potentially be a pretty nice start if it is able to pull a 1-drop.
Yeah,
I didn't even see what Bly's picked.
Nope. Don't even try. Don't even.
4-on-1. The only on-curve play you can make as the Boar Priest.
The Click Clocker, slightly out of order.
Yep.
If the Click Clocker was picked up first, it would have been a little bit more power on the board with the K9otron. It does hit a 1-drop with the Peasant, but because the Boar so easily trades into it, maybe Pun wants to pick something different. Nah. Just to be able to have it in hand for next turn to, guarantee be able to pull a Tavish up from the bottom. But yeah, whatever.
Yep. Yeah, that is a bit of a bummer since usually the Priest does not have that turn 1, but it comes in clutch there. We do see a Jaren Saber into Pet Collector. Normally very strong, but you do need something to kill the Saber off into. And that's not typically something that the Priest is doing until they play something like a Handmaiden. So, could happen. I mean, you can do that stuff in the same turn, but we saw Bly's picking the Shard of the Naru off of that Discover earlier. I mentioned how crucial it can be in this matchup.
Oh.
I'm a little surprised by that. I guess nothing to trade into, so maybe Bly's is saying, hey, then they'll pull out the other one and I can get a nice board clear here while silencing the Sunken.
Yeah. They're concerned about the life total potentially, but yeah, it's just gonna silence the Sunken. Has hand space now for the Handmaiden to be able to fill up. 2 mana to spare, and if there is a Gift of the Naru not picked up, so doesn't have as
it's
much
not the
potential with Or sure.
We're not refreshing our mana crystals here, are we? Maybe. I feel like you got to decide soon.
1, 2, 2 spells played. So if you Desperate Prayer and then refresh, you gain the mana crystals back to be able to play Zyrella. And it will be clear.
Yeah, that could be it. I think that's a consideration here. Is do I want to spend Zyrella now or save it for something bigger later?
It's actually a reasonably sized board too for Bly's.
Yeah,
that's the case. A 3-1, a 1-2, and I don't think Zyrella was in these. Oh, it was in the switch route. Okay, so yeah, it is just going to be a 2 health.
But now Pun's in a bit of an awkward spot. I mean, you can go for the Barak and then trade the Doggy Biscuit to give it Rush to at least clear off one of these minions. But that sets up almost sort of the perfect board for the Boar Priest to go for some kind of Pyro heal card draw turn. Bly's doesn't have the Gift of the Naru yet, so it won't be too crazy. But he can still just look for it with one of these Northshire Clerics and Hero Power and Flash Heal. Oh, or just get a Handmaiden. That works too.
Is someone injured?
Oh, okay.
There's the gift. Yep.
Yeah. Gift for next turn. Handmaiden is now, what, once? No, that was the only spell played that turn. So still 2 spells needed for a Handmaiden, but it'll be a nice chain here of a Pyro plus Cleric turn, and then with Gift of the Naru into Handmaiden. However,
Hydralodon is spooky.
Yeah.
We just traded away the second shard, so I think Pun feeling a little bit confident that, hey, maybe this Hydralodon lives, although if you're able to do enough instances of damage anyways, which it looks like is relatively easily going to happen here.
Is it?
Well, you've got the Shadow Word Devour at the... Oh, I guess since you're healing the Hydralodon.
Healing it
Yeah, yeah. Not quite as clean as one would hope.
Yeah, there's still...
There's enough 0 mana spells here at the end.
Okay, yeah.
And there's the shard anyway. You might be able to save the shard now.
Oh yeah, with Devour. Devour will have no and then 0 mana spells. Okay, yeah.
Oh, 311 Pyro. That's rough, because that's pretty tough for the Hunter to clear, and things just escalate so quickly when a Pyro sticks for the Boar Priest. Can you imagine if there was like a Denathrius in hand? I mean, you'd never get to play it as the Hunter, but these are the things that I get excited for with Infuse, is something like a Hydralodon, just all those infuses happening.
Oh my gosh, how many would that have been? There were 5 dying with every spell, plus the 3 that died initially. And it healed for 4 health, so 5 times 7? 35, plus the initial 4, 39. Plus the 2 extra minions, 41.
Yeah, the dream scenario, and then you wake up because 10 mana is too far away. But it's really fun to think about how Infuse can change things. We do hit the main body. Wow.
Okay.
Getting to trade in.
Wait, how?
Trading the Doggy Biscuit gives it Rush.
No, but each instance doesn't count it multiple times, right? I don't know if that's even able to be proved, because like the heads died like 7 times.
I think,
but it doesn't.
So I
put
think
in
they're still
individual one
considered
because it's 3 different minions. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as low probability as you would expect, because yes, there's 2 different types of heads in the pool, and then the main Hydralodon body. But I think the only other beast we had were the two sides of the 4-3 rusher. So it's like a 1 in 5, which isn't horrible.
Yeah, because the two heads are almost gonna be there 100% of the time. So even if you think that you're discovering one choice from the other two bodies, you can even almost bring it closer to like 1 in 3 odds, considering two of the choices are almost always going to be the head, and the last choice is going to be the main body or the two enemies that. Oh my gosh, it's happening again.
It's happening again. And this time, Pun gonna get set to 0 mana on the end of it. Pyro, Devour, once again showing just how powerful it is on a big board like that. Being able to stay alive to finish off the main body in the end. That's, I think, just gonna be lights out here.
Yep. That's the concede. Pun experiencing both sides of this type of series today with a 3-0 over Judgment, where it felt like Judgment couldn't do anything in the games in his first match, and now in getting 3-0'd by Blyze in a match where it felt like he really couldn't do anything. So that just means that in his decider match, or in his final match later on today, he's going to have the most back and forth close series of all time to decide.
That's how that works, right?
Out of the group. Yep, exactly.
It's just karma, right? You go full circle, you get the 3-0, then the 0-3, and then things meet in the middle somewhere. But first, we're going to have to show the first match of the lower bracket between Judgment and Dimitri.
Yeah. Yeah, and Blyze will be moving on to the top 8. So we're going to see Blyze again play on Sunday. First player to move out of Group B. For those of you who didn't tune on earlier in the day, Group A consisted of Possessi, Superfake, Habu Gabu, and Mighty. Possessi and Superfake were the players that moved on, Possessi in first, and then Superfake winning that decider matchup at the end against Habu Gabu to move on. And now Group B, we have Blyze as the winner of the group, so he'll get that #1 group seed going into the playoff round on Sunday. And the second will be between one of these 3 players, Judgment, Dmitry Kazov, or Pun, to determine who's going to also move on from Group B. So I'm very impressed by Blyze in this first series.
Yeah,
brought a no shaman lineup, which was pretty unique as far as the whole field went, and had a close series to start things off. But then this one against Pun just felt like everything was rolling. So well done to Blyze, but we need to move on, as we still have 2 more matches on the day left. So coming up next, we're going to have that lower bracket match between Dmitry Kazov and Judgment. But before we jump into that one, we are going to have to go to just a quick break. But again, don't go anywhere. More Grandmasters action right after this.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Grandmasters Last Call. We're trucking along with Group B here on day number 1, moving into the elimination match between Dmitry Kazov and Judgment. My name is CJ, joined by Edelweiss once again. And this one should be interesting. Judgment did not have the greatest start, the start that you would hope for as the beginning of your Grandmasters foray, let's say, getting 3-0'd by Pun in one of the fastest series we've seen.
Yeah, I really feel for Judgment. Just the draws were not there. You really can't fault him too much looking at some of those hands in those games. But I'm kind of wondering, we're building a sort of odd storyline here in terms of the players that have been in GMs the longest are the ones who are pulling out some of the wins. So now we see Pun and Judgment, some of the newer players, facing off to see who is going to be eliminated. Tough spot to be in, for sure.
Yeah, so we can use that to develop a story as we move forward in the remainder of the groups where the player that's been in Grandmasters the longest is the favorite, and the other player is the underdog. Yep. So in this one, Dmitry Kazov, we're not even going to look at the lineups. He's had, 3 seasons of Grandmasters under his belt, which means that he's definitely the favorite based on the outcome of the group so far.
Yes, I got things mixed up. I said Judgment and Pun, but that would only happen if Judgment is able to get this win over Dmitry. So that would be, I guess, the hope, right, to see some of our newer players shine through a bit. But I think as things currently stand, Judgment coming in as the underdog here.
Yep. Judgment banning away the Shaman from Dmitry Kazov, and Dmitry Kazov banned away the Mage from Judgment. So we have Hunter, Rogue, Shaman left for Judgment, and then for Dmitry, Mage, Druid, and Rogue. And Dmitry's going to be opening with the Thief Rogue with Jackpot and the Swift-Scale Trickster, Contraband Stash, Tess. Dmitry, we said it earlier, sort of playing the Jackpot lineup. So to speak, with Lady Prestor Druid, with Big Spell Mage, and with the Thief Rogue. So beholden to the randomly generated aspects of the current meta of Hearthstone. Love it.
Praise Yogg. All hail. It's going to be the Thief Rogue for both players here, though. Running the Contraband Stash, the Blood in the Water, made its way into lists in large part because sometimes you just need something to hit with Naga Trickster, and you don't always get the best pulls off of the Jackpot. So if all else fails, being able to, say, coin Swift-Scale Trickster into a Blood in the Water, as we see potentially an option here, can be some pretty high tempo in the early game.
Yeah.
Of course.
he really doesn't want to give up the Paladin yet. Okay, he's going to Hero Power instead. He moused over the Maestra, but obviously, he'd pop out back into Rogue form, whatever you want to call it, out of Paladin form. And even though he doesn't have a null in hand, it would, reduce his overall power level. Once he does pick up those nulls, they'd be stuck at, 3 in that instance, since he picked up 2 rogue spells. Actually, no, 2. Holds on to it a little bit longer.
There are 2 Tooth of Nefarians in hand, so you could make an argument that, just get the Maestra down so you have something in play, and then you can use your Tooths to discount the nulls later on. It's not like the Rogue has no way of discounting them once you've taken away the mask from Maestra. But I can understand wanting to at least get it discounted 1 more so that if the only Burgles that you play before you get a null are both of these Tooths, that they are going to cost 0. Additionally, if we do play the Maestra and our opponent has a null, it's left with 2 health, which is not going to put it in a position to be honorably killed by the Tooth of Nefarian anyway. So, still not a great start for Dmitry, but things can take a little while for these rogue decks to build up a board.
Yeah. Couple options here for Dimitri. The Trickster plus Blood in the Water is probably the most power that you can make on the board right now. This was essentially exactly the scenario that you had mentioned. No jackpot in hand, or we could substitute that with got jackpot but terrible spells, and just a way to build up a board, some nice tempo, make some minions, clear minion. Feels good.
Yeah, I think you generally prefer to be able to kill something with the 3 damage and then have a healthy 5/5 shark on the other side of things. But unfortunately, that null not being reduced in size very much by the 1/1 is going to have to be cleared up by the rush. And this Okani is just, hey, let's try and gain a little bit of life because it is dead on board.
Yeah. Dimitri could even... Oh. Does he want a double tooth to keep these minions alive?
Yeah, you know, if your opponent didn't immediately clear them up before, I think stands to reason that you think they won't have another answer on the following turn. So playing double tooth here, using the prep to check, you don't get both discovers, but you've got a reconnaissance in hand, so that's still something, and you get to keep your board pressure, so I like the aggression.
Yeah. Pushes some damage. And getting this mana spent too, since even though there's not guaranteed mana expenditure over the next couple turns, getting this mana out of the way to be able to potentially play the spell from Tooth plus the minion from Reconnaissance going into like turn 7, where you could replay test and go for like that tempo test that may not be massive, but gets enough stuff going for you to win the game. Makes sense too. So all things considered, I really do like this play.
Yeah, and then going for the Protect the Innocent here, I think a bit of a toss-up between the Imp Swarm and Protect the Innocent. We obviously don't have a natural way of healing in Rogue to be able to activate Protect the Innocent, but it is just a 5/5 taunt, which is non-curve play for this turn. And the proactive, spells that make minions are definitely the things you want to be replaying off your Contraband stashes and your Tesses, etc. So I like the pickup. I think the Imps would have been okay as well, just because you get to also play the Reconnaissance, and it would be rank 2, given that we just hit 5, so you would have a pair of 3/2 Imps and maybe a Death Rattle off the Reconnaissance. But yeah, just 5/5 is solid.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh. I mean, it's definitely not the Squirrel, right? Najak has some serious utility, particularly when you know your opponent has a Colossal next turn. Although we might just play it here to steal the 5/5 for tempo.
Yeah, for tempo. The Hullbreaker would have been interesting in terms of like maximum power on board, but I guess the Najik Hexen means that if Najik Hexen's dealt with, then you have less power, but if it's not, then you have more power. And then when Test comes down, you're sacrificing a little bit of power because the Najik Hexen obviously wouldn't have its Battlecry effect, so it'd just come back as the 1/4. But offering a little bit of disruption. And then was about to go with the Gaunt Fishing, but I think he just wants to play the Maestra here just for maximum power, because he's sort of running out of resources, but does have ways to sort of build back up this board. And he's going to put Judgment down to 15 with a pretty menacing board. And I mean, it's quite obviously Horn that he should expect here. So just hoping that the quality of the Colossal Minion is not game-breaking, game-losing, I guess.
Yeah, no Gigafin, please. Really, yeah. No Gigafin. You're not particularly thrilled to see something like the Leviathan either.
Oh no!
I Caster Curse.
Cursed it.
I have spoken it into existence. My least favorite thing to see. It doesn't come down though.
Well, he can clear off this with the claws plus the...
When we get the 5/5 back. Yeah.
Yeah, you get the 5/5 back, and you can save the Gigafin for potential tests, which is very likely going to come out this turn.
Yeah.
Dimitri can have a read that anything specific was picked up from the horn. I don't know if he can afford to play around it. I guess you could open with Contraband Stash and see, or trade with the Cutlass first, if that makes the play any more enticing, and then Contraband Stash afterwards.
Yeah, and one thing about the Nejak is it's high tempo when you play it, but it's not so great off things like Stash and Tess. The Hull Breaker would have been sort of more interesting in that sense in terms of board presence, but then you run the risk of drawing things like Contraband Stash or Blood in the Water and just dealing yourself a ton of damage out of nowhere. It's not like your typical Miracle Rogue where all you have are cheap spells, and so Hull Breaker is great because it picks you up Shadow Step and Wicked Stab and all that. You can maybe get some of those cheaper cards, but this Thief Rogue has a few more expensive things that you'd be taking a hit for. And now, because of that Gigafin save, Judgment in a very strong position here. Saber's not going to do much. These are pretty mediocre picks, I would say. I might just take the Taunt. There's no beasts with Krakatoa having been played.
Yeah. It is rush, so it could help Judgment clean up the board a little bit better on this turn, but if Gigafin's what's on his mind, then yeah, the Taunt seems to be more reasonable. It's also cheaper for the same stat line, even though it doesn't have rush. Yeah, so it is going to be the Taunt. Okay. Yeah, Gigafin, and then plenty of mana to still work with.
I mean, we could full commit and just say Stash is, play another Gigafin. I don't think that's necessary. I think you can save it and just get a dagger in, yeah. But that's going to be a pretty massive board in terms of another Gigafin being resurrected plus the 4/3 Taunt. I mean, Gigafin, even without the clear, is just a lot of stats.
Yep. This is lethal represented on the board, and Dimitri doesn't really have a way to do anything. The Shroud is just minions. So for Dimitri, we're looking at, prep Shroud into Krakatoa would only be a little bit of power taken off the board. Into Queen Ashara, doesn't have the time to play spells, doesn't even have the amount of spells. Null,
a little bit late. It is 0, but that's not doing it. Contraband Stash only going to give us a Nejak and a 5/5 Taunt and one other thing. But just not really enough to pull it through there. And that's kind of the nature of these what can I generate kinds of decks, is sometimes it comes down to who generates the more powerful thing quickly. But that Gigafin really coming in clutch for Judgment. Even though he didn't need it on that very turn, I got over-eager. The Krakatoa just perfect to get the Queen Ashara back and put himself in a very dominant position.
Yeah. With the way Dimitri's hand was, I feel like even without the Gigafin, many other Colossal Minions would have likely cemented the game for Judgment, just maybe not as quickly. Dimitri didn't have any way to fight back on the board, just had ways to sort of build up a mediocre board once again, which wasn't really doing much. Wouldn't have been able to even have activated the Queen Ashara for quite some time without any other spells in hand. So, it was just the horn itself was pretty much the nail in the coffin for Dmitri Kazov in that game. But Judgment's going to move over to the Beast Hunter, a Devouring Swarm thrown in there. I feel like a lot of players opted to not go for Devouring Swarm. This list is a little bit more light. I don't know. There's more stuff in the 1 to 2 cost than we normally see in the Beast Hunters.
I think shout out to Hattrick, who's kind of established that you have 6 1-drops for K9 Otron to get down early. I think that's kind of like, it's not too many that you have a bunch of dead draws later on in the game, but it's like enough that you have a reasonable chance of hitting them on 2 if you play Kinanotron. But the Devouring Swarm is a little bit unique. I personally like it because the hunter can struggle to deal with things like a Gigafin, in where situations where there's a taunt in the way and you just need some damage to do the thing and take care of a minion on board without your own minions. So Devouring Swarm, if there is another Gigafin generated by the rogue, could come into play there. And in general, you've got a lot of value minions. So the way that Colossals work is, since the body is always summoned first, you're never going to be hitting with the appendages until the main body is attacked. So it can be a good way of generating an additional Colossal. Ooh, tough choice here for Judgment. Do you ramming mount, or do you get the harpoon online because you have Phelan coming up?
I don't know. Ramming mount just feels too clean. It's a lot of pressure on the board. But yeah, the harpoon gun into Ambassador Phelan. I don't know.
The like kid in me wants to go harpoon gun into Phelan because, like, oh, but we could get something crazy, right? We do one swing this turn to clean up the board, and then we play Phelan, and we get to put a beast on top and reduce it. It could be so good, but I feel like ramming mount is just the stronger tempo play. You know, you can always wait one extra turn, still play the Phelan on 4, and then follow it up with the harpoon gun. It's so hard to pass up this mount.
On your logic, it's the more mature play is the mount.
I guess. I didn't mean to frame it like that, but it is, you know, it's different lines, right? Do you want to go for just oh my goodness. Now this I would not have expected. We are just going face and holding. I guess Judgment is saying, hey, you know what? We're both playing to some potential high rolls, so I'm gonna Phelan and then try and get 2 reduced beasts. That feels like a punish if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and Bower Fortitude is actually quite cheap. Obviously, this Thief Rogue deck is mostly spells. There's what, like 7 minions in the entire deck, so it's relatively likely to be pretty cheap, but obviously you don't expect it to be there in the first place. So.
Oh, there aren't even 2 beasts to discount, TJ.
Oh, no.
So the hold is just omega punished here in terms of the harpoon gun swing, because we can't clear off this null. I guess you take the Nelly there, but Nelly is not what it once was after the nerf. You know, that affected this deck as well. No more 1-mana smites, no more Blast Fisher for 1 mana, which could be pretty juicy as a hunter. That is the 1 Hunter Pirate, 5-mana 3/2 Battle Cry, deal 2 damage for each beast in play under your control.
I mean, just look at the field. Where are the warriors? There aren't any.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty tough.
This attack from the harpoon gun will have 1 additional non-colossal option, which could be a beast.
It's true, although with both Mountain Bears in hand, it's going to be a bit of a struggle. I guess your best hit is Hydrolodon. Kalaka Glutton! There is a beast in play, but we don't have the Glutton to play immediately.
Maybe expect a Krakatoa on 6. Still could be a reasonable pickup.
Yeah. All these things that are normally, you know, great picks, like Gangplank Driver. It's great at 1, less good at 4. Still could be the pick. There's the Blast Fisher I mentioned. Mm-hmm. Amalgam as well.
No time for games.
It's such an awkward value card now. I understand why they had to do it, but it really took that card out to the back and put it out of its misery. I mean.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even see it.
Breeder's the only playable card.
Okay.
So I guess you Breeder has the Saber been played? Can we get a sunken Saber? Is that what we're hoping for?
No.
No.
Wait, does he only play one Shard Saber?
Generally, it's just the one Saber because
Yeah.
then you're guaranteed to hit the sunken out of a pet collector.
Sunken, yeah.
Right.
Yep. So has not played the Saber yet. So.
Oh, and the bash pickup, just 3 damage face. We have set up, even if the board is cleared at this point, Hunter not known for its healing. And as we can see in Kazov's hand, the Wicked Stab and bash lining up plenty of damage.
Yep. And no Tavish in hand to gain any life, but can have some fun with the Block Crawler here. That's cool.
Yeah, just, you know what? You say, bad Nelly, we're just going to eat the Nelly, and then maybe press that bottom right. It's not looking good here. Are there any discoverers off of Amalgam that can find us healing? Definitely not in Pirates, but we've got a Beast in play. I don't think the Beast discoverers are particularly great right now.
I have no time for games.
We want Vicious Scalehide.
Deepwater Evoker?
The mount.
No, you can't, because that's a mage. It is a pirate, but it's a mage card.
It is a pirate, but it's a mage pirate, and you can't discover out of class.
Yeah, I don't think if the spells would...
Oh, yeah, the spells aren't very much armor
so
anyway.
gain 3? That's case scenario. You could also hit tracking and gain 1. So, but yeah, it is a mage. But yeah, Dmitry Kazov tying up the series in a pretty one-sided game. It feels like when we're talking about the Thief Rogue, many of the games do feel one-sided.
One way or the other.
Yeah, you hit the good stuff or you don't. Very rarely you find those games where you hit mediocre stuff and you have this back and forth battle, and then your tests and your contraband stash later on in the game just get absolutely ridiculous. But this was not one of those games. Dmitry Kazov. I mean, we could bring this back to just sort of the face attack with the K9tron early on and leaving the null up onto the board, and it was still alive at the end of the game. I think it dealt, 18 damage? Had the potential to deal 24 damage if Judgment had even stayed in the game.
Absolutely.
Or had not
Very
cleared
different.
that, but I guess he did.
Yeah, very different game if you clear that minion, whether it's with the ramming mount or the weapon. You know, you can still play the weapon, but I do think the clear has to come out there. You know, it's usually the safe thing to do, make sure stuff is clear. I know Rogue doesn't naturally run any buffs, but these are the things you have to consider with the Thief deck is, hey, I don't know, they could have something if you know you're going to do a low tempo play that is playing Ambassador Phelan on 4. I think you generally want to sort of be as safe as possible going into those low tempo plays. But yeah, Kazov now coming out with another heavy generation deck. The Prestor Druid was not able to perform in his previous match, but perhaps it'll have better luck against the Hunter here, although K9tron Harpoon Gun, pretty good start there.
Yeah, if there's a Click Clock picked up in this opening hand and then a 1-drop found from K9. Okay, I saw 1 and I was like, oh, geez. Draw's still great, though. It's 1, 2, 3 curve. If another one's able to be found by K9tron, then Judgment's looking quite good in this early game. So,
I mean, it's nice, if only because you actually get to clear up this peasant. You know, that's not typically what you want to do with your Trog. Once again, we see Click Clocker showing up 1 turn late. But we do find the Slither Spear, so able to pick up that onboard play. Do you clear the peasant, or do you make them do it? Gotta clear the peasant.
Yeah. There was the option, though, from the K9tron. There was an Ambassador Phelan. Could have
true.
deviated.
We could do it all over again.
with harpoon gun in hand, I don't know. But
yeah,
it came back to bite him last game with Nelly as the only beast.
But, you know, you can kind of set that up anyway and still get one discounted Colossal because you can dredge here, pick up that Phelan for next turn, or a 6-mana King Crush. Tough choice there, honestly. If you do pick the Phelan, you have your next turn spoken for, and then you know you're going to be able, well, I guess you could roll all non-beasts, but you have the opportunity to, once again, go for a discounted Colossal minion. But that 6-mana King Crush has got to be looking pretty tasty.
Yeah.
The Revive Pet in hand as well.
Yeah. Knowing you have some time as well. Both powerful plays, however. Ambassador Phelan does give you a reasonable curve. But I guess Judgment doesn't have a terrible curve as is because it has minions that are going to stick on the board plus ramming mount. I didn't even see the choice there, to be quite honest. I was looking at the board, but...
We'll find out at the start of next turn. I mean, another...
It's the beautiful thing about Dredge.
Yeah,
you don't have to wait long.
Another way you could play this is to take the Phelan, but then what you do is you actually attack first with the weapon to put the 6-mana Crush on top. And then you've still got those Colossal minions either to get pulled out by, you know, a second Harpoon Gun if you find it, or maybe you're able to discover them off tracking because tracking goes from anywhere in your deck. But we will see going for the Colossal, and that was a snap pick, so I gotta imagine it was something powerful.
Yeah. I didn't see it either. But again, we don't have to wait long.
Did we gloss over a turn 3 press store? Is that really what just happened?
We were talking about something else, but you know, it's not the craziest thing in the world.
You know, I thought we were a little further along here, and then I went and took a look at the mana crystals and saw this press store in play, and I'm like, huh, that's earlier than I would have thought. Just gonna do the discover chain here.
Yeah, could just go Amalgam, Discover Anything, and then probably Sir Spinley at the end, because I don't know if you want the full cost whatevers in hand. I guess it depends on the pick. It does give options.
Yeah. Oh, there. You got Kazakhstan for eventually, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. And Finley them all back, and then, yeah, draw Kazakhstan on 8 after you played the Dragons, and you're miraculously still alive somehow.
And haven't killed the opponent. Yeah.
And haven't killed your opponent already, yeah. One of those things is, it's one or the other. Usually not both. You've either killed them, you died, or it's could win you the game. Ooh. Okay. Bad. Okay.
Yeah, still not really the hits you're looking for. There's the Nelly again. Not what I anticipated as a snap pick, but certainly better in this situation than it was last time.
Mm-hmm.
Blast Fisher could represent a fair bit of damage. Although Amalgam gives us some value as this hand is running a tad dry. I'm honestly, I don't know, like this Nelly is reasonable, but I'm thinking about that 6-mana King Crush, TJ, and how we've got this Revive Pet in hand. Yeah. Nelly is not nearly as good of a Revive Pet target as that King Crush.
Yeah, the game state would have been a bit different. Last turn probably would have been like Click Clock or Ramming Mount. There'd be like more power on board. Ramming Mount with the Slither Spear is actually nuts. Just that combination alone could win so many games because it becomes very difficult to remove. Even though the deck doesn't play a ton of spells, it has enough to where you can get its attack buffed up sometimes. So again, invested a lot into, or sacrificed a lot of just straight up power on board to get a potential discounted Colossal Minion. Both times it's been Nelly, and both times it's been sort of underwhelming. But speaking of underwhelming, Dimitri's Dragon draws are just atrocious. Nothing. Double Sleepy Dragon Nozdormu. Primordial Drake, sure, but with the way this board is, Primordial Drake oftentimes just clears up your own dragons because of how small your minions usually are with the way that this Press Store deck is built. So This is not looking too good for Dimitri here.
Yeah, I mean, what, we can attack the 2-2 and the 2-3 in, play Primordial Drake, Spinley finishes up the 1-1. You're still giving your opponent the minions out of the boat. You honestly might just want to hold to not give Judgment the Pirates on this turn.
Yeah.
Kind of wait things out a little bit longer.
Yeah.
There's the pet collector for the vessel. Or not vessel, saber. A Jarran Saber into Sunken Saber. It's not going to die to anything on the board, but it does thin the deck. And if there are any beasts left among the Colossals that were shuffled, you could hit one of those. And then, of course, there's the Mountain Bear, the King Crush, all that fun stuff. If we are able to get either second weapon or the other pet collector.
Oh.
Now, there's something. You can clear up most of this. I think because of the taunt, you still can't get at the main 5/5 body with enough damage.
Well, you can trade the 2-2 and the 2-3, and then Primordial Drake, then trade the Finley over the Nelly, and then Brasswing, and that's a full.
There you go. Yep, gotta be the play here. There's just not a ton else going on. You're really waiting on the Aceras, the Malagos, Raid Boss Onyxia. I think we would windmill slam a Kazakusan in this situation just because these top decks have been so rough. Honorable kill. Gonna heal Dimitri up a little bit here.
Yeah. Hey,
8.
Take it.
Go back to full life. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is a card that I loved, but like just hasn't really had a place. Oh, sorry, not full life. Full life is 40, right? Heals up to 31. But yeah, Brasswing at end of turn does 2 damage to the opposing board, and any honorable kills give you 4 life. So pretty solid. Consecrate. It does go face, which can be very relevant in some situations. Not quite yet here, but it has come up. So we see another Nelly coming down. There's nothing in this boat. It's just there for stats. We could do this on another revive pet just to get a bunch of stuff in play before the pool gets too diluted. I expect we will see that come down.
Yep.
Just stuff.
A lot of power.
And yeah, the top deck, I mean, this is the danger that comes with bringing Lady Prestor Druid is when it hits, it hits hard, but when you miss, oh gosh, does it feel bad because you're like, I did the thing, I played the Prestor. We played Prestor on turn 3. Turn 3, TJ. We've had plenty of draws, even Finley, to pick up more chances and just not hitting the stuff we need to. Now, that being said, things could change on a dime here. There are times where you top deck a Moonlit Guidance, and that's a little bit better because you can discover then. You pick a dragon from 3 options and you get 2 of them. So something like Moonlit Guidance into Raid Boss Onyxia could really turn things around. But it's going to take a big top deck like that at this point because, you know, even a composting isn't going to be doing anything for you anymore.
Nope. But with Prestor played, you're just 1 draw away from turning the game around. So, well, you're 1 draw away from stabilizing and then a 2nd draw away from turning the game around.
Right.
Like Deathwing into Ysera, Kazakhstan, etc.
Yeah, is the ramming mount finally gonna come down? just for some stats. And then Emerald Sky Talon, I suppose, clears up the 2-1. That would be my guess here. It's a shame. No weapon to utilize the Puffer Fist fully. Given the 1 Harpoon Gun has already been played, you have to find the 2nd one here. Just pushing as much damage as possible, weaving in the hero power. Although, I don't know, I feel like maybe you play the Slither Spear there because it's going to be a few hero powers before it adds up to enough anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, those Dormu off the top. I mean, it's just Lady Prestor is laughing at Dimitri here, and you know, glad to see he can at least laugh about it as well. It's some tough beats. I don't know what the count is on dragons drawn so far, but we've got to be at least 10 in, and it's just not the hits you're looking for.
Yeah. For Judgment, South Sea Scoundrels just like, is there even a reason? Because you could just be
9 dragons in.
Yeah, 9 dragons, and none of them have been. Well, the Brasswing was decent, but nothing else has been good. Oh!
No, it's something. It's a little too late, but it does a thing. You can kill one of the Nellies.
Yeah, and survive at 1 if you kill the non-ramming mount Nelly, because then you would hero power and take 2, so there'd be 12 damage represented with the hero power, and you're at 13.
Well, there's a possibility here that Judgment could find a lethal with the Scoundrel if he's able to discover, say, another Alex, right? You could just get lethal there. A bit risky because you do give your opponent a card if you
Tavish is lethal 66% of the time. You hero power first, and then Tavish, and then hero power again.
Yeah, that's probably higher odds, right?
Oh,
just hope you don't roll the Misha, and
actually,
even
I
if
don't know.
you
With
miss,
the way Dimitri's been drawing, the rest of his deck has got to be really good dragons.
Gotta be gas,
South Sea
yeah.
Scoundrels pretty high up there in terms of lethal potential. But yeah, just pick the best secrets. I don't even know the board ones. Emergency maneuver, sure. Snake trap, sure. So close. And then hero power again, and unless it's Misha, that's game over. There it is.
Yep. And even if it was Misha, I mean, something like the improved maneuvers there, right, just means no Deathwing is going to come down and clear your board completely. So, yeah, I think this is really just that case of Prestor comes with a risk, comes with a fine print that says, hey, we're not liable if you don't get enough dragons to actually win the game, because yeah, those were some rough top decks for Dimitri. I don't know what else to say. It's sometimes the deck just doesn't do what you want.
Yep. But maybe we'll have one more try. We'll see if Dimitri decides to queue up the Prestor. Druid once again. But taking a look, final deck for Judgment is going to be the Shaman. That's the last one remaining. Same type of Shaman that every other player has been bringing. Nobody brought the full Murloc Shaman. Everybody decided to go with the...
No brave souls out there.
Yeah.
Which is reasonable of the 2 Shamans. Like, if you expect other people to also bring Shaman and they're going to have Snowfall Guardian and you're playing Murlocs, you better kill them before turn 6, because then you're not hitting them anymore. So, and that's where we've seen Super Fake taking advantage of targeting this deck. I think the only player to have done that. Now, as I understand it, there are a couple players who have Bioluminescence naturally in the list, but I think most of them do not. Most are like Judgment's list here.
Yep. Two Bioluminescence Shamans, I believe, and the majority of players do have Shaman in their lineup. So it was one of the decks that has the highest representation among the 16 players that are playing here in week 1.
Well, we've got the Carpenter again as Kazov, so we are going to find the Prestor. That won't be an issue. Oh, Tiny Fin. I didn't even realize that was in there for the 0 mana dragon.
I know, it's 40 cards. You can start running out of cheap minions.
You know, and I think against Shaman, you're probably very happy to see a Starfish coming into hand prior to transforming your deck, because those Snowfall Guardians oh boy. That can be really tough when Snowfall Guardian comes down, and not only does it silence the freezes, but it makes the dragons big. So I would not be surprised if that is how this game ends. It's going to depend on whether Judgment can put on enough pressure before then. Something that this Lady Prestor draw does, though, is that Jerry Rig Carpenter then means Coldtooth Mine will draw Guff. And I don't think we've seen Kazov have a game yet where he had both Guff and Lady Prestor. The Prestor is at the top of the curve, so it's the thing you always hit with Mine. But once it's already been acquired, you're able to hit Guff off Coldtooth Mine as your highest cost card. And that is where power can really spike considerably. I mean, imagine if he were drawing 2 cards a turn instead of 1 in that last game. Just total game changer.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. The double watch post.
Yeah.
For disruption, buying time for Prestor to be able to come down, plenty of time to acquire dragons, acquire Guff, and build up a big board that can be starfish smothered by starfish, the smothering starfish.
Yeah, the tempo macaw last turn from Judgment just to have some kind of response to the first watch post, and then the second one coming down, this Bolner going up to 4, pretty rough. I almost might have played the Bolner just because 2 watch posts in play can't attack, so if you get to stick a Bolner, you can start popping off with some pretty silly stuff with the school teacher. But now we see Lady Prestor coming down, not even doing the Carpenter yet, just getting it in play so we can start getting those dragons. We can always jerry rig for Guff later on.
Yeah.
And it's a 6/7. Like, it's just a big body on turn 4. Does get frozen out, but still.
It's large.
Large and in charge. And now Wild Paw Cavern's going to start creating some board presence for Judgment here, finally. Well, it had to happen eventually, TJ. Raid Boss Onyxia, definitely the kind of thing you're looking for.
Yep. It's a 4-1. It's a Pelican.
A Pelican is feeling good.
Yeah, 4-1 is actually
attacking.
a perfect stat line, too, to be able to trade off these minions. So this is quite good. And now can guarantee you have Guff in hand.
You could even draw lowest and get a 0-mana dragon, right? I guess sometimes you hit Innervate.
Yeah, there's only one Innervate in the deck, so it'd be a 50-50 because there's only one Tiny Fin and
no, so we've
aquatic
already got
too.
Tiny Fin. Okay.
Yeah, there's aquatic form too.
Oh, I see. Well, yeah, one of each remaining. Okay, not so great odds. 1 in 4. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
I was just thinking.
You could.
You know you're going to get Guardian to this turn, right?
Yeah, probably. You could hit aquatic form and then aquatic form into the Tiny Fin that is now a dragon.
There you go. There's the real next level play.
Yeah. So is Starfish worth it now?
It's pretty good. It's not the most insane thing, but you can play the Sleepy Dragon first, and then you've got a 4/12.
Board space.
Oh, true. Right. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, I might just wait, actually. Oh. As I was saying, no, it's good enough. Good enough to just get an 8/8.
Yeah.
I mean, it does reduce the Guardian as well. I might have, played the Acera and just dreamed it and said, hey, do it again or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then Nightmare something so you'll have the board space.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still pretty good, right? You've made it a 3/3, so it's not so concerning. You can trade off, so you've got your board space back. You got a 6/7 and an 8/8. Good enough.
Yeah, I think the board space is probably the biggest factor there, just because if you wait a turn, you still only have 1 board space left the next turn. If, say, another one comes out, I guess it would reduce more power and get another resource. I don't know. If Dmitry Kazov had said, you know what, I'm going to wait, I wouldn't have minded that either, just because he's got a lot of health to work with. He would have gotten Guff online, got the mana out of the way, been able to draw probably 2 more cards because I don't think it's necessary to ramp at this point with the Guff Hero power because everything's two or less essentially.
And then holding back the 0 mana Ysera, just saying, hey, you know what? That extra 1/1 board presence, not super helpful. I would rather hold back this information that I have a Ysera and wait to be able to catch my opponent by surprise with a Nightmare or a Dream or Ysera Awakens, what have you. So, makes sense to me, just not freely giving that information to your opponent when it's only 1/1 worth of stats anyways.
Yeah. Oh, wow. This is going to be a lot of draw.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah, repeating Farsight, pretty intense, but you do need to deal with stuff. I feel like we maybe needed to start this turn quicker, because, oh my goodness, I mean, I think we saw a Banter Face clip of this at one point. They're like, hey, this is how you play Shaman. Just get Farsight off your Noggling, and then have Bolner, rinse, repeat. Do we? Oh, that's just lethal. There it is.
Yep.
Alex gonna give the 8, and then is Sarah coming in. We don't have enough mana for the 16, but we don't need it. The 8 is good enough.
Yep. Nicely done. Kazov ties
Good
up
display.
2-2.
Yep. Good display of how the Prestor Druid, like, yes, it can have some bad games, but it can have some pretty crazy good ones too, and didn't even need the Guff that game.
Yeah, no, and plenty of power still left. Even like Alex Strauss, lethal wasn't hit that turn. Had Guff, it was looking good. Judgment had a very awkward hand after that last turn. Had a full hand with a bunch of stuff in hand that drew too many cards, right?
Yep.
The only battle cry in hand was like the other Clownfish or the Ravager. So it was like, okay, well, you're gonna fill your hand, or you're gonna make your Murlocs cheaper to be able to fill your hand and dump Murlocs.
Yeah.
Not really a high power level hand, so to speak.
It's the kind of play that you always wish that you're making when you're, ahead on board, or at least at parity. When you're having to make that kind of play from behind, then it's sort of a Hail Mary to find additional freezes, etc. And it's just not really the position you want to be in as the Shaman. So Dimitri finally getting that Prestor win, and now over to the Big Spell Mage. And this one is 30 cards, unlike Blyze's list. But that just means we're all the more likely to hit that Belinda and Barbaric Sorceress.
Yep. Still a lot of, because we're still in a meta where there's not that many cards to choose from, with less cards in the total pool, since we're at the beginning of a set rotation, or relatively at the beginning of a set rotation. And because you're playing Mage, and you can only play 2 spells, there's a lot of weird 1-drops in the deck, or a lot of weird cheap cost minions in the deck, but they get the job done. You got some Pelican Divers in there, good early game board control, some Mailbox Dancers, they're fine.
Well, and even the 30 card list, you do have double Starfish, and I think Starfish has been sort of the neutral of the moment for the meta right now, because it's just so flexible. Like, there's all kinds of things that you want to silence, even minimal value, like silencing a Lady Sethino is fine. I mean, there's just so many things that are worth hitting. If someone played out an early Bolner, that would be worth a silence. And certainly in this matchup, situation where, hey, I've amuleted a few times, I've got a bunch of big dragons in play, and the Shaman's only response is to play Snowfall Guardian, hey, guess what? Smothering Starfish, I still get to attack with all my things.
Yeah, and even Mailbox Dancer, right? They just put your opponent in this awkward situation where, sure, you're giving them a coin, but a lot of times they just dump it right away. And sometimes they don't have cards to do anything with that coin. They're just dumping it because they don't want you to get a 0-mana Drakefire Amulet or Rune of the Archmage. So the downside is lessened when you're playing Mailbox Dancer in the Big Spell Mage, because your opponent is exceptionally afraid of keeping that coin in their hand.
Yeah, and we see that Dimitri did not keep the Barbaric Sorceress in the opener here, giving full respect to the potential early game of the Shaman, wanting to make sure that is shored up so that he can actually live to that turn 6 to play something like a Barbaric Sorceress or a Belinda top deck. And Deepwater Evoker, Okani can maybe help towards that as well. But it sometimes can backfire because that is such an important card to be able to sort of pull off your scammy mana fixing sort of stuff. We'll see if that comes into play later on. This is a very cute card draw engine, though, with Deepwater Evoker and Drakefire Amulet, getting the 10 mana, and then you can trade it back and look for something else. We've seen that in a few versions of Mech Mage run Drakefire Amulet and Deepwater Evoker and Belinda, just to be able to draw the amulets and send them back.
Yeah. When you pare down the amount of spells in your list to just include the big spells, which big spell mage, and then Mech Mage runs barely any. Sometimes you run Seafloor Gateway.
Yep. Yeah, that is like an always keep in that deck.
Yeah.
Even if you pull it, you're fine. Like if you get 3 armor, you still got your gateway.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's a win-win because you're not playing many other spells in Mech Mage. So you either get the card that you really want, or you get 10 armor and have another chance for 1 mana to get the card that you really want. So it just makes sense.
And some nice clears here. Again, that Pelican very strong into these 3/4 staggareds. The Naga just gaining us some life, drawing us a card, trying to look for those power turn 6 plays. We got 2 shots at something and can buy a little more time with the smaller Varden Dawn Grasp, the minion. This Frostbite, though, pretty powerful against the mage, given the lack of spells played. I'm a little curious to see the second one coming down for just some face damage, but I guess we're trying to open up hand space for the second Ravager. So we can clean up one of these with the Pelican and then ping Okani, I think is probably the line.
Yep.
It's like not incredible, but it's fine. And Judgment maybe feels a little bit bad about playing that second Frostbite. Oh, we do have... So I think that we're probably going to see, you know, either a schooling or, you know, cheap minion to check the Okani here. But it's not a position you love to be in as the Shaman here, even though you do have, like, reasonable board presence potential. Okay, you do dodge the counter, so that's nice. And a Piranha is a great thing to sacrifice.
Yep.
It's kind of awkward for both players, though.
It really is. The Frostbite is brutal for Dimitri, and Judgment just doesn't have that many super powerful plays. Obviously, has a ton of value in hand. Clownfish and like Amalgam and Poacher, and start getting more like Piranhas in hand. But Florgal, it's not really a board for it to contest. The damage is pretty irrelevant at this point. Not any high power plays to be made. Just going a little bit wide on board is the only thing that Judgment can really do here.
And I want to make a correction. I know now why Judgment made that play with the second Frostbite. Of course, it was going into that turn 6. So if a Barbaric Sorceress had come down, Judgment wanted to make sure that there were no spells in hand to get swapped, which would be very important. Particularly with the effect of the first Frostbite in play, which means whatever it hit of Judgment's spells would just be completely unplayable, because the temporary buff, I think, just becomes a permanent debuff. And so it would just make the Frostbite cost 11 or 12 or whatever.
Yeah. And now Dimitri is essentially playing the waiting game to try and find Belinda, I guess.
Belinda, or, you know, the mailbox dancer that we talked about earlier is going to be our best way of just getting rid of this Frostbite debuff. I mean, it's really, really tough as the mage here. you would normally be looking to just, okay, I'll buy some time until we can naturally play Rune on 9 mana. Can't naturally play any of our big spells. It's just got to find some way of playing something else first. So whether that's a coin off of Mailbox Dancer, or, as you say, Belinda, reducing a Drakefire Amulet, and then you play it for 7?
7,
It's
yeah.
like, fine.
I guess.
I guess.
And then that also would unlock the rest of the spells to be able to be played.
Right. Well, and once that first one is played, we've got double Greyheart Sage. Like, it really unlocks the rest of the game. But I think this Frostbite is just putting in the work. And we're not even playing these Sleep Breakers, I think, on the off chance that, there is a Barbaric Sorceress in hand. I guess you could play Sleep Breaker and then immediately play the Wind Chill. Can we play enough Murlocs to just clear here? I think not quite.
Nearly. But can just.
But the Swarmers clean it up. Yep.
Yeah.
And getting more Piranhas every turn from that Murloc, I think started in lists and then they took it out, but you generate it sometimes still. This 2/5 end of your turn gives you a Piranha Swarmer. Oh. Second Rune, it's really tough, and no Wildfire in this deck because you're all in on the big spells. So that Mordrish is not happening without a Hero played or a Reckless Apprentice played. We can freeze for 1 turn, and normally that would be good enough. But Frostbite really showing its quality.
Yeah, and even if something were to be picked up next turn, like a Belinda, it'd still be a full extra turn before anything could even be played. With both runes in hand, Belinda would hit the Drakefire Amulet, which is not as much like immediate board reset. Also, the Florgle sticks, and there's
no board space.
Well, no board space, and only the Ravager as far as Murlocs go. So, I guess this is just nearly a pass turn for.
No, it should be exact, right? With the Starfish, or no? Am I miscounting? We've got 10.
Oh, yeah, Starfish.
16? My count is exact, but, very high pressure situation. This is Elimination Match.
It would silence the
is it
the 4/3, so it's 1 off.
Oh, there you go. It's 1 off. Silences the 4/3 and the Flurgle. Still, setting the opponent to 1, I gotta imagine, is something you're interested in.
Yeah. And could find direct damage from the school teacher on the next turn. That's assuming Dimitri could even answer anything on this board, which he just can't. I guess he can ping off one thing.
The self-ping, honorably kill, concede from Dimitri, and well played to Judgment. It's gotta be tough. Underdog wins. As we were saying earlier, it's Judgment's first appearance in Grandmasters here with the last call, and so being able to take on a player like Dmitry Kazov is a pretty big deal. He's got to be feeling good about that one.
Yeah, that's a nice little win there. And Dmitry Kazov's casino lineup not really paying off at the end of the day with some fun games to get to watch, but a lot of losses with the Prestor Druid across both of his series.
Yep.
I think out of a potential 6 losses, 4 of them were with Prestor Druid. Looking back at the games, so a big weak point in the lineup, just not hitting the dragons quick enough, the good dragons quick enough in order to make a dent. But he'll be eliminated, not out of Grandmasters last call. It's just week number 1. We're going to play 3 weeks of tournaments before we cut to playoffs, but it does put him at a significant deficit in terms of sort of those points to move on. So really has to have a big week in weeks 2 and 3 in order to have a good shot at turning a season around.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, trio and last hero standing. So some very different formats. I'm pretty happy that I get to cast the Conquest because that's the one I'm most familiar with. I've played a couple of DreamHacks, so last hero would be okay, but trio is just like a whole other ballpark. lots of moving parts in that format. So, good luck to Dimitri in the following weeks for that. But for now, we're going to be moving into Pun and Judgment, the sort of fresher faces from this group. Going to face off against each other, see who is going to make it out of this decider or make it into the top 8 for Sunday.
Yeah, we're guaranteed one of the sort of newcomers. Pun does have a season of that season of GM under his belt, which did perform incredibly well, obviously, because he made it to this point, made it to Grandmasters last call. But yeah, the good thing about trios, as an aside, is that the players know about as much as the casters going into the format and have about as much time, because the pools of classes aren't even released until not that long before they have to prep. So that's just an interesting takeaway. It's always crazy to see what's going to come out of it and what pools they're going to choose.
Yeah.
But that was our second to last match of the day. We have one more match left on the day. It is going to be that decider match that you mentioned, which is Pun versus Judgment to round off Group B. Before we jump into that, though, we are going to have to go to a quick break, give Judgment a chance to reset and get ready for his final match. So don't go anywhere. Conclusion to day number 1 of Grandmasters Last Call right after this.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
everybody. Welcome back to Grandmasters Last Call. My name is TJ, joined once again by special guests for week number 1, Edelweiss. And I just want to say, I'm going to throw it out there. You've been doing a great job.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, TJ. Particularly from a established caster such as yourself, it means a lot.
Established is probably the nicest praise you could give me, because I think we all know, me, you, the casters, and everybody that watches, that established is the most positive word you could use for my casting over the last 6 years.
Hang on. I want to say here that I think if you're not... Sorry, let me rephrase. Start from the beginning. If you're pleasing everyone, if you're just fine, then you can't be amazing to anyone, right? So unless you're making somebody upset, probably no one is loving you. And I'm sure there are some TJ stans out there for whom you are their favorite caster.
Yeah, Lorinda, that's it. He's the only one. And half the time he's casting with me. Or not even half the time. These days, 90% of the time he's casting with me. So I cater to the 1% that understands what I'm talking about in any given scenario. But that aside, we have our last match of the day coming up. It's going to be the decider match for Group B. It's going to be Pun versus Judgment. 2 players relatively new, at least to the highest level of play that we have in the ecosystem right now, which is Hearthstone Grandmasters. Judgment, very first match. Pun did have 1 season for America's Grandmasters early on this year, where he did well enough to earn himself an invite back to the last call. Looking to have a good week 1, because actually just making it to that top 8 and having a chance to earn more points, much better than going out second to last in your group, barely collecting anything, and being stressed out of your mind going into weeks 2 and 3 that you need to do a lot better. So looking forward to this one, because even though it's early on, it's high stakes.
Yeah, absolutely. An early loss can snowball your mindset into struggling in future weeks. So definitely looking to pick up that initial top 8 to not feel totally safe, but, somewhat secure going forward. And we're seeing Pun with the Boat Rogue here. None of that jackpot nonsense, he says. We're just going to play some stealth minions and hit you in the face.
Yeah. So there was a time, small story aside, one thing is you have so much analysis and so many good things to say that all of these anecdotes that I have to save them all to the end of the broadcast. So forgive me. I went on vacation. I took a break, like right as the mini set with the boats came out, and that was around the time where it changed from like Null was nerfed, so it changed from like Thief Rogue to was basically just you play Maestra and Null, and that's really, there's no Thief package in there. And I came back and people started talking about Boat Rogue. And I had no idea what Boat Rogue meant, because I didn't make the connection that the Asharan vessel was a boat, and that you're picking up another boat when you dredge the Asharan vessel. So it was one of those situations where I don't know what Boat Rogue is, and I'm too afraid to ask. I was like Googling around, but it was like new enough of a name to where nobody was calling it Boat Rogue. Like HS Replay wasn't calling it Boat Rogue, and all the other casters were like, oh yeah, Boat Rogue, it's so good. I didn't know what Boat Rogue was until the first time that I cast a match. It was like the very next Masters tour. And I didn't cast the first game, and Sada was like, okay, we're going to have Boat Rogue coming up first. And then I watched, and I was like, why is it called Boat Rogue? Why is it called Boat Rogue? And then Asharan Vessel was played, it clicked, boom. That's the story of TJ not knowing what Boat Rogue does, but now knows what Boat Rogue does. All right, whew, I got an anecdote out of the way. I'm good. We can continue.
Well, I can expand upon that, though. I think it was confusing for me as well. You'd think, oh, well, wouldn't we just call this Pirate Rogue? But I think what people realized is that Asharan Vessel, even though it's a 5-drop-in rogue, has such a high mulligan win rate. We see Pun keeping it in the mulligan in spite of it being a 5-drop. Normally, rogue known for, getting bored on early with sort of whatever size minions, and you get in that chip damage because you're able to use your spells, etc., to hold onto the board. Pun keeping that Asharan Vessel in the opener. We don't even have a prep to get it out early. We don't have a cut list to reduce it, but we might find those things, and it's important to have the boat for that. Now we see the tap giving the preparation to be able to play that Ajarian Vessel on 3, and the stealth is very important to be able to get favorable trades.
Yeah. However, this is a big however. There's a big Trog.
Yeah, that's going to put a bit of a wrench into those plans, and we do see the ramming mount can come down as well. I'd be surprised if Judgment doesn't go for it this time over the Harpoon Gun. Last time there was a choice. I think it wasn't quite as in-your-face a great play, but this time seems like pretty solid to keep that Trog down, going up to 5/7 stats. It's a tough spot for Pun.
Judgment, he seems like the kind of player that's going to Harpoon Gun, hit face, pick Ambassador Phelan, play Ambassador Phelan on 4, hit face, and then get a Nelly again. Because that's happened the other 2 games that we watched him play this deck. So why wouldn't it happen a 3rd time in a row? But yeah, it's just going to... And also spread the love a little bit here with the ramming mount on the smaller one, make it more difficult for Pun to deal with. Still no Knoll picked up for Pun as well, so his ability to fight back on this board is pretty limited. Going to have to go with the Tooth and try and find something impactful because his health total is dwindling already down to 19.
Yeah, and I think these are not the picks. I mean, Barb Net's kind of the best one, but you were really hoping for some kind of transform or a big AoE, something that's going to be able to clean up a bunch of Trogs at once, because after this finishes its Discover animation, another 1/2 Trog is going to be summoned here. And so Pun, while it looked initially like a pretty good hand, it just did not line up into this Trog play from Judgment, and that can be the strength of having Trog over Peasant in matchups like this one.
What do we even think here?
They're really not great. I mean, when you consider, like, I guess you have prep. I'm not sure there's a winning pick there. You really just want to be able to play Krakatoa next turn, but you've got to wait again. Another Trog picked up could really just make it impossible to ever play any spells without activating Trogs.
Yeah. And this is just getting close to, like, lethal setup. No beasts.
Well, and Ajarian Saber in hand, so Pet Collector is not going to summon anything.
Yeah, so none of those seem particularly impactful, at least for next turn, but looks like he picked Tavish to have plays lined up for following turns. If the game even lasts that long, right? Because Pun is going to be all the way down to 12 health with plenty of power showing on board. And there's
not a lot to add. I think that first Shroud of Concealment was played to look for maybe a double null to bail Pun out of this. But going for that now, there's going to be 6 Trogs on the other side. It's really just Trogs all the way down. And I expect this one will be ending pretty soon. Hunter doesn't always get these aggressive starts, but oh boy, when it does, they can snowball out of control very quickly.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this series is a rematch. For those who didn't watch at the beginning of this group, I wouldn't blame you because, Sottle and Raven casted it. But Pun did have a very clean match to open things off with a 3-0 sweep over Judgment. It did feel like it was a lot of just pretty poor draws for Judgment and not necessarily like a bad matchup overall. So now I guess we're seeing the other side. While Paul Knoll is just there to keep Pun alive, and then just throw a Light Fighter into the 3-5 just to put a stealth 3-1 on board and maybe fight back. But this is, what, 8? No, this is just lethal showing on board. Is it? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, it's 1 over.
Yep. Yeah, it's enough. I think Pun didn't bother counting because it's like, well, he'll attack for lethal if he has it anyway. But I think the intent with that Fillet Fighter is to set up for a Krakatoa on the following turn, but just not enough life there. Totally different story from last time, where Judgment just had double Mountain Bear sitting in hand, rotting, and watching as he got beat down. So very much flipping the script in terms of this rematch.
Yep. Already sort of the opposite of what we saw. But a lot of series left to play. That's only one win for Judgment, 1-0 up. In terms of decks remaining, still the Mage and the Rogue for Judgment. It is the it's Big Spell. I can't remember if I lost the deck list. I can't remember if it's the 40 card or 30 card variation. And then I also believe you had the
Bly's was the only one with the 40.
Bly's was the only one with 40. Okay. I knew there was
at
least one player in the group with 40, and Bly's was one player, but I can't remember if anybody else. All right, yeah, it's not the XL version of the deck. It is just the Big Spell Mage, but a couple of text thrown in there, like the Coil Fang Constrictor.
Yeah, pretty unusual one. I see that more as a card where you want to be on board, and you use it to kind of disrupt your opponent as you're trying to establish pressure and maybe preventing them from playing it clear. But I guess it can go the other way, right? As the Mage, if you just want to say, hey, that's your best on curve play, don't do that.
Or
pretty great
next level,
time.
You play it and you pick their cheapest spell, and then you curve into Sorceress.
Ah, there's the big brain thinking. Yeah, that could be it.
Yeah. So you have coin, you play the Constrictor, you pick their cheapest spell because they're going to dump it going into the Sorceress turn, and then you coin out the Sorceress, guaranteeing that you hit their cheapest spell. Obviously, a lot of things have to align for that to happen. One, they have to not dump their cheap spell earlier on. Two, you have to be on the coin for you to have enough time to actually play it before you have enough mana for Barbaric Sorceress. And three, you actually have to be offered their cheapest spell in the Discover effect from the Constrictor. So, but hey, you know, gotta think outside the box. Look at these tech cards in different ways.
These things do happen, but we see both power cards for the Mage in hand. Not necessarily what you want right at the start, but you are comfortable having them. Belinda and Barbaric Sorceress. Ram Commander for something to do on 2, a few rushes to go with the ping, maybe clear stuff up early. Pun doesn't have the greatest start, but might be able to get the Okani down in time.
Yeah. And it's also very difficult at times for Rogue to fully play around Barbaric Sorceress because they play a lot of cheap spells in the deck.
Absolutely.
Not all of which can be easily just played, or at least not for any sort of value, like, you know, anti-tempo by playing Shadow Steps, or non-combo Gone Fishing, or like a 2-damage Wicked Stab, rank 1 Wicked Stab, things like that. So this is, and because there are so many cheap spells, Mage has an easy time of just saying, I'm just going to play Barbaric Sorceress, and it's most likely going to hit something that's going to make my spells cheap. Obviously not in this situation because he doesn't have any spells, but can curve like Belinda into Sorceress and then discount the spells, make Belinda huge, and then discount the spells even further. Who knows?
Yep. We see getting that Okani down into what would be the coin Sorceress potential turn. The Shadow Step off of Gone Fishing last turn. Normally, you would think, hey, Gone Fishing after Wild Paw Null, no mana left, probably not going to draw anything, but that Shadow Step pickup does allow this Null to go face and then get replayed, clean up the 2/2. Very nice. It's still, you know, it's a reasonably powerful position for Pun, but it's not knocking it out of the park. It's just delaying a little bit. Can pretty easily just coin to check. And of course, you know it's minion, and you've got a 1/1 rusher to activate the Okani. So without a Shadow Step to replay the Okani, it just slows things down for Judgment by 1 turn.
Which is fine, I guess. There's a reasonable amount of pressure on board, but could always play what do you do with their 4 mana, I guess is the biggest question.
Yeah, I mean, Judgment could play his own Okani, just, again, to force a hero power or something. Following up this, it's just sort of good utilization of the mana, and yeah, it's fine. You're happy to just sort of gain 6 life off the Okani here, if that's what ends up happening with the double attack and the hero power. I'm not sure whether you pick minion or spell. I guess you pick spell because it's the thing most likely to kill it. But of course, you know there's a coin, so. I wonder if you just use the extortion here while it's available.
Just play every spell. I don't know.
The Ajaran Defector is actually pretty cool here. Fell Soul Jailer is another consideration, because if you do hit something like the Belinda or Barbaric Sorceress, that's a way of sort of holding your opponent's game plan hostage. Yeah, that is the pick. Extortion and Null cleanup. Yes, there's a Battle Ram. You just hope you hit something important. That's a good one. But Belinda's still there, and I think that's probably going to be the play here, is coin Belinda.
Yeah, joke's on Pun, because Judgment didn't even have any spells in hand to swap, so. Judgment wanted to play the Belinda anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So
there it is.
It's funny to say that's a low tempo turn in terms of just making a 9/10 with no keywords, but the high tempo turn is to come, with the Rune of the Archmage potentially doing something very silly to clean up the board. It's really going to be up to the fates whether or not he gets the right spells to kind of climb back on board here.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of damage loaded up for Pun, but a lot in the ways of disruption that could come out from the Rune of the Archmage for Judgment. Mr. Smite's still a ways away. I guess Wicked Stab is the only direct damage that's currently in the hand. Krakatoa can sometimes be, if you have things that you can immediately trade into, which is very likely in this instance.
Yeah, and kind of rough here. You know, the 9/10's just hard to deal with. So it looks like Pun is going for the, hey, I'm just going to play some stuff, draw some cards, try and set up a lethal before you can do anything silly. There is a Wicked Stab in hand. I wouldn't be surprised if the thing that was gone fishing is maybe a Wicked Stab? Or no, we saw it was the Flay Fighter. Sorry. Flay Fighter to go with Smite. So lining this up as what? Maybe. Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah. Those are some picks. Yeah, yeah. It's interesting seeing the Discover of Dragons coming down instead of the Rune. And I'm not sure. It works out for the most part in this situation, because you are just setting up a 2-turn lethal.
Yeah.
But I feel like most players' inclination would be, hey, I'm at pretty low life total. I want something to clear the board. I'm going to play Rune of the Archmage. Judgment really surprising me with that amulet, but the picks work out well.
Yeah, is there a way for Pun to stay alive on board is the big question here. This can chew through the Sleepy Dragon by itself. And then there's 7, 8, 9 damage left on board. Everything would have to be traded into Belinda, plus the Fillet Fighter. Billet Fighter? Fillet Fighter would have to be played on to kill off the Belinda.
Yeah, I mean, you have to swing your face into the 4/8, so you're still taking 4 damage there. I mean, and then you give them back the Sorceress by having to... Oh, we're going to use the... Yeah, okay, there you go.
Yeah, so value trade.
Making it so you can't... They don't get the Sorceress. Fillet Fighter, of course, there you go. Finishes it up. Yeah. We're just barely alive, but Rune could find lethal. I'm kind of digging the just go face for 12 play Rune line here.
There's also... like a a safe play of, I don't know, Reckless Apprentice, Ram Commander, trade into the Velsoul, and then go face. So you leave 6 power on board.
Yeah. Well, and it does maybe work towards powering up your Mordrish for activating that. Yeah, probably a safer line would be to go with the Reckless Apprentice, but nope. Judgment. I have the opportunity to end it here. We're just going to play the rune and see what happens. You know, he figures worst case, it clears the board, hopefully. Ice Barrier, not a bad pickup. That's interesting. The spell damage, if it lives, could be bad. Oh, no, we bye-bye 12-12. And that is always the concern. You generally want to make your attacks first. Ignite is something. I almost wonder if you don't save the Ignite and weave in a ping there.
Yeah, because if you ping, next turn you go ping, Ignite, Reckless Apprentice, and it's lethal.
Yeah.
And you have exact mana for that. No, I think that's right. Because you have plenty of health
But
to
of
work with.
course.
You're just trying to set up a guaranteed next turn lethal.
Well, and of course, Grey Sage Parrot for a rune is lethal 100% of the time. So,
Obviously.
you know, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
We're setting up the Ignite in the deck, so if you low roll and you get the objective, it'll cast Ignite face at the end of the turn.
Yeah. Well, I don't know though. Because if Judgment isn't able to find lethal that turn, like next turn, it would have been a near guaranteed setup, right? Whatever. I guess that's not that good. Yeah, well, against armor, I don't know.
We are currently 1 off, and we would have had that from saving the Ignite, but there's a very real possibility that Judgment is still able to pull out the win with the Parrot.
Yeah. Could also Finley to try and find the other Ignite. I don't know.
That's true. I wonder if that was maybe the thinking was, oh, we can Finley and get the other Ignite that way. Free is pretty good.
Everything's
here.
green, so he won.
Oh, yep. There we go.
2 mana left, and the Dawngrass is green, which means that the game
very
has ended.
Very crucial text on Rune of the Archmage is that everything is guaranteed to hit something on the opponent's side of the board. So that makes it a little bit more consistent. It is pretty funny that we do see the objective coming out, but it doesn't matter. Both burn spells went face. Winner, Judgment.
Yep. And a 2-0. So a couple of predictions being broken. Not even predictions, but one, I figured Pun had a stomp in one direction where he 3-0'd Judgment, then another one in the other direction where he got 3-0'd, and I figured this one would be a crazy close series where it'd go all the way to game number 5, which still can happen. We can't count it out yet.
Yep.
But so far it looks...
opportunity for that.
Yeah, so far it looks like it's going to be an unfortunate repeat of the last series for Pun, where it feels like he, despite playing well, it seems there's not many things that we can point out in his play that are just glaringly obvious mistakes. It just is running into tough situations where he was able to get the Veilsoul Jailer, which is a nice pickup for disruption, hit the Barbaric Sorceress, but Judgment had the backup power 6-drop in the Belinda to really snowball things out of control, and now Pun's on his last life.
Yeah, and I think a really crucial turn there from Judgment was playing that amulet first instead of the rune. You just don't know what the rune's going to do, so he decided to go for the aggressive line and just set up a couple of big things, and it ended up working out, getting a Deathwing and a Taunt to protect it. Very powerful for setting up a 2-turn lethal when you've seen that your opponent couldn't clear the 9/10 Belinda from before. Now we've got
my favorite deck
again. Oh, your favorite deck. This is probably my least favorite deck.
Really?
Yeah.
I just I don't know, the power of this and I just like Swiftscale's Trickster, like Mind Rogue as well. I find fascinating. Like
we haven't seen any of those for us, but there will be a few later on.
Yeah, Possessi has it in his lineup. He 2-0'd his group. So Possessi
There you go.
will be in the top 8. And then there's, what were there, 3 in the tournament?
More than I anticipated, to be honest. Yeah. But
I have the thing right up here. I just need to
Mine
find
Rogue,
the
I'm more okay.
5.
I much prefer the scenario of my opponent casting the big spell that they put in their deck rather than the big spell that they got off of Jackpot. I understand it is a for the people kind of card. It's, you know, it's just not my cup of tea. So, but Pun over here with the double reconnaissance, not keeping either, just going to go with the SI7 extortion. Double null for judgment. Oh my.
Quick aside question. Back in the Grand Tournament metagame, was your favorite deck Justicar Trueheart Control Warrior?
Oh man, it's hard to remember back then, but that does.
Did you play a lot of Justicar Trueheart Control Warrior?
I played a lot of Justicar Trueheart, period. I've always been a fan of like upgrading hero powers. Whether I was doing the Control Warrior, I don't know. I didn't have as much of a collection back then, but I remember watching the Justicar Trueheart Warrior like Control Cthulhu mirror in some big tournament and just being fascinated. I loved watching those games with like, you play a Cthulhu and it dies, and then you want to shuffle another one in, and trying to do Tinkmaster Overspark on your opponent's Cthulhu so that they couldn't get it back. It was really something.
It was wild. Back when like shield block was the only cycle you had as Control Warrior. Like, oh yeah, I drew shield block. I can draw further into my deck. It's amazing.
Yep. Acolyte of Pain, which Acolyte of Pain in core. We may be seeing some more of that card after Nathria comes out, because it plays very well with some of the Enraged cards.
Oh yeah. Lots to look forward to. But the power level outside of that is much higher, so we'll see if Acolyte of Pain makes the cut. But just based on your opinion on Thief Rogue, I was like, oh, probably just like consistent, powerful.
Pun, you gotta feel for him. You know, a hand over the face, body language, just this is not what he wanted to see. The double wild paw null on 2 is able to make the Aegwin get discarded, but there's just trades on board for that. That would cost 8 HP worth of stuff, though, so that might not be worth it. Maybe you'd rather say, like, yeah, I'll have you do the trades, we'll go face for 6 and just draw, and that seems like Judgment's assessment as well. Very much a man of the smork.
Yep. Damage permanence is something big with Rogue. You know, not very many ways to gain life once it's been lost. Obviously, on Judgment's side, Thief Rogue can find ways, but Boat Rogue, scabs and that's it. And that's only sometimes.
Now, it does give up the clean opportunity of getting that Aegwin back, though. You know, being discounted, it could have come down on that turn. Yes, you reduce the health of your minions by a lot, but now Judgment's just behind on board, and with the Aegwin sealed away, we don't have access to that +2 spell damage. This Wicked Stab having to come down to clear a null just feels pretty terrible. Aegwin, if you get that Death Rattle rolling, and then you play a Contraband Stash and a Tess, you know, maybe we could have seen saving that Wicked Stab for some kind of crazy lethal later in the game with like +6 spell damage on a minion.
Yeah, it's got nothing on +30 spell damage.
Oh my goodness,
that was
quite a game. Habu just like
respectable.
Can't take the game, at least gonna flex.
Yeah. I'm just like Raven Saw, like, this isn't 40, right?
It's
I had no idea.
enough.
I had no idea.
I wasn't. I sure wasn't counting.
Yeah. So, minion or going into 5. Minion and spell both play around Trickster in a sense, and the more impactful cards I feel are minions.
Yeah, I mean, this is how the tables have turned. You know, I reacted strongly when we saw the double null in hand, but Falsoul Jailer just coming down as a big pile of stats, taking away the best tempo play from Judgment. If it had hit the Trickster, totally different story. I think the Aegwin just comes down then, and you keep applying the pressure. But now, just, you know, you don't always get too many cards back from Contraband Stash and Tess. So once you've lost the one, like, minion from your reconnaissance to replay, all of this is just kind of jank that doesn't do anything.
It sure is.
I'm 7 moves ahead.
That's why it's my favorite. Sometimes it does everything, and sometimes I think it does everything. It does nothing.
Yep, we do see this menu pop up, which means that it was not minion, right? Because this would just get countered. I think that's how that works. Yeah. It wouldn't get to Battle Cry if it got countered.
Yep.
So that means not even a jackpot into Swift Scale Trickster will be saving Judgment here. Second Tooth coming out for a Discover, I expect.
Yep.
Maybe.
I would say so. You can end the turn on Maestra and still be feeling okay about the state of the board. Oh, okay.
Shroud's not bad either. Although you could save it for next turn and still do the Tooth play.
Yeah, you could go Cutlass and then Tooth and then Cutlass away to cycle.
Yeah, I mean, there's no guaranteed discount then, though. You are running a bit dry on resources. I gotta imagine it's either the Smite or the Shroud here. The Smite to just kind of say, hey, my opponent's had some weak turns. Let's just pile on the pressure. And the... wow, okay. Well, it is the Cutlass. I mean,
you get the discount on the spell.
True. But you don't know what that spell is going to be.
You don't know what that spell is going to be. Like,
you know what? ¿Por qué no los dos? Right? We get the Shroud anyway. It was planned all along.
Yep. And you get a 1-mana rock weapon also. Just a bonus. And your minions are healthy. Your Okani is safe.
Yeah, I mean, Stash, there's nothing in Stash. Our Aegwin is still rotting in jail. It's so tragic.
Muddy the waters.
Did I miss something? Is there one thing? No, well, it's just getting countered.
Yeah. Nah, he's just using it to proc the Okani.
That's a big yikes. I mean, I guess you're looking for getting it out of the way to then maybe top deck a jackpot answer.
Yep. Or, I don't know, the Blood in the Water maybe could help something. You get your Aegwin back. Oh, what about a prep?
Not prep. Yeah, prep coming in to say hi. Oof. Is that gonna be? I don't think that's gonna be lethal on board. Nope. It is with the Rockbiter weapon.
What shall I do?
So
Actually,
that's gonna end up being
just the normal weapon.
Oh, is it?
It's exactly 16.
I can count. That's how math works.
Well, you go for Rockbiter weapon for style.
Exactly. Just to show, even if you killed something, we had it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I've been trying to think, but I don't know what. There's not much to think about here. There's not a single way to kill anything on board. Yep, just gonna double check, triple check, make sure, and get on out of the game. So this won't be a sweep in either direction for Pun. Maybe I was right all along. It is going to be a close one as we're going to move to a game 4 with Judgment still just needing to find a win with that Thief Rogue.
Yeah, and we see the little bit more consistency from the Boat Rogue in terms of being able to develop early pressure. Yes, you still have Reconnaissance, you still have Tooth, we still have Null for those discounts, but having the Ajaran Vessels to give you some early minions and pressure and just sort of more consistent draw and fewer cards like Contraband Stash and Tess, which don't do anything unless you get the good hits earlier. And so, yeah, we could end up having that close series that you were talking about, TJ. There's still a chance. If Pun gets the next one, we'll have our 5-game match.
Oh yeah, which is all we could ask for in terms of the last match of the day. last match of the kickoff day for Grandmasters' last call. I'm not going to say last anymore. I'm going to try not to. Last. Okay, that was the last one. Wait, I said it again in this when I said it's the last. Ah! Okay, I'm done.
Oh, we've got this Demon Hunter for pun, and I think if it's going into the Thief Rogue, I feel pretty good about that one. I mean, again, it does come down to the rolls to some extent, but it's sort of the kind of deck that you want to see as a Demon Hunter. It's got enough minions for you to Dread Prison Glaive multi-strike into for some damage. It doesn't have healing, so if you are able to push enough damage throughout the course of the game, you can finish up with something like Jace and not worry about the opponent healing out of range. But yes, there is always that X factor of jackpot of reconnaissance. So just, I think Pun is going to be hoping for some low rolls. I mean, it's always rough, but when you're playing a deck that's just trying to consistently do the thing, you don't like dealing with unknowns.
Yeah, that's tough. Oh.
Ooh. Keeping the Sethino, interesting. I would probably, yeah, I don't usually think of Sethino as a turn 3 play kind of card. And I usually look for a little more card draw. I mean, Need for Greed, not something you want in the opener, something you want to top deck later on. But we do still have, best curve you could ask for in terms of Slither Spear into Vanguard, although Vanguard, a bit worse going into Rogue now that it only has 1 health, although they do have to decloak first, which is happening right out the gate here for Judgment. So gonna have access to that dagger to clean things up, or the Null if he so chooses. Flanking maneuvers, pretty nice. Oh, Feral Spirit, okay.
Yeah. I kind of like the flanking maneuver because Feral Spirit seems like a Dread Prison Glaive multi-strike fodder. Like, it feels like it's just
no immediate impact.
Yeah. Whereas flanking maneuver, at least you can use it as a reactive tool to sort of trade in and double trade or leave one up at the end of it, and it's not as vulnerable because it only has the 2 health. So the Dread Prison Glaive can't quite get as much damage off of it, but maybe wanted just to play to make next turn. So Feral Spirits could line up quite nicely. But now, if Pun had multi-strike and he played Feral Spirits right now, the game would just end. Like, that'd be it.
Yeah, that'd be pretty rough. Najak might do something, maybe Tyrion as well for a later game taunt. Certainly Tyrion is the better pull back off Contraband stash if you get to that point in the game. And I think another reason I like the flanking strike is because of Contraband stash, because something about picking overload cards is just because you're not a shaman doesn't mean you don't overload. So the turn you play Feral Spirit, you're going to overload 1. The turn you play Contraband Stash, you're going to overload. The turn you play Test, like, it doesn't matter how it's played, you're still overloading. And Flanking Strike, instead, you just get a 4-2 and then another 4-2 if you have something to rush into. So I understand in some respects, like, wanting taunts and more board presence that way, but yeah, I probably would have liked the Flanking Strike a little bit better. Especially with so many must-kill minions that Demon Hunter has. I mean, look at this. Now this Fanatic, we have no way of cleaning it up.
Yep. And that's really the only play that makes a lot of sense. It does overload, so next turn Judgment's going to kind of be right back in the same spot with 4 mana available, a couple 3 mana spells that aren't proactive at all on the board.
Yeah, Chaos Strike here, giving a potential, 3 damage face with the glaive. I might otherwise have just plain, Fell Barrage, and that's pretty fine as well for cleaning up some of this. We can, maybe get this Vanguard down. I mean, you do end up having to trade away the Fanatic then, which I don't love. And if your opponent didn't deal with it on 1 turn, I kind of want to keep this Fanatic in play to keep juicing.
Yeah, Judgment's going to have the exact same mana he did last turn and didn't kill the Fnatic. But maybe that's a reason to play the Battle-Worn Vanguard, because now there's still a must-kill threat on the board that needs to be dealt with or can get out of control. I don't know.
I mean, it is awkward, and Judgment does go for this card draw instead of the hero power, but I kind of like just protecting the Fnatic when you know that a potential hero power can clear up the 2-1 so easily. Now, it does end up working out here with the concealment that this 2-1 now sticks, and we can play Fury plus Metamorphin and just make this massive board, protect the Lady Sathino so it doesn't die to any, null rushes or anything. Probably Krakatoa would be the best pickup from Judgment, but because of no hero power to clear off that 2-1, it's just creating a pretty crazy snowball situation. Blood in the water, not quite good enough.
What about...
It's looking like we're going to get that to Game 5, TJ.
Yeah, very likely. Trickster plus Blood in the Water plus a hero power clears off...
Complicated.
Not enough.
I mean, it clears off the Sathino and the Metamorphin, because you hit the Sathino with the 3 damage, you use the rush to kill the 3/4, and then your hero power takes care of the remaining 1 HP on the Sathino. But you still left the snowball minion up last turn. So that's representing a ton of damage. There's not even board space for Pun to get this G-Lag down. I mean, he could almost just play a 5-mana Need for Greed and say, well, you haven't been doing anything. I'm just going to take a turn off to draw cards to find lethal.
Yeah.
Time's ticking.
The other option, I guess, would be to just play Tyrion and hope, but I don't even know what you'd be hoping for at that point.
One glaive scene does reduce the odds that you're going to just, die for having a taunt, which can sometimes happen, where you play a taunt to protect yourself against the Demon Hunter, and then Dread Prison Glaive just means you get Wind Fury attacked.
Yeah.
I think that... Oh, it's not quite lethal, right? Because the Fell Barrage has to hit the lowest minion, or lowest health thing. So the Fell Barrage never hits face, even if you go full face with everything first. But you could start with Chaos Strike just to see what you pick up.
Yeah, I mean, you could still just Fell
maybe
Barrage,
the trade.
Slither Spear, hero power, and... Actually, you don't even need the Slither Spear because you're trading in minions. Maybe in that case, you trade off all the minions, too, to make room for G-Log. And then Fell Barrage to go face for face damage.
Yeah. Just trade in all the 1/1s, open up some board space for G-Lag, but still get the Predation pickup off the trade. Wow. I think that actually might do it. It's certainly close. I do not do quick maths, but...
It is, yeah. Just put it in 1.
It is exact. Yep, guarantees the hit. So it overkills, but it's important to set to 1 first because it guarantees that it hits face.
Funnily enough, Pun could have just hero powered instead of Fell Barraged with the extra mana. and that would have been lethal with the Predation. So he was at 12. There was 6 damage on board. So Predation, Chaos Strike, hero power would have been enough by itself. But alas, result is still the same. Pun. Guess we were prophets after all, because it's a close series.
Yeah, we're gonna get that 5 game. Yeah, we'll see which of these two fresh-er, as you said, Pun does have a season of GMs, but fresh-er players is going to make it into that playoffs.
And it is Hunter for Pun versus
Hunter.
Rogue for Judgment.
Yep, this Rogue just struggling to get a win. I mean, it really... Just like that Prestor Druid, I think it can sometimes be a deck where, yes, it can beat anything. It has that potential, but it also can just lose to anything because it's really losing to itself. So, gonna depend a lot on, what those early game roles are gonna be. I mean, we saw Judgment have double null on 2, and it still was not enough. And you said Hunters remaining, just another deck that is excited for its opponent to not be doing any healing. So if there's another aggressive start, could just be lights out for the Rogue.
Yep. And Devouring Swarm, the Peasant over the Trog, which I believe we've seen kind of 50-50 in terms of like Trogs or Peasants in the Beast Hunter list. Both sort of have this snowball effect just in different matchups. One draws you more cards, one makes you more minions.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the power of the Trog versus Rogue specifically on the flip of this matchup with Judgment's Hunter, right? So now Peasant, much weaker into Rogue, given their hero power that can just clear it up very easily. You're still happy to see it off a K9-Otron just because it's an extra 1-drop that you get into play, but not as powerful going into the Rogue as that Trog can be. Trog can also just die to a couple of hero powers or an early null or something. It's not like it's always a knockout of the park like the way it ended up being previously, but certainly if it gets buffed up like that, it can snowball an early game state to a pretty easy win.
Yeah. Well, let's get into it. Pun, 1-drop, and Harpoon Gun. Boom. K9-Otron, and this hand is perfect. Mwah.
Yep. We haven't seen it yet today, but Click Clocker into K9-Otron. Every once in a while, you get to show that off, get your 2-mana 3/4, and then if you're really fortunate, also pull a 1-drop off the bottom. It'll have to come off the top, though, for Pun here. Not in the hand currently. Nope.
That's okay.
Can't win them all.
Yeah, maybe next time.
Ooh, that's a pretty nice discount if you're Judgment, because the way that Maestra's Mask works is it doesn't reveal until after that first card you've played takes effect. So playing the Shroud, if it draws 2 rogue minions, will give you those 2 null discounts. Now, the Queen Azshara pickup is nice and not so nice. It's nice in that it starts getting preloaded now so that Judgment can maybe get it out on 5 or maybe even 4. But it also is a neutral minion, which does not discount the null. But I think we're not going to have any problems with playing cheap nulls this game. K9-Otron showing up a turn late.
I know. He's also got Mountain Bear from Harpoon Gun. But it looks like Okani's going to come out here to try and block this.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, most of the time, that turn 4 Mountain Bear is just like, whew, how do you deal with that? But you gotta know, hey, I just dredged the bottom of my deck. They're always gonna pick minion here, so you take a turn off. In that respect, having the K9-Otron actually works out, right? Because there was no other good minion to activate the Okani otherwise.
Yeah, it would have been essentially a pass turn if that wasn't picked up the turn prior. I don't think you can afford to throw the Mountain Bear into it. You just have to kind of wait until you do get a smaller minion. A second Shroud played and still no Knolls picked up.
Yeah, that's
the Knolls are
a bit of a bummer.
The only 2 minions left in the deck are the Knolls.
Oof. That does sting. But Double Trickster does mean you can play Blood in the Water, or if you pick up that jackpot, you're definitely going to be able to do something there. Queen Azshara might come down next turn, although how are we on hand side? Cutting it a little close. So I think there would not quite be... You'd have to burn a card if you want to play Queen Azshara on curve here. Come down now. So the question is, do you play the Pet Collector because it's better on curve? Or do you play the Mountain Bear? I kind of feel like you play the Mountain Bear and save the weapon swing for like when the Pet Collector can actually, or sorry, when the Azshara Saber can actually die rushing into a minion, and then you get the Sunken.
Yeah. So the question now is, because you have the second Harpoon Gun, is it worth to just swing for damage purposes since Judgment's already down to 20? and sort of forget about the possibility of the combo with Pet Collector and the Saber and just play the Mountain Bear and push face again. I guess the mana for the next few turns is somewhat accounted for with Beastalker Tavish and the Colossal, which
I think it's still Hydrolodon. I think it's still just the safe line to hold the charge, because you might want it to clean up some minion, and you don't know if you're going to be going for the Pet Collector play or the Tavish play on your next turn. Certainly, if the Mountain Bear lives, the Tavish looks pretty juicy because you could get emergency maneuvers. I always blank on that for a second, because getting 2 copies of a Mountain Bear is just, oof, that's pretty tough to deal with from any circumstance without having transform effects. But saving the weapon means you still have that option of, if your opponent does something crazy, which is totally possible against Rogue at any given point, you can just rush in the Saber and pick up the Sunken and then recruit something out of your deck.
Time's ticking.
Interesting. So cleaning up the Mountain Bear, yep, it does mean this actually plays pretty nicely around both of those things, right? The Tavish no longer has great hits in terms of the secrets. I mean, still solid, to be clear. Maybe you pick snakes or something over in emergency maneuvers, but you do get to dodge, if your judgment, the emergency maneuvers on Mountain Bear Nightmare scenario. And then Pet Collector, like, yeah, it can find the rush, but it has nothing to die into, so I think the swing will just be held again.
Yes, you are.
I just want to push
line up
face
cleanly
damage.
to the 2/4 though. Yeah, that's fair. That's really fair.
I want to swing because I want to equip the second gun and keep swinging.
Well, and you
Like
know,
swing and then
Hydrolodon.
get a King Crush.
It could happen. There's always that one additional card you get to look at. No King Crush, but the Revive Pet's still pretty solid. Get that Mountain Bear back.
Yeah. And now if the Saber dies, you can pull the Saber back out with the Harpoon gun. Judgment's at 11 also, so there's not that much more that Fun needs to do.
No healing.
Yeah.
I'm thinking too much for value here. I get it. Oh, this Ajara just still has not had the opportunity to be played. You know, that can be a way you can swing things around, and it might have to be a Hail Mary, going for something like an Ajara, prep out the find a Colossal, and then play a 1-mana Colossal. Might be sort of a last-ditch effort.
Yep. Maybe get the, I always forget the name.
Oh!
The Priest Colossal.
Or that. Pick your slot machine here. Do you want to go for the jackpot or do you want to go for the Colossal? I don't know the odds on these.
No, there are no odds.
Or Reconnaissance for Najak.
Okay.
That would be huge.
I guess there's no way to reach the... actually, it would be like a Devouring Swarm could reach the Najak Hexen, actually. Like if you, got Najak Hexen, took it, you could play a minion Devouring Swarm and then take the Mountain Bear back, I suppose. I don't know. I guess that's just a one-off, but this is good enough to at least bide some time. However, Pun is incredibly close to just winning the game.
Oh, the Najak. Oh. I don't know. Is it Caster Curse just saying all the possible options?
Yeah.
That is pretty savage.
And it gets a horn for next turn.
Horn.
It is.
Oof, and no Devouring Swarm here. I mentioned that as a card that can sometimes be used to get around things like this from stuff like Najak, stuff like the Murloc, blanking on the name, Colossal Murloc. You know, these things that are just tricky to deal with as a hunter without direct damage. That's what Devouring Swarm is there for, but it's just not around here.
Yeah. Got a Mountain Bear, which is solid. And we'll be able to eat through one of these cubs and have a bunch of heads. Not too shabby.
Yeah. Seems, you know, both some pretty good boards here. These games usually take a while just because of the sheer quantity of Mountain Bears being played, setting up taunt after taunt after taunt. Now we've got a couple rolls here from Judgment to look for something crazy here. Scale's pretty good, although you do need to free up board space first.
Yeah.
So
not enough
trade in
damage
Najak
to
and
preserve.
Ajara.
Well, if you trade in...
Huh. I mean, you can get 5,
Jack
right?
Hex and... Oh, no, the minion died. Okay.
If you kill off Queen Ajara and Najak on the bear, then you get 5 rushes. So it at least lets you kill the Hydralodon, but then you still can't... I don't know if you can clear enough after that. Looking pretty tough with the weapon in hand. Yeah, gotta dig for something else. Second Kravatoa is good, but I don't know if...
You have 6 attack. Because there's double Kravatoa. Is that lethal? It's lethal.
Oh,
because there's not enough board space for the second cup to spawn. There's not even another taunt that you have to get through.
I wasn't even thinking how double Kravatoa means you get that extra attack on the weapons. Wow, well spotted from a pretty crazy board state there from Judgment.
Yeah. That was impressive. Yeah, a couple things, because I didn't realize at first that only one of the cubs would spawn because the board was locked. So only one of the cubs could spawn. So there was only 4 health that needed to be get through after that. And the claws had 6 health, so they lined up nicely into the first Mountain Bear. Plus the weapon had 6 attack at the same time. So it was like 4 damage over lethal at the end of the day, just because how everything just compounded on top of each other. So, well, we got ourselves a close series, and at the end of the day, third tries the charm for Judgment, finally getting the win with the Thief Rogue. And I knew I shouldn't have done it. I knew it. First thing I did when we came on camera today, the first thing I did was hype up America's region and how, you know, we got 2 players in this group and just come off a 3-0 against Judgment. I knew it. As soon as I said it, they were going to bottom 2. Both of the players that are eliminated from this group are the Americans, please. I cursed it again.
Oh, yeah, we've got to hold ourselves back and, you know, not pass Judgment until the end. But yeah, well played from Judgment. It's, I think, easy to get caught up in like, oh, how do I clear the board to not die? Or at least I know for me, I have this sort of ABC mindset, always be clearing. And, you know, sometimes you can just go for a cheeky lethal and that's going to be higher percentage. So congrats to Judgment and Blyze, our 2 players advancing from Group B. Really excited to see how things play out on Sunday for the top 8. But tomorrow we've got 2 new groups to take a look at.
Yeah, and 2 new groups with a lot of exciting players. I feel like we have... Well, let's take a look at the schedule. We'll figure it out ourselves. But Group C has Lord Gruzhin, Chunsu, Fury Hunter, Okashinsuke. Group D has 2 Americas players again. The 4 Americas players are split between 2 groups specifically. Pascal, Fled, Bunny Hopper, Levick in Group D. But that's what we're going to be broadcasting. Today we finished Group A and Group B, where we had Possessi and Super Fake come out of Group A, and then, of course, we just showed you Blyze and Judgment out of Group B. Then tomorrow we're going to have Groups C and D played the exact same we did today. No matches off stream, all 5 matches for the group, just rolling on throughout the day. And then Sunday is a top 8 single elim. Keep in mind, the players are fighting for points over the next 3 weeks. We have Conquest and Last Hero Standing, and then Trio as formats. And then the final week is going to be all about playoffs. So we're kicking off a ton of Hearthstone over the next 4. Actually, there's a Masters Tour in between weeks 2 and 3, I believe. So there's a ton of Hearthstone.
And an expansion coming out.
And an expansion? It's insane.
Yeah, very excited to see the all-new cards in the hand of these players.
Yeah, I am also a little bit stressed out about it because it's like so much new stuff. There's so many creative cards in Castle Nathria, like cards that we've never seen mechanics for before. I mean, we get new mechanics specifically, like keywords every expansion, but as far as like what these cards do, craziness. So I have a headache.
There's some cards in this new expansion that, as you say, not new mechanics, but certainly new in terms of just bizarre. I think probably my top pick on that front is like Creepy Painting. 3 mana 0/6, become the copy of a minion when it dies. Like, I don't know what's going to happen with that. Maybe nothing, but it seems like it could be powerful. And I don't know if anyone's talking about it. It's just, I'm excited to see what these top players do when it comes to deck building with new cards that we're all just kind of figuring out.
Yeah, there's hard counter tech cards. There's location. I don't know. I feel like I'm just like hyping it up. Like I'm not. They didn't tell us to advertise this, by the way. I just I'm more like I'm more nervous than excited. Let's put it that way, to make sure that you know I'm not just selling out. But yeah, we
we're
have
all
reached
Hearthstone fans too.
Yeah, exactly. But we are done for the day. Edelweiss, once again, good job. Did you enjoy your first day of Grandmasters casting?
Absolutely excited to get into days 2 and 3. It's only more exciting games from here, right? Just gets better and better.
I hope so. But, you know, we've had caster curses all over the place, so it's just going to go downhill from here. We cursed it. And that seems like a perfectly good spot to end the day, to say that we have less exciting things coming up. No, just kidding. But we are done. We are, in fact, done. I'm going to stop talking right now. So that's day 1 in the books. We got 2 more days left to go. So from myself, from the caches that cashed earlier on in the day, and Edelweiss, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Grandmasters action.
It's a blast off the top. Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rougher for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
Possessing He tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.
There it is, the Battlemaster off the top for Yara.